Before we dive in, if you're new here, welcome to Novel Explanation, where we bring your favorite stories to life one part at a time. Hit subscribe and turn on the bell so you never miss what happens next. Chapter 601, 359, Immortal Sinking Sword, Immortal Slaying Gourd, and Other Sure Bone, 1/2. Chapter 601, Chapter 359, Immortal Sinking Sword, Immortal Slaying Gourd, and Other Sure Bone, 1/2. There's another chapter, Celestial Capital, beneath the floating Imperial City, in the district of Jinmu, 8,000 Zhang. All departments, except the highest one, the Six Paths Department, have their headquarters here. This place is the truly most prosperous area in the entire Celestial Capital, even more so than the floating Imperial City. After all, the floating Imperial City consists more of quaint, antique buildings that are even truly from ancient times. At this moment, in the Investigation Bureau building, on the top floor, the Grand Conference Room, the leaders of the 9 divisions of the Investigation Bureau are all gathered here. The current investigation director spoke solemnly. With a thought, their vast spiritual thoughts surged into 4 portraits, each one depicting a governor of the rebellious provinces. Among them, Su Qinswan is exceptionally prominent and conspicuous. The investigation director continued. The 3rd department head spoke softly. We have already begun the investigation, but it is very troublesome. The 7th department head suddenly spoke. They first bowed to the director, then gestured with a hand, revealing a spiritual image of a handsome divine spirit clad in golden armor. The 7th department head asked. The department heads exchanged glances. Someone nodded and said, naturally recognized, golden armor, also considered an elder of the Federation, with extremely deep experience. Perhaps, now he is close to the level of great divine power user. The department heads frowned, finding it hard to believe, as golden armor's experience is indeed very old, even of the same era as the director, rising to prominence tens of thousands of years ago. The 7th department head remained calmly. As they spoke, they gestured again, displaying numerous related materials in front of the department heads, and after all had finished reviewing, the 7th department head then bowed and said. The director slightly frowned. After a moment of silence, sighed lightly. It seems, as rumored, both golden armor and they did have a special past when young. Rubbing their temple, the investigation director combed their hair, revealing a slender neck, sweeping a glance before continuing. According to investigations, there's an extremely large abyss outside 2 Realms Mountain. I plan to dispatch a special investigation team to explore. The crowd exchanged puzzled looks. The 7th department head stood up and bowed again. The investigation director nodded slightly, a shimmering glint in their eyes. Now I issue my decree. The 7th department head personally goes to 2 Realms Mountain to investigate anomalies. The department heads responded in unison, respectfully saluting and bowing. On the floating island, ancient courtyard, golden armor gently knocked on the door. After a moment, the door slowly opened, and behind it was a young girl with thick sorrow in her brow and eyes. Chen Wanyu glanced briefly, her gaze stopping on the young man wearing a bamboo hat. Though the youth's appearance was unclear, she recognized the serene woman beside him. She had clearly seen this stunning woman days ago in Kong's residence, accompanying that Taoist venerable Sir. Chen Wanyu's eyelid twitched. So, is this the Taoist venerable? Golden armor timely bowed. The opulent woman beside him nodded as well. Speaking as such, both accompanied by the guardians, subconsciously glanced at the young man with the bamboo hat. He did not announce his name, merely stood silently. Who is this person? Golden armor and Zhang Shuyu both displayed perplexity. Neither had visited Kong's residence, nor did they naturally recognize the 6 Desire Celestial Maiden. Coupled with Zhang Fuxing now wearing a bamboo hat and having traded his coarse robe for a brocade, naturally they did not recognize him. Chen Wanyu exhaled, about to speak, when an ancient voice from the courtyard sounded. Chen Wanyu silently stepped aside. The group entered the ancient courtyard. The first sight greeting them was a wide, seemingly long-standing practice ground. On the practice ground was a large round table at which several young men and women were eating brunch. The meal was not particularly lavish, merely a few plates of steaming meat buns, complemented by a few dishes of mild cold vegetables. The Tian Lao reclined quietly on a lounge chair, holding a palm fan, gently swaying. Chen Wanyu returned to the round table, made a signal. The Buddhist son, Lin Dongxi, and others curiously looked at the five newcomers, their gazes collectively locked onto the serene woman. All their pupils contracted. Even little child, nibbling on a meat bun, inhaled sharply, and subsequently inhaled the crumbs into his windpipe, leading to a severe coughing fit. Tian Lao glanced sideways with surprise, somewhat puzzled, but seeing the young ones all silent, they couldn't be bothered to inquire, merely looked at the newcomers, speaking calmly. Chapter 602, 359, Immortal Sinking Sword, Immortal Slaying Gourd, and Other Sure Bone, 1/2, _2. Chapter 602, Chapter 359, Immortal Sinking Sword, Immortal Slaying Gourd, and Other Sure Bone, 1/2, _2. Golden Armor, Noble Lady Zhang from the Zhang family. Golden Armor quickly cupped his hands and said solemnly, I have heard that the Interception sect strives for a chance at life for all things. Tian Lao looked at him, her eyes filled with complex celestial secrets, and she immediately understood something. She said calmly, Golden Armor, you are also an elder in the Federation, and naturally you know the consequences of opposing the Investigation Bureau. Golden Armor opened his mouth, his face showing a bitter expression, while Zhang Fuxing beside him seemed somewhat surprised. A dense web of cause and effect flashed quietly in his eyes, and he immediately gained some insight. This Golden Armor was, in a sense, implicated by himself. After all, if he hadn't pushed for the new religion to become the official religion of the Federation, it might not have drawn the Investigation Bureau's attention so quickly. At this moment, Golden Armor bowed again. Tian Lao pondered for a moment, made a few obscure seals with her hands, and her eyes filled with a rich, clear aura, almost flowing like a river. After a while, she shook her head slightly. With such great fortune, how could you seek a thread of life? Golden Armor was stunned. 3 question marks popped up on his forehead. What is this? Great fortune? Me? He found it hard to believe, suspecting that Tian Lao might have miscalculated. Being targeted by the Investigation Bureau, and very likely about to face the enactment of the Divine Spirit Arrest statute. In such circumstances, unable to see a way out, how could there be signs of great fortune? Golden Armor couldn't make sense of it and wanted to say something, but was stopped by Tian Lao raising her hand. Left with no choice, he could only sigh lightly and wait by the side. At this time, Tian Lao looked at the two from the Zhang family. Noble Lady Zhang, what brings you here? Zhang Shuyu remained calm, not bowing nor saluting. She just stood quietly, spoke quietly. This dignified woman glanced indifferently around those present. Zhang Fuxing became interested. This Zhang family was exactly what puzzled him. Now he could perhaps gain some insights. While leaning lazily on a reclining chair, Tian Lao knitted her eyebrows, seemingly displeased by Noble Lady Zhang's tone. She spoke coldly. Zhang Shuyu smiled meaningfully. She raised her eyes, their gleam difficult to discern, spoke quietly. Tian Lao frowned. Zhang Shuyu stood with hands behind her back, her guardian lowering eyelids beside her. She said calmly. As her words fell, most were confused. Zhang Fuxing's eyes gleamed, while Tian Lao, who was originally lounging on the chair, suddenly sat up straight. She stared intensely at Zhang Shuyu. Jasper Palace? Though she said so, a hint of killing intent arose, then was suppressed. The guardian beside Zhang Shuyu had unknowingly opened his eyes. An ample aura emanated from him, seemingly warning Tian Lao. Two great powers confronted each other. The ancient courtyard was stirred by wind. After a while, Tian Lao said coldly. Zhang Shuyu replied calmly. Tian Lao laughed. Zhang Shuiyu's voice remained cool and indifferent. Tian Lao spoke coldly, already standing up unknowingly. Beside him, a faintly visible iron hammer floating in the void, wrapped in seemingly unremarkable purple lightning. He stared at Zhang Xuelan. "Noble Lady Zhang, do not speak of these mysterious things." Tian Lao clearly misunderstood, thinking the Zhang family accidentally discovered the secret of Bo Palace, and then intended to exchange something using this great secret. However, Zhang Xuelan shook her head. "Bo Palace? We don't know what this is. As I said, it's just something recorded in the ancestral teachings." The ancient courtyard fell into dead silence, with a quiet clash of air between Tian Lao and the Guardian, a sense of oppression enveloping the place, making even Golden Armor's breathing slightly uneasy, with a feeling of heart palpitations, and those like little child around the round table couldn't bear it, pressed against the table by this powerful collision and confrontation, unable to move. In the dead silence, Tian Lao spoke coldly again. Tian Lao raised an eyebrow. Zhang Xuelan spoke softly. Her words drifted lightly through the ancient courtyard, causing Tian Lao to change color. And Zhang Fuxing, who was originally watching with interest, also widened his eyes. "What sword? Trapped immortal." It is said since ancient times, the world's first killing formation is known as the Immortal Slaying Sword Formation. This formation is formed by 4 swords: Slay, Absolute, Massacre, Trap, each being a supreme treasure of unmatched killing power in heaven and earth. Zhang Fuxing subconsciously thought of his own feathered immortal slaying sword. Ironically, this was a gift from Golden Armor. According to Golden Armor, this sword was crafted in imitation of the immortal slaying sword, which pierced a dread behemoth in the depths of Star Sea. Just as Zhang Fuxing was stunned, Tian Lao's face slightly twisted, and the illusory, small, iron hammer beside him suddenly solidified, falling into his hand. A mysterious grand formation quietly rose, covering the vast ancient courtyard within it, instantly isolating inside from outside. The small hammer in Tian Lao's hand shining with purple lightning, erupting with power that suppressed everything. This great might even made Zhang Fuxing somewhat alarmed. Zhang Fuxing squinted, his heart sinking. A formidable supreme treasure, though not as mighty as the Haotian mirror, was at least on par with the Bridge of Helplessness. If it were just this, it would be fine, but crucially, Tian Lao could clearly wield this supreme treasure fully. Purple lightning danced wildly. The void collapsed. Earth, fire, water, and wind surged. Within the ancient courtyard seemed to present scenes of world annihilation. Yet looking from outside, all they saw was tranquility, all abnormal scenes blocked by the grand formation. Zhang Xuelan exclaimed slightly. Tian Lao holding the small hammer, with a blessed land manifesting faintly behind him, celestial sounds ringing, divine melody rising and falling. He squinted. The menacing aura on him grew heavier, coldly asking. Zhang Xuelan smiled and said, as her words fell. She calmly clapped her hands, and the guardian beside her stepped forward, slowly revealing something in his hand. As soon as that thing appeared, the ferocity of the small hammer suddenly weakened. An even more violent, great power arose. Zhang Fuxing rubbed his eyes. 3 question marks popped up on his forehead. The item held by the guardian, firstly, was a delicate small gourd. Secondly, it was a bone, a piece of other shore bone, exactly the same as the other shore bone in his own chest cavity, without the slightest difference, yet exuding an ultimate might. Chapter 603, 360. Enacting the 4 symbols, giving birth to all things. Today, I open the heavens and split the earth again. Supplemental. Chapter 603. Chapter 360. Enacting the 4 symbols, giving birth to all things. Today, I open the heavens and split the earth again. Supplemental. Tong Tian Street. The street lives up to its name. The people who reside here have the ability to reach the heavens. The old man with the stall is the legitimate son of a great power, and the little boy licking a lollipop is the 99th son of a great divine power user. Even the elderly woman sweeping the street has remarkable status, being the mother of a department head in the War Department. Yet at this moment, All these people with powerful backgrounds silently returned to their homes, watching quietly from behind their windows. They all stared at the seemingly ordinary team walking down the long street. The God-capturing team, a legitimate son of a great power, murmured softly, his voice full of caution. The new maid beside him whispered a question. "Master, what is the God-capturing team?" I took a glance, and they all seemed to be venerates. The legitimate son of a great power twitched his eyelids, speaking in a deep tone. "Venerates indeed aren't significant." The old man took a deep breath, his face showing intense dread. In the imperial city, divine spirits are forbidden from private battles. Even if a real fight breaks out, formations must be set to conceal it. They can investigate, capture, and even slay any divine spirit. The old man pointed to the distance, where the entire floating island was, at the center of the entire imperial city. Saying so, this legitimate son of a great power shivered with dread. The maid's eyes widened, twin divine techniques, two great divine power users, gone just like that? She swallowed hard, filled with fear. The old man shook his head, paused, and continued. As he spoke, he quietly peered, smacking his lips. Looking at the direction, is this God-capturing team heading towards that ancient courtyard? The maid curiously followed to glance, just in time to see the God-capturing team charging recklessly down the street. Wherever they passed, people, birds, and bees scattered, none daring to block their way. Ancient courtyard. Looking from the outside, it seemed peaceful and quiet. But once past the courtyard gate, collapse, collapse, collapse. The purple lightning was clearly suppressed, yet still exuded an extremely tyrannical aura. Under its rampant influence, the overwhelming power surged like a tide. The few people pinned against the round table, unable to move, only saw that most of the courtyard had been obliterated. The void collapsed, leaving only emptiness. The Zhang family's guardian held a small gourd in one hand and raised a human bone aloft in the other. The mouth of the immortal gourd emitted immortal light, faintly revealing a flying knife floating within. Its mere presence already suppressed the fierce purple thunder. Sweat trickled down Tianlao's forehead as they held a purple lightning hammer. Trembling unconsciously in the face of the flying knife floating within the gourd, he enunciated each word. Zhang Shuiyu spoke calmly. Tianlao glared fixedly at the noble Lady Zhang. Zhang Shuiyu remained serene. Zhang Fuxing blinked his eyes. Huh? Is the other shore bone really that powerful? He stared at the crystalline bone in the hands of the guardian, looking it over repeatedly, convinced. It was indeed his other shore bone. Yet another strange occurrence emerged. The other shore bone, clearly still nurturing within his chest cavity, yet appeared in the hands of the Zhang family's guardian. And the only difference between the two other shore bones even lay in time. The other shore bone in the guardian's hand was evidently far more ancient. It was millions upon millions of years older than his own other shore bone. Zhang Fuxing could clearly sense that bone being bloodbound with himself. But when he attempted to delve into the cause and effect contained within the bone, it became unclear, inverted, and chaotic. Once again, the product of a reverse cause and effect, where effect precedes cause. No, more precisely, just like those two grim skeletons, it was all a product of cause and effect from the Zhang family. But why does the Zhang family possess such capabilities? Zhang Fuxing couldn't understand. As his thoughts wandered, his pupils suddenly constricted. Yes, when celestial secrets are chaotic, cause and effect are inverted, it's impossible to see the past, divine the future, or discern the present. But what cannot be calculated by celestial secrets can still be reasoned through common sense. Zhang Fuxing thought about Yang Erlang's altering of the screen to inform him. He stared at the two opposing figures within the collapsing void, his gaze suddenly brightening. Yes, time. He initially assumed that those two great power skeletons were products of reverse cause and effect manufactured by the Zhang family. But what if the entire Zhang family was experiencing a reversal of cause and effect in a time disarray? Zhang, deeply intertwined with his own cause and effect, together with the other shore bone, In Zhang Fuxing's mind, a thunderclap roared as he stared intensely at Zhang Xiu, who stood with her hands behind her back. Chapter 604 360. Enacting the Four Divisions, Birthing All Things. Today, I split heaven and earth anew. Chapter 604. Chapter 360. Enacting the Four Divisions, Birthing All Things. Today I split heaven and earth anew. So looking at it this way, there are only two possibilities left. The Zhang family itself is the product of reverse causality. Zhang Fuxing whispered to himself, his thoughts incredibly clear, yet he understood that the former was most likely. So, he looked at Zhang Xiuyu with an increasingly peculiar gaze. Descendants? Zhang Fuxing was struck by a strange feeling. Even though he accepted Ruan Yutu as his adopted daughter, their essence was more like siblings. Descendants indeed, just as his mind was turning. Tianlao seemed to have heard the world's biggest joke, a mocking look appearing on his face, yet his hands were not slow at all. As the small hammer swung, it stirred up the thick earth, fire, wind, and water, all chaotically erupting. Zhang Xiu stood unmoved. The protector beside him smiled. The gourd rotated. From its mouth erupted a heaven-covering immortal light, resembling a galaxy hanging upside down. It poured from left to right. Tianlao's expression changed. His hand directed the small hammer towards the sky. Purple lightning danced wildly, carrying earth fire, wind, and water roaring upward. Within a galaxy emerged the slaying immortal flying knife. Though not the real slaying immortal flying knife, just a strand of Tao rhythm. Similarly, controlling the purple lightning hammer was not the celestial lord of numinous treasure, but merely a great power. Zhang Xiu spoke calmly at this moment. As the voice fell, the rampant earth, fire, wind, and water collided with the rushing galaxy. That slaying immortal flying knife broke in. The earth, fire, wind, and water seemed to be slashed open. Tianlao's scalp tingled, his own spirit warning frantically, "We'll die, we'll die." He no longer hesitated, despite the teachings of the sect that decreed not to use the trapped immortal. But now, with death imminent, who can care about so much? Tianlao closed his eyes, softly said. The void beside him split open. He reached inside, and upon withdrawing, grasped an ancient long sword in his hand. Tianlao raised his head, gazing at the celestial saber that was slashing through the earth, fire, wind, and water towards him. He reached out again, gently flicking the ancient sword's blade. A crisp sound rang out at this time. Infinite transformation began at this time. The immortal sinking sword dominates transformation, grows with slaughter, traps and kills immortals, seizes immortals and Buddhas' fundamental lives through transformation. It was precisely at this moment. Infinite transformation arose from all directions, exerting heavy pressure. The earth, fire, wind, and water invoked by the purple lightning hammer and the slaying immortal Tao rhythm expelled by the gourd were forcibly compressed together at this moment, blended into a mass. Instantly, Lin Dongxi and others who were pressed unable to move felt that all directions suddenly became silent. It was silence. No sound, no object, not absolute darkness, but even black doesn't exist, no color at all, just the purest, truest emptiness. Great silence. Zhang Xiuyu cautiously spoke, but his voice did not carry. The place was a realm of great silence, a void and yet a vacuum, a reflection of the moment before heaven opening. Before the heaven opening, nothing existed, no sight or sound. Neither sound nor thought could persist. Great silence, great silence. This place seemed to transform into an eternal trap formation. Tianlao and the Protector were aware, realizing a terrifying event had occurred beyond expectation from the collision of the three supreme treasures. If no external force interferes, this great silence might never disperse. In other words, they'll all be eternally trapped here. Eyes can't see, mouth can't speak, body can't touch, thoughts can't leave the shell. It seemed to be infinite ages, yet seemed to be a fleeting instant. Time in this place held no meaning. Just as everyone, including Tian Lao and the Protector, found themselves unable to see, speak, and had their thoughts confined within themselves. People heard a gentle voice emerging, like the first ray of dawn ushered by a thick, deep night. Likewise, when black clouds enshroud the city threatening to destroy it, a line suddenly breaks through the celestial vault. That gentle voice pierced through the great silence, pierced through this brief, absolute void that existed only before the heaven opening. And then, in the emptiness before everyone, the first silhouette emerged. This was the only silhouette that existed. Zhang Shuyu's pupils contracted, recognizing the silhouette, a young man with a wide-brimmed hat, whose appearance was unclear and intentions unknown. The young man still wore the wide-brimmed hat on his head, but his robe took on a different appearance, with a large, constantly rotating disc suspended behind him, and his robe was draped with 36 colored lights. He stood there quietly, becoming the only thing in the era of great emptiness before the opening of the heavens, a time when there was no concept of time, years, or existence. Those trapped here could only see this silhouette. The ethereal silhouette seemed to be looking at this place of great emptiness with great interest, as if contemplating. Zhang Fuxing sighed again and again. Indeed, the earth, fire, water, and wind converged into one, which is naturally the scene before the opening of the heavens. It was after the heavens were opened in the chaotic void that earth, fire, water, and wind differentiated, thus evolving into all things. No, earth, fire, water, and wind are just part of the foundation of all things. There's also yin and yang, and Zhang Fuxing looked around, empty and silent. Lin Dongxi, Tian Lao, and others were all submerged in this great emptiness. In a sense, they all do not exist at this moment. Though they still had consciousness and soul, they were all trapped within their bodies, and therefore didn't exist in this place of great emptiness. In other words, I am the only one here. Zhang Fuxing clapped his hands and laughed wistfully, falling into a deep state of enlightenment. The clear radiance flowing between his skin turned into the charm of the Tao. A moment, or perhaps 10,000 years. The youth immersed in the Tao and principles opened his mouth and spoke, saying, "Bright light pierced through the void. Where there is light, there is dark, yin and yang formed. Earth, fire, water, and wind slowly emerged, displaying a state of unordered chaos. Those trapped here could see it now. They looked around blankly. They stared in horror at the mysterious young man seemingly residing at an infinite height. A single thought emerged in their minds. This is, Zhang Shuyu murmured to herself, thinking of the ancestral teachings. The ancestor was the original progenitor of the human race. He was also the one who opened the heavens. At this moment, experiencing the true intent of the heaven opening, Zhang Fuxing was entranced, unconsciously employing the heaven opening chapter. He said, "Hence, the light and clear rises, the heavy and turbid falls." He said, then chaotic light appeared, illuminating the 8 directions. He said, thus, the Panga banner unleashed a strand of heaven-opening sword energy, tearing open the small heaven and earth that attempted to return to the great emptiness completely. It can no longer be mended. Heaven and earth began to give birth to a primordial will. He lastly said, thus colorful clouds appeared in the sky, along with the sun, moon, and stars. Mountains, rivers, and streams appeared on the earth, as well as birds, beasts, vegetation, and grass. All things were born, all things were born. Heaven and earth was then opened up in the ancient courtyard. Weak, immature, and incomplete, but true and real, yet transcending all worlds and realms, akin to the great heaven and earth that was originally unveiled. The heaven opener stood in the sky, opened his eyes, sighed, immortal sinking sword, purple lightning hammer, other sure bone, immortal slaying gourd, all flew into his palm. Chapter 605, 361, New Heaven Unveiled, The Ultimate Powers Gather, 1/2. Chapter 605. Chapter 361. New Heaven Unveiled. The Ultimate Powers Gather. 1/2. The captain of the god-hunting squad spoke with a steady voice, revealing not a trace of emotion. Clad in heavy armor. On the armor, dark golden mystical patterns slowly flowed like living creatures. This armor was personally forged by the speaker, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from an ordinary great power. At this moment, on the long street behind the god-hunting captain, a crowd gathered. It wasn't just the squad members with their solid auras and bright armor, but also numerous onlookers who came upon hearing the news, gathered in groups of 3s and 5s, with whispering voices rising and falling. Only those with truly profound backgrounds on Tongtian Street would be genuinely apprehensive of the god-hunting squad's presence, while those with ordinary status were less afraid. After all, they hadn't done as many shameful deeds. It's not that those of higher position are more inclined to wrongdoing, but because their high status allows them to stir up storms with a mere gesture, and the evil committed in a moment of thought is often 100 times more devastating than the petty crimes of those of lower position, with far-reaching implications. There they go, there they go. A sudden exclamation erupted from the crowd, as the speaker craned his neck, eyes full of excitement at the spectacle. In this world, no matter immortal or mortal, no matter the realm of mystery one resides in, the curiosity for spectacle is always the same. An elderly neighbor with graying temples frowned, face full of disbelief, with a tone rich in regret. Someone next to him sighed repeatedly, his voice full of helplessness. But what kind of entity is the god-hunting squad? They don't visit before their business is done, since they're blocking the doorstep. Whispers and loud discussions wove together into a dense web, enveloping the long street. At this very moment, the god-hunting captain stepped forward and stopped at the weathered vermilion gate of the ancient courtyard. His expression was as calm as water, neither happy nor sad, as he raised his right hand, bent his fingers into a knock, and heavily tapped the door ring. Bang! Bang! 3 dull knocking sounds echoed like the morning bell and evening drum in the silent long street, drowning out all the voices of discussion, accompanied by the booming voice of the god-hunting captain, resonant like a great bell, echoing all around. Though there was a please, the tone carried an irrefutable authority. He was but a venerate, yet crowned with the title of the god-hunting squad's captain, not just ordinary great powers. Even great divine power users held little fear of him. However, inside the ancient courtyard, it was a dead silence, so quiet you could hear a pin drop without the slightest response, as if there were no one inside. The god-hunting captain's eyebrows twitched imperceptibly. He raised his hand again, knocked 3 more times, with more force than before. The door ring trembled, buzzing with sound, but within the ancient courtyard, it remained silent. Only the echo of knocking slowly rippled across the long street outside the yard, then vanished without a trace. The god-hunting captain expressionlessly stepped back, glanced sideways at the squad members behind him, his voice icy, and spoke word by word. 9 divine spirits responded in unison, simultaneously raising their hands to wield their long swords, the feathered immortal slaying sword. This was a treasure personally crafted by the Grand Speaker for the God-Hunting Squad. Heard it was modeled after an incredible supreme treasure in the depths of the starry sky. The God-Hunting Captain also raised his hand, a flash of light in his palm, revealing a feathered immortal slaying sword identical to those of the squad members. 10 immortal swords simultaneously radiated dazzling light. Strands of flying immortal light rain entwined around the sword bodies. In the void, a faint immortal melody could be heard, echoing between heaven and earth. In an instant, the 10 swords resonated in unison, their peaks responding to each other, forming a massive sword ring suspended mid-air. The ring composed by the 10 swords hummed, an endless flying immortal light, like the Milky Way pouring down, transformed into a waterfall of brocade, sweeping toward the courtyard's doors. A deafening roar suddenly erupted, and a thin layer of light screen abruptly lit up on the courtyard wall, flowing with brilliance, forcefully blocking the flying immortal light waterfall. The god-hunting captain's eyebrows jumped fiercely, a trace of gravitas flashing through his eyes, pronouncing with a deep voice. Having said this, he raised his hand to touch the black token hanging at his waist. The front of the token was carved with two bold and simple ancient characters, God-catching. The font was sharp, seemingly exuding an aura of slaughter, while the back bore 8 more ancient seal characters, each containing profound mysteries of the great Tao. Break the array upon encountering, slay the god upon seeing. This token, too, was bestowed by the Grand Speaker. The elderly venerate, renowned for his just and incorruptible sternness, suddenly issued a low shout. As he flicked his finger, the god-catching order at his waist emitted dazzling rays of light, like a blazing sun, radiating heavenly majesty, enveloping toward the ancient courtyard. The seemingly indestructible light screen, under the light of the god-catching order, shattered inch by inch like ice and snow meeting the scorching sun, dispersing into nothingness in an instant. At the moment of the array's breaking, a deafening crash suddenly resounded. The ancient courtyard's walls crumbled in response. The vermilion-painted door slammed to the ground, debris flying, smoke and dust filling the air. The once grand and ancient courtyard was obliterated in an instant. From the adjacent high-rise buildings, countless figures leaned out, gazing down at the scene below, eyes full of shock. And it was at this very moment. What? An alarmed voice suddenly arose, not just one. The god-hunting captain's face changed dramatically, swiftly turning his head to look toward the ancient courtyard. The dust dissipated extremely quickly, faster than imagined. The collapsed walls, broken door, and the scattered rubble all melted into nothingness at a visible speed, all drawn into the eerie void at the center of the courtyard. That void was indescribable in words, its surface chaotic and misty, as if depicting the chaos before the universe's creation, while the inner layer was a state of utmost stillness, dead silence, emptiness, extinction. All the words in the world failed to describe that ultimate emptiness. Gazing upon it, one experiences a strange illusion, as if time is infinitely stretched, as if time has completely stopped at this moment. Clearly, within that void, time did not exist at all. No past, no present, no future. Everything, all things, returned to nothingness. The pupils of the captain of the divine hunting squad suddenly contracted, his eyes filled with shock, just as he was about to command his team to be on guard. Speaking of the eerie emptiness. "Captain," a team member exclaimed in surprise. The captain listened attentively. In the dead silent void, a magnificent Tao sound slowly resonated. The various Tao sounds gradually quietened. This venerate, who held the god-catching order, slain gods, and captured great powers, at this moment was holding a token, staring blankly at the void, his mind shaken intensely. In that chaotic nothingness, something seemed to be forcibly opened by an unknown great force. A gap slowly appeared. Within it seemed to flash countless light and shadow. Innumerable things, innumerable objects, were quietly being born within, evolving the creation and annihilation of the universe, the cycle of the great Tao. And then was light. Innate spiritual light, stabbing the eyes, suddenly burst from the gap, more brilliant than the scorching sun, brighter than the stars. Simultaneously, a succession of shell-breaking sounds, chaotic and annoying, emitted from the chaos, consecutive, endless, above the 9 heavens. Terrifying thunder truly roared, the sound of thunder rolling. Throughout the 49 provinces, spanning thousands of miles of territory, everywhere the sound of thunder rolled. The world plateau, deep space star sea, and even within different dimension, suddenly thunder arose. At this moment, outside the celestial capital, Kong Shuntong, who had long withdrawn from the celestial capital, looked around in surprise. A serious expression appeared on his face. Next to him, Meng Qingtian squinted his eyes, then showed a shocked expression. "Something's wrong?" Kong Shuntong was a bit bewildered. the new heaven worshipped by your celestial principal sect. Meng Qingtian's face turned exceedingly grave, murmuring to himself. Kong Shintong's mind flashed with an ominous premonition. A rich bitterness appeared on Meng Qingtian's face. His gaze lost focus, sighing lightly, sighing again. It's not only Meng Qingtian. In the celestial Dao province, the lifeless mother, with eyes observing the vast river of innate spiritual beings, suddenly rose, listening to the sound of shell breaking at her ears, her expression uncertain. This is, and it's not just one, 10 consecutive sounds, at least 10 innate spiritual beings have descended. She murmured to herself, hearing the last muffled sound of eggshells breaking. Her color truly changed. It's, the lifeless mother murmured in distraction. Meanwhile, in the Six Paths prison, Xianqing Taoist raised his head in alarm. At the center of the celestial capital, Guangchengzi just emerged from retreat and about to personally meet that Taoist venerable. His pupils contracted suddenly. He was bewildered. A thought arose instantly, immediately tracing the source of the incident. Right in the celestial capital, close by, divine thought high above the heavens, Guang Cheng Venerate frowned, looking down, only seeing an intense, chaotic void floating within an ancient courtyard. Within the chaos, a brand new world seemed to be evolving. Unlike the lower worlds in the vast void among the myriad heavens, the world within this chaotic ancient courtyard, though small, regarding position, it could rival the great heaven and earth. But herein lies the problem. The great heaven and earth is the root heaven and earth, the source of the myriad heavens. How can there be something comparable? But what was seen before his eyes was undeniably true. Guangcheng Venerate's gaze swept over, and he saw the divine hunting squad, lightly raising an eyebrow, not immediately personally investigating, but quietly observing from afar. After all, this moment was utterly inexplicable, perhaps related to some supreme being. Guangcheng Venerate murmured to himself, squinting his eyes. He could vaguely sense, in the home planet, in the depths of the star sea, as if many mighty wills were awakening. They are the true spirits of the old world. Some had returned long ago, but were too heavily injured and remained dormant old world true spirits. Today they have all been startled awake and even are coming towards the home planet, towards the celestial capital. Guang Chengzi rubbed his forehead, instinctively looking back at the Jade Void Palace. Surely, only by inviting his master's Jade Void Palace to show up can these Taoist friends be soothed. As the thought arose, countless grand, vast figures have already arrived outside the home planet, stationed within the star sea, their mighty presence overwhelming. Chapter 606, 362, Jade Void Palace appears. Daluo pays homage, bonus. Chapter 606, Chapter 362, Jade Void Palace appears. Daluo pays homage, bonus, amidst the chaos. Yet the heavens and earth are orderly, with towering mountains and flowing rivers, verdant foliage, roaming beasts, soaring birds, swimming fish, and crawling insects. Zhang Fuxing hovers in a place of great height, eyes closed, his divine thought confined within his corporeal form, yet able to perceive every movement within the entire world. Every movement, from all life within the heavens and earth to the particle motion of a single grain of sand on a microscopic level, even capable of predicting from the origin of a breeze to its destination, and then how high each wave will splash during each tide, and how many water droplets it will scatter, and where these droplets will fall. Even though these events have not yet occurred. But Zhang Fuxing already knows. This is not precognition, but when one has absolute control and insight over each fundamental particle within this world, or each taiwei as they're called, one can naturally achieve this. Since he masters each microscopic particle, he can further master the macroscopic past, present, and future. Zhang Fuxing mutters, yet his expression is heavy beyond compare. Every event, every matter, every scene, every phenomenon, he does not intentionally perceive or capture, yet knows naturally. Is this the Supreme's perspective? Zhang Fuxing mutters, not joyful over creating the world, but more perturbed. As small and weak beings, they saw the Supreme as like looking out from a well into the sky, aware of its vastness but not its specifics, and now once again observing the Supreme, like an insect gazing at the boundless heavens, unable to fully see, yet sensing more the vastness and terror of the Supreme. Such a terrifying Supreme. How to resist? He does not know. After a long silence, Zhang Fuxing opens his eyes, lowering his gaze to see 10 innate beings also suspended in high heaven, albeit much lower than himself. Buddha's son, Zhu Xiaoming, Chen Yuk, Lin Dongxi, Chen Wanyu, and 6 Desire Celestial Maiden, plus Tian Lao, Golden Armor, Noble Lady Zhang, and her Tao protectors. They witnessed the chaotic earth, fire, water, and wind being reforged under the power of the immortal sinking sword and immortal cutting gourd, evolving into the Tai silence that existed only before the world opened, and witnessed the Tai silence being carved out of non-existence, witnessing the birth of an entirely new world. Thus, in a certain sense, to this very small yet extraordinarily high-positioned world, they're all innate life forms, naturally obtaining a heaven-spanning opportunity. At present, all 10 have just broken through their shells, akin to when Zhang Fuxing reversed the innate process and broke his chrysalis. They all furrow their brows, still contemplating their accompanying Tao and principle. The world is still weak, their accompanying Tao and principle also weak. For example, Lin Dongxi, Zhang Fuxing notices what accompanies little child is the fruit of all causes, fitting her destined position as one seated at Maitreya Buddha. Of course, this fruit of all causes is extremely weak, though accompanying, it lacks even a tenth of the power from the fruit of all causes characteristics he has comprehended, if compared to innate beings who summon the real, original great heaven and earth. If accompanied by the fruit of all causes, it would likely be thousands upon thousands of times greater than its current form, let alone comparing with little child. Zhang Fuxing speaks softly to himself. As the creator of this new world, he keenly senses the boundaries of the world are expanding slowly, so slow that maybe in a millennium it might surpass the old courtyard. In billions of years, it might match the homestar in size. Though slow, it is indeed expanding. Or perhaps, in devouring the old real, great heaven and earth. Zhang Fuxing squints. Speed is slow yet real, and at the Daoyuo realm, time no longer holds meaning. Billions of years and a fleeting moment have no difference. Zhang Fuxing mutters deeply, his gaze extreme, similarly not joyous. It was designed. He is certain that all of this was part of a design. From the so-called ancestral teachings of the Zhang family to Zhang Shuyu bringing the other shore bone and immortal cutting gourd seeking the immortal sinking sword, it was all designed. And his development of Tai silence, evolving a world, was also part of the design. As for who designed all of this, Zhang Fuxing does not know. But the designer certainly knows him well, aware of the technique he practices, even having made certain arrangements. Otherwise, why would this world created out of thin air rival the real great heaven and earth in position? There is of course the reason in the technique he practices, but still far from enough. Chapter 607, 362. The Jade Void Palace appears. Daoyuo pay homage supplementary. 2. Chapter 607. Chapter 362. The Jade Void Palace appears. Daoyuo pay homage supplementary chapter. 2. Zhang Fuxing gazed at the tightly shut eyes of Zhang Shuyu, whose accompanying path was the mixed element. What a coincidence! Is it really a coincidence? Zhang Fuxing remained silent. This was almost like food delivered to his mouth. He sighed softly, surrounded by the immortal sinking sword, immortal slaying gourd, violet lightning hammer, and that one other shore bone of inverted causality and distorted time. The immortal sinking sword needs no introduction. The immortal slaying gourd in mythology is the supreme treasure of Taoist monarch Leah, with its flying knives, immortal skulls falling to the ground, while the violet lightning hammer is the treasure of the heaven-reaching sect leader, or perhaps the celestial lord of numinous treasure. It can wield purplish celestial clear thunder and stir fire, water, wind, and storm. Zhang Fuxing laughed, knowing that it was the setup of a certain existence. But he still had to accept it. This gift was simply too sumptuous. Reaching out, Zhang Fuxing grasped that other sure bone of distorted time, this bone unmistakably from his future self, after proving great divine power or even becoming a true saint. The other sure bone in his chest was already growing ceaselessly, absorbing vital energy and mystic principles, and this particular bone was profound, mighty beyond imagination. Yet the problem arose again. Zhang Fuxing gently rubbed the other sure bone, sensing the vast yet kindred aura within. After a moment's silence, he sighed softly. The disordered other sure bone began to integrate with him, simultaneously integrating with the newly born will of heaven and earth in this realm. Or perhaps, the heavenly Tao of this realm. Because Zhang Fuxing realized that to rectify and stabilize this other sure bone of distorted time and causality, he must utilize the power of the heavenly Tao. Obviously, yet another meticulously crafted link by a certain existence. But he did not care. What comes, comes, as long as it can make him stronger. Getting stronger, surviving, reaching a higher position. Only then would there be a chance to escape the chessboard. As the Northern Emperor said, the only way to resist the Supreme is to comply with the Supreme. Outside, amidst fusion, Zhang Fuxing murmured to himself, sensing that significant events were occurring externally. He closed his eyes, his thoughts sinking into the divine realm, his true spirit seated atop the 8 sceneries palace. Bone and body unite, Tao and deity converge. Outside the Mother Star, looking upon the Mother Star from outer space revealed a strange sight. The smaller Mother Star containing layers upon layers of heavens. Dozens of heavens all connected by a single world plateau, and in the center of the world plateau stood the heaven-reaching Jimu, celestial capital. And these dozens of heavens, though within the Mother Star, each was far larger than the entire Mother Star. The chaotic space was nauseating. At this moment, wills were descending, and from the boundless starlight formed grand human figures, suspended in the cosmic vacuum, suspended outside the Mother Star. Not more or less, precisely 5 colossal silhouettes. Suddenly a Taoist voice echoed, resounding far and wide. Sealed within the moon, silently observing everything was Yellow Eyebrow, who suddenly felt something and looked toward the vast Mother Star. In the next moment, a strand of powerful will surged out from within, transforming into an ancient Taoist. Yellow Eyebrow's expression changed. Was this one actually within a Mother Star? His heart shuddered in sudden relief. Fortunately, upon breaking free and returning, he encountered Laozi and chose to seal himself in space. Otherwise, if he acted reckless and provoked this one, it's widely known that the Supreme is inert and pure and reluctant to kill. Thus he escaped disaster. While this Taoist, as the chief disciple under primordial, celestial venerable, was exceedingly aggressive. Among the magnificent silhouettes, one took the lead to speak. The will of heaven and earth has awoken. What has happened? Guang Chengzi looked toward the shadow and calmly spoke. So it is Mu Gong in front. Another shadow decisively spoke. Guang Chengzi glanced toward him, this time slightly cupping his hands. The silhouette known as White Emperor Monarch spoke indifferently, creating a small realm. Who among us couldn't? But causing it to birth a heavenly Tao will comparable to the origin realm. Guang Chengzi's face carried a look of helplessness. The third shadow now approached, each step tremoring the void, casting grand sounds of heaven. Crimson Emperor Monarch, this way, I have opened for you. Ah! The fourth shadow chuckled, eyes brimming with coldness. Guang Chengzi glanced around, his expression extremely solemn. Among these 5 shadows, except for Mu Gong, otherwise known as Eastern Prince, the other 4 were the innate 5 greats, with the Cyan Emperor Monarch's position replaced by Mu Gong. The other four, crimson, yellow, white, and black, had a substantial grudge with the Jade Void lineage, the disaster wrought by his master. Guang Chengzi spoke solemnly. Chapter 608, 362, Jade Void Palace Manifests. Daluo pays homage, extra update, _3. Chapter 608, Chapter 362, Jade Void Palace Manifests. Daluo pays homage, extra update, _3. The Yellow Emperor Monarch, also known as the Central Jade Treasure Primordial Spirit Elder Monarch, spoke coldly. After a pause, the cold light in the Yellow Emperor Monarch's eyes intensified. Guang Chengzi felt even more helpless and said politely, "Esteemed ones, no one can truly comprehend the plans of my master. If your grievances persist, why trouble a poor Taoist like myself?" The Eastern Prince observed with cold eyes. The expressions of the other four elders turned grim, and the profound Emperor Monarch laughed in anger. As the words fell, the Eastern Prince remained still, and the red, yellow, white, and profound innate supreme emperors suddenly separated to the four corners of the Mother Star, each one enveloped in a vast heavenly light, embodying and symbolizing one of the innate five qi. The Mother Star quaked, presenting a trend of being thoroughly refined. Even the dormant old-world true spirits within looked up, though none intervened. Innate five emperors, even with the absence of the Cyan Emperor Monarch, were not a force ordinary Daluos could contend with. The most critical point was the innate five emperors were the progenitors of the five elements and five qi. Even though not all five gathered, just a meeting of three bore the power to truly suppress and refine a Daluo. Furthermore, the innate five emperors held an unexpectedly high seniority. No one wished to confront such old and intractable beings head-on. Guang Qingzi's face grew even more grave, his voice ringing out, "Force you? Guang Qingzi, what would you do?" The profound Emperor Monarch sneered, while Guang Qingzi merely sighed. His words lingered lightly, causing all those grand figures standing in the cosmic void, along with the hibernating, observant old-world true spirits within the Mother Star, to momentarily pause in astonishment. It was at this moment the noble first disciple of Yu Su, the primary master of the 12 Immortals, known as the foremost killer of the Xian Gate, Guang Qingzi, unexpectedly began crying out like this, towards the Mother Star, towards the celestial capital. His cries resounded heaven and earth. The Eastern Prince's eyelids twitched wildly, retreating 1,000,000 miles. The four elders were equally alarmed, becoming cautious, yet quickly coming to their senses. The White Emperor Monarch spoke coldly. Before the words were completed, heavenly light emanated from the Mother Star, accompanied by celestial music and a clear, serene aura flowing into a river, surging forward. Upon this river stood an illusionary yet real divine mountain, and atop the mountain, a majestic Taoist palace. The Jade Void Palace. The great powers and great divine power users watching this place from the Mother Star, bewildered, while the various old-world true spirits fell silent, all overwhelmed, all full of fear, all in awe. The actions of the four elders instinctively slowed. With a face full of apprehension, the Yellow Emperor Monarch stared at the Taoist palace, speaking in a deep, cold tone. "Guang Qingzi, can you truly open this Yu Su palace?" Guang Chengzi merely smiled and then, with a tearful tone, bowed to the Jade Void Palace. These two cries echoed through the Star Sea. Quietly, quietly. Then the grand gates of the Taoist palace slowly opened. An endless primordial cloud flowed out, converging into a vast misty sea of clouds. As the sea of clouds churned, a Taoist could be seen, seated at the heart of the Taoist palace. Chapter 609. 363. Chapter 609. Chapter 363. In fact, for the starry changes beyond the sky, the vast majority of beings below great power remain entirely unaware. At this very moment, outside the collapsing ancient courtyard, the hunting team is still diligently performing their duties, setting up a hunting formation, preparing for this chaos to dissipate. The hunting team captain believes The golden armor must be within this chaos. The hunting team captain murmured to himself. After speaking, he took a deep breath and ordered in a deep voice. A member of the hunting team bowed. With that said, he hurriedly left. Just as he left, a sudden gale arose in the celestial vault, growing in intensity, causing the entire floating island to sway. The hunting team captain looked up at the sky, a solemn expression on his face. Is something happening in the outer starry sky? Well, in any case, it has nothing to do with us. The long river of pure air of the recently secluded chairman soared skyward. Even if something had occurred, it should be resolved by the chairman, right? Divine Realm. 8 Scenery's Palace. Seated on a meditation mat, Zhang Fuxing's face showed a look of obsession and intoxication. Success, success. He sighed and laughed. That other shore bone, from an unknown great divine power user or true saint-level self, had fully merged with himself. Even though countless years lay between them, being of the same root, the fusion naturally incurred little difficulty. Silently sensing the divine energy and vast vitality contained in the other shore bone, Zhang Fuxing was secretly startled. His entire vitality combined now is less than 1/1000th of what's within this bone. Though there's a world of difference between great divine power users and great powers, it shouldn't quite be this drastic. So, could I be from a true saint level? Zhang Fuxing murmured to himself, a smile crossing his face. With the aid of this bone, the assurance to break through to become a great divine power user has risen from 99% to a perfect 100%. Of course, this isn't the key point. The most crucial aspect is that in extreme cases, he could deplete this bone, unleashing a blow from the original body where this bone resided. Zhang Fuxing talked to himself, calming his heart a bit. Zhang Fuxing turned to perceive the heavenly Tao will fused with him. Although it was just the heavenly Tao will of a small world, the status of that small world was exceedingly high, even at this early stage of merging with himself. Zhang Fuxing sensed that he already had the ability to somewhat interfere with the great heaven and earth. Zhang Fuxing talked to himself, silently integrating the heavenly Tao will within the divine realm, starting to attempt transformation, to fully convert it into a part of his own true spirit. When he finished refining almost completely, just as he intended to return to his true self and incorporate the individually developed small world between his brows and the ancestral acupoint from the rear hall, more precisely from Jade Void Palace beyond the Now Gate, a voice echoed. A grand, awe-inspiring sound surged like a divine tide. Zhang Fuxing raised an eyebrow. What's this old Guangxingzi up to now? After a moment of pondering, while unwilling to continually face a Daluo, disappearing entirely didn't seem appropriate either. Zhang Fuxing murmured to himself. With that thought, he stood up, stepped into the rear hall, striding through the Now Gate, glancing at the Xianwang Tower quietly resting on a table. Zhang Fuxing arrived in the front hall, seated himself. With a thought, the primordial cloud surged forth from his brow, holding the 3 treasures Jade Rui in his hands, the 36 colors of light, under the Jade Void meditation mat support, transformed into 72 colors. Then he raised his gaze. The grand doors of the Jade Void Palace slowly opened. Zhang Fuxing composedly mused to himself. When the grand doors of the Jade Void Palace were fully opened, he was no longer as composed. Zhang Fuxing saw Guang Chengzi worshipping outside the Taoist palace, saw the cosmic starry sky, saw one terrifyingly majestic figure after another beyond imagination. What's happening? In bewilderment, Zhang Fuxing noticed Guang Chengzi seemed also astonished. He then bowed once more to him before turning to look at those grand figures. Guang Chengzi's mind was filled with questions. Did Master truly reveal himself? Whatever, Master has his own considerations. As thoughts churned, his expression remained unchanged. As his words fell, he turned again to ceremoniously bow towards the primordial celestial venerable. The resounding voice echoed across the starry sky. Zhang Fuxing fell silent. Where the hell have I ended up? Who the hell are these innate four emperors and the Eastern Prince? His mouth twitched, thankful that the primordial cloud covered him from view, keeping other beings from seeing. Zhang Fuxing realized that Guang Qingzi's current demeanor was exactly like when he was a child getting beaten up and seeking parental help. Good grief. To hell with Guang Qingzi. Zhang Fuxing's mind was in a mess. The Eastern Prince, the innate four emperors. His thoughts raced, wondering what to do. Meanwhile, outside the Jade Void Palace, sweat appeared on the Crimson Emperor Monarch's forehead, evaporating soon after. He cautiously gazed at the majestic Taoist palace, at the Taoist shrouded in the vast primordial cloud. Though his figure was extraordinarily blurry, the 72-colored light behind him and the three treasures Jade Rui in his hand were extraordinarily clear. Yu Qing, primordial great, celestial, venerable. Coldness surged, almost drowning himself. It's him, but also not just him. The Eastern Prince, the other three emperors, and even the old world true spirits forcefully peering at this place were all trembling. It's just that ordinary great powers, great divine power users could not clearly observe, only seeing some very blurry virtual images, not even hearing any sound. Otherwise, the vast mother planet would be boiling over right now. This starry sky fell into cosmic silence, while on the mother planet, Wuxing Laomu rose in fright. Northern Emperor's face showed a cold look. The Guanyin true spirit being offered by the Mandala lineage was both shocked and joyous. The Eastern sect's Tai true spirit's expression was complicated. Was that the celestial venerate? Is that truly the celestial venerate? The same thought emerged in the minds of one after another of the old world true spirits. Almost all of them were filled with fear and awe, their first reaction being doubt. It is widely known that even glances cannot fall on the supreme of the present. The primordial celestial venerable. How could he appear at this moment? In the deathly silence. Starry sky. The Jade Void Palace stood on the peak of Kunlun Mountain, Kunlun floating in the long river of clear chi. Right at this moment, the hoarse, blurry voice of a Taoist wafted out from the Jade Void Palace, brushed against the golden bell, adding some mysterious charm, resounding in this star sea. Just one word, just a light, floating word. The lingering hope in the hearts of the four emperors was shattered. They had been thinking whether this would be Guang Chengzi's deceptive tricks, but if it were really a fake primordial celestial venerable, how could he truly allow them to enter the Taoist palace, enter the Jade Void? Even if it wasn't the true form of the primordial, it was at least an embodiment of a will, possibly even a certain incarnation. The Eastern Prince's mouth twitched. A smile appeared on his face, uglier than crying. Heaven knows, he and these four emperors weren't that close. It was just a complication. He took a deep breath, glanced at the trembling four majestic figures, finally clasped his hands toward that Taoist palace, and then strode forward. The other innate four emperors also reacted, no matter the unwillingness in their hearts. None dared defy the supreme decree. All quietly followed the Eastern Prince into the Jade Void Palace. Guang Qingzi also stepped into the Taoist palace. The moment he entered the Taoist palace, the palace doors slammed shut. The external world could no longer see the true scene inside. Only whispers of the same phrase rang out from the mother planet or the deep starry sky. Inside the Jade Void Palace, the Eastern Prince and the innate four emperors were very nervous. Sitting at the head, cloaked in 72-colored light, shrouded by the primordial cloud, the Taoist was even more uneasy. For a time, the Taoist palace was silent without words. But the more silent it was, the more anxious the Eastern Prince and the others became. The will of the Supreme was difficult to fathom. This Taoist silent demeanor made them more and more feel they were doomed. However, is this really the primordial, celestial venerable? Several majestic figures' minds still harbored some doubt, but none dared to ask or question. At least, none dared to be the first to question. Unbeknownst to them how much time passed, Guang Chengzi gently coughed twice, breaking the silence. He briefly narrated the events before clasping his hands. Sitting at the head, the Taoist remained silent. Crimson Emperor Monarch suddenly spoke up. Chapter 610, 364, Deadlock. Appending the table. Witnessing Yuan in person. Chapter 610. Chapter 364. Deadlock. Appending the table. Witnessing Yuan in person. The Jade Void lineage, more or less, practices some of the primordial scripture, cultivating parts of the Tai chapter. As the head disciple of the Jade Void, Guangqingzi is even more so. So he can see the Tao rhythm belonging to the origin on the Taoist body. Naturally, he wouldn't doubt that the one sitting at the head is the master, even if the words and deeds are somewhat different from the usual master. But the supreme is so unfathomable. The supreme of the previous moment and the supreme of this moment might be separated by billions of years. Such a long time that temperament and habits may change is only normal. But this is not the case for Guangqingzi, nor is it so for the Eastern Prince and the four innate emperors. They cannot see that quality and Tao rhythm belonging to the origin, and they firmly believe that under the Guardstone transformed by Empress Hua, it's impossible for the Supreme to directly interfere or even descend to the present world. As such, they would question, just like this very moment. The Crimson Emperor monarch stared fixedly at the primordial celestial venerable at the upper seat, staring at this great figure holding the three treasures jade rui in hand. Cloaked in 72 colors of light, he asked for the second time. The clear voice echoed in the vast jade void palace, stirring the layers of rolling primordial clouds that wouldn't cease. Sitting at the head, Zhang Fuxing was first in turmoil, then returned to calmness. Being flustered is of no use. At this moment, he couldn't leave, nor could he muddle through. The only options were to answer, or be exposed on the spot. Then what would happen? Would the wills of all the Daluo be furious and rise against him? No one knows. Zhang Fuxing lowered his eyelids, long without a response. The Jade Void Palace fell into a deathly silence for a while. Time slipped away bit by bit. On Guangqingzi's face began to emerge confusion, and the previously terrified four innate emperors gradually regained calmness. Even looking at the primordial celestial venerable, their gaze was no longer so reverent. With a hint of scrutiny, while the Eastern Prince, observing quietly from the side, seemed to be thinking, pondering over something. Time continued to pass. The confidence in the Crimson Emperor monarch's chest was expanding. He quietly stared at the Taoist sitting in the high seat, stared at the clear light emanating from the three treasures jade rui. Speaking meaningfully, the five innate emperors, also known as the five emperors of heaven, in contrast with the five emperors of earth, are the progenitors of the five elements and five energies, whereas the five emperors of earth are five human race emperor rulers. Therefore, as the symbol of fire among the five elemental energies of the five innate emperors, the Crimson Emperor monarch was inherently the most irascible and most daring. At this moment, his question set off enormous waves in the calm Jade Void Palace. Guangqingzi shouted, a murderous look in his eyes, with yin and yang spinning behind him. One hand raised in the air, in his palm faintly appeared a scene of the world turned upside down. All things devastated. A bone-chilling murderous intent, capable of destroying ordinary true saints, rolled like a tide. The Crimson Emperor monarch's expression remained unchanged. Even the corner of his mouth curled a bit more. He stood firm in the thick sea of murderous intent, unshaken. Only now, it seems, fellow Taoist Guangqing is not unleashing hostility out of anger, but more like. His light words fell. The Crimson Emperor monarch suddenly stepped forward, though just a remnant true spirit descending in form. But after all, he was a top-notch Daluo, even in his current fallen state. This wisp of intent was still comparable to the top celestial venerate or Buddha, possessing certain Daluo traits. At this very moment, a panorama of past ages, appearing and disappearing around the Crimson Emperor monarch, with great scarlet, celestial flames stretching into a tide. He looked directly at the indistinct Taoist upon the high seat, then suddenly turned his gaze to Guangqingzi. After a pause, the Crimson Emperor monarch chuckled. Guangqingzi squinted. The Crimson Emperor monarch pressed on step by step. Even the other three emperors advanced a few steps knowingly, the ancestral chi flowing, stirring the primordial cloud too. Surging nonstop, even dissipating. Guang Qingzi, witnessing the scene of the retreating primordial cloud, his initial thinking at this moment also began to waver. Subconsciously, he looked up at the indistinct figure atop. Thoughts emerged in his mind. Indeed, if it were the master in person, holding the jade rui, how could he not know the past? Is this truly the master? Once the thought began, it was irresistible. After a long silence, Guang Qingzi turned, cupped his hands in respect. A dull voice accompanied by Dao sounds played. The Taoist sitting on top seemed to lift his eyelids. He was looking around, with the 72 colored light falling like mist like fabric behind him. A mighty Daoyuo's killing intent, sharp and piercing, as if at a dead end, as if today's situation had become completely inexorable, unable to retreat, unable to muddle through, with 6 Daoyuo present, unable to escape. But the Taoist seemed to have started laughing. Light laughter resonated in the Jade Void Palace, accompanied by celestial music, Tao rhythm, marvelous truths, and an overwhelming true aura of creation. The Crimson Emperor monarch narrowed his eyes, mildly surprised, such rich aura of creation. Where did Guang Qingzi find such an impostor? How does he almost appear real? How does he even seem as if having truly opened the heavens? Thoughts flowing, the 6 Daoyuo in the Jade Void Palace saw that the Taoist sitting on top finally opened his mouth, finally spoke. A hoarse, blurry, misty voice echoed. A calm voice emerged. The 3 treasures Jade Rui swayed as light. The Crimson Emperor monarch felt as though a giant stone weighed upon his heart. Despite being certain that the one above was not the primordial celestial venerable. But what if? At this moment in the Jade Void Palace, his pressure was immense, immense. Thoughts flowing. After a moment of pondering, the Crimson Emperor monarch maintained the utmost caution and asked gravely. Great crimson flames rolled, and the questioning voice reverberated like a grand bell. The Taoist at the top raised his head, as if reminiscing, as if sighing. He then said, at the same moment, Dolua Palace, Shun Bao Bao, lying peacefully in the pool of divinity, suddenly shivered, seeing a figure appear out of thin air. It was the ancestor. She was about to rise for a salute, but the ancestor merely waved a hand and glanced at the grim skeletons still tirelessly searching in the deep and dark shadows, then strode towards the rear hall of Dolua Palace. Upon entering the rear hall, Zhang Fuxing pushed open the now gate without pause, revealing a quiet chamber, accompanied by the sound of rolling cloud from the front hall. This time, there was no discussion of the Tao. Jade Void Palace, but not the Jade Void Palace of the current node. As for which specific point in time, which version of history, Zhang Fuxing did not know. He took a deep breath, took a heavy step, entering the quiet chamber, and walked towards the front hall without stopping. Compared to the current node of the Jade Void Palace, at this moment, the Taoist Palace's Taoist rhythm was more flourishing. Besides that, there seemed to be no differences. If there were to be any, it would be the presence of more immortal children and jade maidens serving by the side, while at the top sat a middle-aged man. A middle-aged man with eyes slightly closed, draped in 72 colors of light. A jade maiden spoke in surprise, her voice ethereal, her appearance exquisite. Curious about the unexpected visitor emerging from the rear hall, Zhang Fuxing looked at her, his pupils suddenly contracting. A face as familiar as could be. 6 Desires, Celestial Maiden. A gentle voice suddenly sounded, and all golden boys and jade maidens saluted the great celestial venerate, quietly retreating. Before leaving, the jade maiden identical to the 6 Desires, Celestial Maiden couldn't help but take another look at the suddenly emerging young man. She memorized his appearance. The gates of Jade Void Palace slowly closed, and the Taoist Palace fell into silence, with no 12 immortals present, only the Taoist seated at the top. Zhang Fuxing instinctively looked at the middle-aged Taoist, who at this moment slowly opened his eyes. The Taoist's eyes were ordinary, just pupils, merely pupils. No overwhelming chaotic chi, no causes and results, no universe floating. Just simple, ordinary pair of eyes. Even the 72 colors of light on his body were slowly dimming at this moment. Zhang Fuxing gazed at the seemingly ordinary middle-aged Taoist, inhaled deeply, and respectfully said. The middle-aged Taoist smiled and nodded, then lightly coughed. A look of fatigue flashed across his face. He began to explain. Pausing for a moment, the middle-aged Taoist spoke gently. Zhang Fuxing stared fiercely at the seemingly ordinary middle-aged Taoist. This was not the Eastern Emperor, Yu Huang, a crippled version of the Supreme. This was a complete, genuine Supreme being. Before him, before coming here, he imagined many scenarios, but he never thought it would be so unremarkable to confront this being. No splendid spectacle, no overwhelming momentum, no thrilling moments. It felt like conversing with a mortal. Zhang Fuxing bowed again, yet the middle-aged Taoist remained sincere, his gaze calm, his voice gentle. Zhang Fuxing was thoughtful. The stabilizing stone indeed gave the sentient beings a free 100,000 years. He gathered his thoughts, looking directly at the peaceful middle-aged Taoist, and said. Zhang Fuxing spoke at length, briefly explaining the cause and effect. He was 70% confident that the primordial celestial venerate would lend a hand. Though unclear what the three pristine ones truly wanted him to do, at least they would strive to see him reach Daluo. If that was the case, this small matter, the three pristine ones would surely help. Zhang Fuxing no longer resisted the supreme beings as much. The Northern Emperor's words enlightened him. To oppose the Supreme, one must first comply with the Supreme. The primordial celestial venerate smiled. Zhang Fuxing shook his head. Pausing for a moment, Zhang Fuxing gazed at the gentle middle-aged Taoist, suddenly grinned. Thus, the middle-aged Taoist was taken aback, shook his head, chuckled, and then said, Outside the Taoist palace, a loud voice arose. The Taoist sound echoed, like waves, resounding within the Jade Void Palace. Seated at the main position, appearing mild and ordinary, the middle-aged Taoist gently asked, Fellow Taoist Fuxing, rare to come here. Zhang Fuxing's pupils constricted, unable to fathom the mind of this Supreme. After a moment of silence, he bowed. I can meet, as arranged by fellow Taoist. The celestial venerate nodded in response. Chapter 611, 365. Chapter 611. Chapter 365. What does it mean to bring disgrace to one's scholarly dignity? What does it mean to ask me to give you a big earful? 3 question marks appeared on Zhang Fuxing's forehead. He raised his eyebrows and looked directly at the calm and unruffled middle-aged Taoist, thought for a moment, clasped his hands, and spoke, Fellow Taoist primordial, do not make fun of me with such things. The expression of the middle-aged Taoist remained constant, calm, and serene, without any discernible joy or anger, giving Zhang Fuxing the impression much like that celestial lord of Tao and virtue who revered effortless naturally. At this moment, he quietly spoke. Zhang Fuxing was even more perplexed. Borrow the body? He was somewhat bewildered, seeing the middle-aged Taoist slowly speaking. Pausing, the Taoist looked at Zhang Fuxing and smiled slightly. Zhang Fuxing's expression remained unchanged. The middle-aged Taoist spoke softly and slowly. Zhang Fuxing's thoughts turned over countless times. About this matter, Lao Jun did mention it to him. Fully transformed into the 3 pristine ones, the 3 pristine ones then begot the 3 Buddhas, finally evolving into today's dozen or so. Supreme fruit positions, it's just, he tentatively asked. The middle-aged Taoist calmly said. Upon these words falling, the middle-aged Taoist glanced at the gate of the Jade Void Palace, smiled, and said, My disciple must be waiting anxiously. For him, this moment is the present. The last go had barely fallen, when Zhang Fuxing suddenly felt his body lighten and his vision blurred. When clarity returned, he found himself standing upon the resplendent great sun. Standing atop the great sun, he gazed in wonder at the land below. In the distance, a reversing Xianhuang waterfall. Below, the wasteland tribes, the immortal mountains, and spiritual rivers. There were cyan and purple immortal gods soaring, and ancient heroes of the human race, golden as dragons, roaming the earth. Turning to the front, he saw 5 grand silhouettes, all saluting him. Above the heads of the 5, each diffused with an ancestral aura of one color, exactly cyan, red, yellow, white, and black. The 5 innate emperors, 5 great elders, progenitors of the 5 energies. These faces were all very familiar. The red, yellow, white, and black emperors need not be mentioned. The cyan emperor he had met long ago. That was at the 8 Sceneries Palace at the summit of high heaven. The cyan emperor silhouette, using a celestial position, traversed years to arrive, briefly projected down, saluting him. At that time, he thought the cyan emperor was Fuxi, but now it appears that was not so. So, who am I now? Zhang Fuxing lowered his gaze, examining his hands, white as jade, without any Tao rhythm rising and falling, nor any profound principles interwoven, seemingly ordinary, and yet far from ordinary. The thought had just arisen. Zhang Fuxing felt, through the function of this body, his will raised, higher and higher than when seated on the 8 Sceneries meditation mat, or the Jade Void meditation mat. He was surveying all mountains at a glance, above and below heaven, all like lines in his palm, needing no effort, comprehending everything naturally. The origin, progress, and future of all things, causes and effects, fate and celestial secrets, all of these were entirely clear in his heart. This was far more detailed than when observing that small world or divine realm. So, is this what it means to be supreme? Zhang Fuxing stood lost on the great sun, perceiving this unique perspective belonging to the supreme. Though this perspective was limited, seeing only the moment, not the entire river of time, yet in this instant he understood countless Dharma marvels, countless divine techniques, countless truths. At this moment, looking once more at the ancient land, marks left by one strong being after another, traversing past and present, perhaps the Tao marks of the immortal slaying sword formation controlled by the heaven-reaching sect leader of the divine enthronement era, that history should lie in the distant future from now, yet that Tao mark already existed, enduring endless years, slicing through nearby space-time, causes, and logics. Or perhaps the Tao marks left, when Confucius attained the Tao and taught, also should happen countless years later, but the Tao marks penetrating all time and space, remain in the present, still educating a group of beings. The Tao marks of the celestial lord of Tao and virtue was mark of creating humans and mending the heavens, even a marks from when primordial spiritual treasure, Tai, Dijun, and others once opened the heavens. Zhang Fuxing, using the perspective of the supreme fruit, gazed affectionately at all these marks. Passing people leave marks, passing geese leave calls. What the supreme fruit leaves, however, are Tao marks transcending time, years, and cause and effect. Zhang Fuxing lightly sighed. A heavy, bitter voice arose at this moment. He looked. It was the Crimson Emperor monarch. The other was paying respects, looking somber, speaking softly. The words were not yet finished. The Crimson Emperor monarch suddenly felt his spiritual sense frantically warning, hair standing on end and scalp tingling. Even the red fire, symbolizing him, was retracting. He was shocked, instinctively raising his head, only to see the primordial celestial venerable extending a palm, gently brushing over. In the bewildered and shocked gaze of the other 4 emperors, the primordial celestial venerable just so lightly and moderately slapped the Crimson Emperor monarch right across the face. The celestial venerate said thus. The Crimson Emperor monarch's face visibly swelled, leaving a bright red handprint. On the handprint, the supreme subtlety of the Tao of cause and effect was interwoven. At this moment imprinted, thus past, present, future. The mark of the palm arises on the Crimson Emperor monarch's face at every moment in time, indelible, unerasable, like the mark of sin branded on criminals by feudal dynasties. The primordial celestial venerable spoke lightly, lowering his gaze again, lovingly observing the infinite Tao marks on the ground and sky, sighing once more. He turned and left. Present node. In the Jade Void Palace. The six Daoyuo consciousnesses heard only the Taoist sitting in the chief seat sighed gently. The cold smile remained on the Crimson Emperor Monarch's face, resembling the posture of an ancient official pressing forward into the court, step by step, step by step. As he walked forward, approaching the Taoist, he questioned mockingly, "Can you?" The booming voice echoed throughout the Jade Void Palace, Guang Chengzi's expression gradually turning unpleasant, although teacher was always serene and gentle. Should he be offended, a thunderous method would surely descend. But now, so, is teacher not teacher? He scrutinized the Taoist enveloped by the primordial cloud, coldness flashing in his eyes. Just then, the coldness emerged. In the cloud, the 72 hues of light behind the Taoist slowly gathered. The three treasures Jade Rui embraced by his hands no longer reflecting dazzling light. He became plain and unremarkable, resembling a mortal. Then he spoke. The Taoist's indifferent voice rose. His words fell silent. At the same moment, the timeless river of time roared. The intense booming exploded beside the Crimson Emperor Monarch's ear. At the instance of that moment, visible palm prints emerged on his face. And at that time, new memories extended along the timeless river, appearing in his and the three other emperors' minds. Thus, at this moment, in shock and fear, he heard the Taoist above, in a bored tone, speak words identical to those of that past day. In an instant, the marvelous Tao of cause and effect within the palm prints burst forth. The Crimson Emperor Monarch's mind severely shaken. His true spirit deep within the stars suffered intense backlash, nearly dissipating. The primordial celestial venerable it was. Right here is the primordial celestial venerable. He trembled back a step in the dead silence. The Taoist said again. The Crimson Emperor Monarch retreated again. The Crimson Emperor Monarch retreated once more. So, after retreating 3 steps, he reached a lower position. The Taoist gazed down at him, his expression calm, without anger, yet precisely because of this, it was even more terrifying. The Crimson Emperor Monarch breathed heavily, his mind foggy and chaotic. Then, he actually trembled and performed a grand ceremony. The other 3 emperors also awoke from shock. New versions of history arose in their memories. On that blazing day, Primordial descended with a palm. The 3 Daoyuo wills quivered and performed ceremonies. Though Guang Chengzi and the Eastern Prince had not personally experienced the event, upon seeing the 4 emperors in such a state, seeing the new palm mark on the Crimson Emperor Monarch's face, how could they not understand what had occurred? Thus, 6 Daoyuo figures bowed together. Even Guang Chengzi trembled within his heart. He questioned, even tried to probe, urging teacher to punish the Crimson Emperor. This was overstepping. For the supreme fruit to entirely change the past and future, swapping his eldest disciple from the start with someone else wasn't difficult. It was even effortless, requiring merely a thought. The Jade Void had always had 12 immortals, yet the 12 immortals had already changed countless times, even though the previous 12 immortals were all Daoyuo. But those Daoyuo had long been completely obliterated beneath the river of time. The Jade Void Palace fell into a death-like silence. Amidst the silence, at the chief seat, the Taoist sighed with boredom, yet another sigh. He said, the 4 emperors stayed silent, each severing a slash of their essence, leaving behind a distinct 5 elements ancestor Qi. The Eastern Prince also severed a slice of wood Qi. The 5 Daoyuo figures quietly withdrew, trembling with fear. In the vast Taoist palace, only Guang Chengzi and the seated Taoist remained. Guang Chengzi felt bitter in his mouth. Softly saying, Guang Chengzi performed a salute, quietly withdrawing. The Jade Void Palace gates closed. The Taoist seated at the top sighed softly. He muttered to himself. The primordial celestial venerable let him briefly experience the perspective of the supreme fruit, experiencing the abilities of the supreme, seeming like a gift, letting him comprehend many marvelous principles in advance. Yet upon reflection, it felt more like a different type of power display. Many principles and reasonings in his mind faded, no longer in the supreme fruit state. Naturally, he couldn't contain so many principles and reasonings, but not completely withdrawn, just transitioned from complete mastery to the entry level. But even so, the benefits were still immense. Among the 84,000 Dao in the world, all were at entry level. Yet Zhang Fuxing couldn't smile at all. He sighed once, then sighed again. His thoughts were drawn back to countless years ago, drawn back beside the middle-aged Taoist in the Jade Void Palace. The Taoist smiled and spoke. He exhaled gently. The doors of the Jade Void Palace quietly opened, and in this stretch of time, Guang Chengzi and Immortal Master Erlang strolled in. Chapter 612, 366. 800,000 years of bitter cultivation. Northern Emperor surrenders. Chapter 612. Chapter 366. 800,000 years of bitter cultivation. Northern Emperor surrenders the starry sky. The long river of clear Qi, floating beyond the mother star, slowly recedes, and the Jade Void Palace, with its golden bell suspended before it, also vanishes, the vast starry sky seeming to return to peace. Yellow Eyebrow, sealed within the lunar star, feels a chill in his heart. He does not know what transpired in that legendary Taoist palace, but he clearly sees the terrifying figures falling from within the six paths, each face bearing expressions of horror and confusion. Obviously, something unimaginable had occurred. Yellow Eyebrow murmurs. Even though he managed to steal part of Methrya's true rhythm, successfully attaining the level of Daluo, he understands his level of Daluo, achieved through opportunism, is entirely different from the true self-attainment of a Daluo, like heaven and earth, not to mention compared to formidable Daluo like Guang Chengzi and the innate five emperors. To speak frankly, Yellow Eyebrow himself grew up listening to legends of the innate five emperors and Guang Chengzi. And there's also the Eastern Prince. Yellow Eyebrow's mouth is full of bitterness, completely unable to comprehend. According to the original expectations, at least 3,000 years later, there should be a significant revival of true spirits of the old era, and at least 8,000 years hence, there should be double-digit numbers of true spirits of Daluo descending. But now it is completely different. What has happened? Yellow Eyebrow does not know, nor understand. He only silently watches. Meanwhile, 6 Daluo wills are suspended in the starry sky, looking at each other, speechless for a long while. After a time, Guang Chengzi fixes his gaze on the palm print on Crimson Emperor Monarch's face, suddenly letting out a cold laugh. Crimson Emperor Monarch's expression shows no change. People like them would not lose their composure or become enraged by a few words. He only speaks in a deep tone. As he speaks, Crimson Emperor Monarch first makes a salute towards the direction of the Mother Star, then turns back to look at Guang Chengzi, continuing. Guang Chengzi raises an eyebrow, responds calmly. He pauses. Then his gaze sharpens as he looks towards the 4 innate sovereigns and the Eastern Prince. I am curious. How did you gentlemen hide so deeply in the starry depths? In Guang Chengzi's questioning voice there carries a chill of murderous intent, rising once more like a vast ocean, similar yet distinct from the earlier force. Previously, he did not have the ability to face 5 Daluo at once. Even if they were just fragments of true spirit's will, similarly, his own state was not much better, in extreme weakness. All his abilities could only reach near Daluo level. However, now Guang Chengzi has enough confidence. All present Daluo remain silent, offering no reply. Guang Chengzi sees this and only sneers, saying coldly. With these words, he turns and leaves without looking back, entering the Mother Star. After his departure, the 5 Daluo silently retreat to the starry depths. Neither resting to heal nor exchanging farewells, they circle a broken star, laying down complex arrays, then look at the star. Crimson Emperor Monarch speaks heavily. The broken star sways slightly, and in the dim light, another Daluo steps out silently, saluting the broken star. The innate four emperors and the Eastern Prince look towards him. It is he, Emperor Ziwei of the North Pole. The Northern Emperor also addresses the broken star as supreme monarch. Another moment of silence follows. The six Daluo exchange glances, each unleashing their supreme treasures to form an array. Then the Northern Emperor draws down the 9 netherworld from 10,000 years hence, sealing all celestial secrets. And at this present node, not even the supreme result, not even the 3 pristine ones can penetrate or perceive. From within the broken star, a vast voice emerges. Despite the array's concealment and the suppression by 9 netherworld, they cannot speak of primordial celestial venerable. After all, he is the cause of all results. Even mentioning his name, with all these protective techniques and the vital stone, may give him some sense of awareness. At this, the Daluo wills all sigh with relief, relaxing their hearts. Crimson Emperor Monarch swiftly asks. He points to the palm print on his face. A dull voice comes from the broken star. The Daluo are astonished, then squint, all seeming contemplative. The Northern Emperor asks. The broken star responds. His name is... The innate 4 emperors and the Eastern Prince remain puzzled, but Emperor Ziwei's expression changes drastically. The nearby Daluo grow curious. The innate Yellow Emperor asks. The Northern Emperor frowns tightly. He briefly recounts the events in Yinchongan. Suddenly a look of realization crosses his face. Chapter 613, 366. 800,000 years of bitter cultivation. Northern Emperors, surrender _2. Chapter 613. Chapter 366. 800,000 years of bitter cultivation. Northern Emperors, surrender _2. The broken star calmly replied. The Daluo looked at each other, utterly fooled in this manner. The hot-tempered Crimson Emperor Monarch frowned and said coldly. The broken star quietly said. As these words fell, the 6 Daluo were all taken aback. The profound Emperor Monarch asked in a deep voice. The broken star sighed softly. All 6 Daluo's expressions changed. The White Emperor Monarch cried out in surprise. The terrifying will within the broken star surged. A vast might pressed down, causing the White Emperor Monarch to cough up blood and hurriedly apologize. The broken star, addressed as the Supreme Monarch, then retracted its mighty power. After a pause, the Supreme Monarch continued in a deep voice. Listening to the words of the broken star, the Daluo fell into a deathly silence. An unknown amount of time passed. The Northern Emperor asked softly, higher than the 3 pristine ones. His expression was incredibly solemn. The pupils of the other Daluo shrank suddenly. The broken star spoke quietly. The hearts of the Daluo trembled. The Emperor Ziwei, riding an ancient war chariot, with changing expressions, pursued. The Supreme Monarch replied. This seemingly contradictory statement left the Daluo deep in thought. The previously silent Eastern Prince spoke. Then, should we stop him? Should we kill him in advance? The Yellow Emperor Monarch suggested at this moment. The broken star was silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. After a pause, the broken star slightly rotated, as if a pair of giant eyes appeared on the star's surface. He gazed at the 6 Daluo and said calmly. The eerie voice echoed in this deep starry space. The broken star's tone shifted. The Daluo listened quietly. Someone asked. The broken star said. The Daluo were thoughtful. After a long time, each had received a decree from the broken star. Then the Daluo quietly withdrew, each going their own way. The Northern Emperor also retrieved the 9 netherworld, driving an ancient war chariot away. When far from the broken star and the other Daluo, an inexplicable smile appeared on the face of Emperor Ziwei of the North Pole. Silently, he once again shrouded himself with the 9 netherworld, isolating inside and out, holding a giant stone in his hand. On the stone, 2 long swords were nailed, one inscribed with the words Slay Immortal, the other with Extinct Immortal. Not only that above the giant stone, there was also a partially broken Tai Chi diagram suppressed, along with a chaotic fragment of unknown supreme treasure origin. The Northern Emperor gently stroked the giant stone. recounting everything he saw and heard. Then it was silence. From a supreme treasure sealed by many great techniques, a young voice unexpectedly came forth. Zhang Fuxing, the Northern Emperor asked softly. He naturally referred to that broken star, or rather, the supreme within it. The giant stone calmly said. The Northern Emperor nodded, then asked again. Silence. A calm voice came from within the giant stone. Cut down this Zhang Fuxing. The Northern Emperor's expression changed. The being suppressed within the giant stone was extremely resolute. Even though being suppressed, due to the presence of the sealing stone transformed by Wa the Sovereign, unable to watch or interfere with this era, but with the Northern Emperor's messages, he could still make moves, still make plans. After another moment of silence, the Supreme within the giant stone seemed to understand the context and spoke softly. Chapter 614, 366, 800,000 Years of Bitter Cultivation, Northern Emperor Surrenders, Part 3. Chapter 614, Chapter 366, 800,000 Years of Bitter Cultivation, Northern Emperor Surrenders, Part 3. Go ahead. I will have the Queen Mother of the West assist you with all her strength. The Northern Emperor's gaze was intense, full of spirit, as he bowed towards the giant stone. After the bow, he quietly put away the giant stone, standing on the ancient war chariot, the smile on his face gradually fading. To oppose the Supreme, one must first obey the Supreme. Yet, this Emperor Ziwei of the North Pole seemed a bit distracted. Supreme fruit. Throughout countless years, countless versions of history, I was promised the supreme fruit over 100 times by more than 8 Supremes in succession, but the results were not very good. The Northern Emperor suddenly smiled brightly. In the past years, within the Jade Void Palace, the door to the Taoist Palace was slowly opened. Guang Chengzi and Yang Jian walked side by side inside, both looking first at the seated middle-aged Taoist, then at the young man accompanying him. Who is this? A sense of doubt arose in Guang Chengzi's heart. The time was severed by the Jade Emperor, being at the current node 100,000 years before Daoyuo. It was difficult to know the happenings over those 100,000 years, naturally not recognizing Zhang Fuxing, who appears as the Taoist Venerable. Guang Chengzi and Yang Jian offered their respects. The middle-aged Taoist smiled warmly and asked. Guang Chengzi cupped his hands and said. The sonorous voice echoed within the Grand Jade Void Palace. Zhang Fuxing stood quietly beside the middle-aged Taoist, calmly watching the two who had come to pay their respects. Guang Chengzi seemed much the same as later, the same appearance, but Yang Jian was vastly different from that Yang Erlang. Yang Erlang acts recklessly, speaks somewhat like a street ruffian, but this three-eyed celestial god merely stands there, his very existence like a dazzling human-shaped sun, his divinity and energy surging like an ocean, reflecting the scenery of all worlds, illuminating the heavens and worlds. No wonder he's someone who cultivates the 8-9 mystical skills. In Zhang Fuxing's view, this is how true monarch Erlang should be imagined. Yet, Zhang Fuxing squinted. At this moment, it's likely Guang Chengzi does not recognize him. But what about Yang Jian? Can Yang Jian, who freely traverses time and space, recognize him? Zhang Fuxing carefully observed the face of the three-eyed celestial god, yet could discern nothing from his expression. Meanwhile, the middle-aged Taoist gently spoke. After a pause, the middle-aged Taoist continued. Guang Chengzi cupped his hands, said he, subconsciously glancing again at the mysterious young man beside Master, as if about to leave with Yang Jian. The middle-aged Taoist then spoke up. Guang Chengzi was taken aback, a chill in his heart, immediately offering respects to the mysterious young man. A sense of bewilderment arose in his heart. Fuxing, how is it that I've never heard of such a divine title? Who exactly is this? Yang Jian beside him also respectfully followed suit with the salute. The middle-aged Taoist smiled, continued. Guang Chengzi was even more astonished, quickly offering respect. He again cupped his hands to the mysterious young man, who showed no change in expression, calmly accepted, only giving the middle-aged Taoist a deep look. Zhang Fuxing did not understand. What exactly is he trying to do? He is already half a master of the Eight Sceneries Palace. Now, in the Jade Void Palace, he is to become the new master. Yet, there's still the Bo Palace. Zhang Fuxing felt a faint restlessness, not from joy. His thoughts grew increasingly heavy. The peaceful voice of the middle-aged Taoist rose. Zhang Fuxing squinted, offering no indication as he cupped his hands. His words prompted a look of confusion on Guang Qingzi's face. What's happening? A figure that master calls fellow Taoist, yet still needs to cultivate the 8-9 mystical skills to strengthen the flesh, to protect one's Tao? He was somewhat at a loss, yet saw master wave. So Guang Qingzi dared not ask more questions, offering one final salute as he took his leave. After Guang Qingzi left, the middle-aged Taoist smiled and spoke, pointing with a hand. As his words fell, where his hand pointed, a void was opened, with a real solar sun and lunar moon hanging within. Chapter 615, 366. 800,000 years of bitter cultivation. The Northern Emperor surrenders. 4. Chapter 615. Chapter 366. 800,000 years of bitter cultivation. The Northern Emperor surrenders. 4. And they were not ordinary sun or moon stars, all enveloped by innate breath, innate sun, and innate tying. Zhang Fuxing was startled, but showed no emotion on his face, slightly cupping his hands and walking into the void alongside the silent Yang Jian. And then it was dryness day after day of dryness. When the innate tying was at its peak, Yang Jian would talk about the cultivation of the 8-9 arcane art, the marvelous technique of body sanctification. During the peak of the innate sun, he would stiffly train Zhang Fuxing in refining the flesh, using the peculiar location between the innate sun and the innate tying, using the qi of the innate sun and the qi of the innate tying to forge the body, one day like this, every day like this. Though this was a good thing, a heaven-sent opportunity, but over time, Zhang Fuxing still felt dizzy. This wasn't like cultivating with a contract, where he could completely focus single-mindedly. Time passed unknowingly, perhaps 1,000 days, perhaps 1,000 years. Fuxing Supreme's talent falls short a bit. Yang Jian quietly spoke. Zhang Fuxing's mouth twitched, glancing askance at Yang Jian. Over the years, he had noticed something amiss with Yang Jian. Stiff. Too stiff. Moreover, there was an inexplicable sense of emptiness. Emptiness in cause and effect. This was Yang Jian, yet not Yang Jian. Zhang Fuxing's mind spun rapidly, without responding, simply following Yang Jian silently, continuing to refine the flesh and cultivate 8-9 arcane art. This arcane art did not have 9 transformations as imagined, but only divided into 3 levels of fruition. Achieving the first level was considered entry-level, the flesh nearing the Tao. Achieving the second level was to become sanctified in the flesh, immune to all laws, avoiding all Tao. If one attained the third level of fruition, it was what the primordial celestial venerable called Pangu body, a body akin to Pangu, able to uphold the heavens and tread the earth, pioneering a new world. Unknowable years. Refining the body, studying arcane art day by day, year by year. Zhang Fuxing went from the initial dullness and boredom to later numbness, in the absence of the contract to eliminate all negative factors in cultivation. The prolonged, arduous cultivation and endless years brought a gradual, thickening divinity deep within the true spirit, a slow replacement of all apathy, loneliness within the mind. 7 emotions and 6 desires slowly faded. Divinity gradually overshadowed humanity. Zhang Fuxing thought numbly. 1 year, 100 years, 1,000 years. This year, this day, Yang Jian finally stopped his training and teaching. Speaking woodenly, the task entrusted by the master has been completed. Zhang Fuxing responded expressionlessly, accompanying Yang Jian out of this void created to accommodate innate sun and innate tying. Returning to the Jade Void Palace. The Jade Void Palace remained unchanged, though 80,000 years passed in the void. Within the Jade Void Palace, only a moment of tea time had elapsed. The middle-aged Taoist smiled. Zhang Fuxing remained expressionless, his tone unyielding. The middle-aged Taoist exhaled lightly, extending his hand politely. Zhang Fuxing walked step by step to the rear hall, step by step back to the Now Gate, entering the Doloa Palace. The Now Gate slammed shut, his consciousness withdrawing from the Doloa Palace, returning to his core self, then in one thought retreating to the divine realm, arriving at the Eight Sceneries Palace rear hall. Pushing open the Now Gate again, Zhang Fuxing stood indifferently in front of the profound yellow pagoda. The heaven and earth profound yellow exquisite tower hovered, with profound yellow qi flowing gently, forming a humanoid. Taishang Laojuan's face was full of suspicion. Fellow Taoist Fuxing, where have you been? How has your transformation? He immediately saw the anomaly in Zhang Fuxing. Humanity almost obliterated. What remained was absolute rationality, severing all 7 emotions and 6 desires. Divinity. This was not a good omen. The profound yellow qi that formed Taishang Laojun flicked his horsetail whisk, and suddenly wind rose, blowing into Zhang Fuxing's 7 orifices, seeping into the true spirit and soul, then slowly blowing out from the brow ancestral acupoint. Until this moment, Zhang Fuxing gasped heavily, finally showing emotion on his face. What a close call. Laojun furrowed his brows. Zhang Fuxing smiled wryly. A strong sense of dread flickered across his face, refining the mind. He had never refined his mind. In past cultivation, he relied on the contract, which was absolutely correct. Even if cultivated for countless millennia, that divinity and indifference would be erased after cultivation. But this time, it was different. He actually truly practiced for 800,000 years, only practicing arcane art, only refining the body, not a bit of refining the mind or spirit. Almost refining himself into a person devoid of emotions and desires. Zhang Fuxing tiredly rubbed his brow, looking at Taishang Laojun, whose eyes widened. Taishang Laojuan's eyelids twitched. Chapter 616, 366. 800,000 years of bitter cultivation. Northern Emperor surrenders. Part 5. Chapter 616. Chapter 366. 800,000 years of bitter cultivation. Northern Emperor surrenders. Part 5. Even in this era, fellow Taoist Fuxing, it is best not to casually refer to that one's honorific title. After a pause, he pondered, seeing Laojuan's serious expression. Zhang Fuxing felt a chill on his heart, recalling the sensation when he temporarily inhabited the primordial beginning's shell, knowing all things, understanding everything, omniscient. A passing person leaves a trace, a passing goose leaves a sound. Words spoken will leave traces in reality that are imperceptible to ordinary beings, even to Daluo, but the Supreme can perceive them. With a turn of thought, Zhang Fuxing somewhat understood Laojuan's meaning. Everything can only be understood without saying, cannot be spoken openly. Else, although the Supreme cannot gaze upon the present node, 100,000 years from now, when this period becomes the past and is no longer shrouded by the stabilizing stone, the Supreme will naturally know everything. Zhang Fuxing saw Laojun pat his chest, meaning silent understanding. This was to remind him not to speak of what he knew, such as the matter of Taishang Laojun releasing Sun Wukong from a May mountain. But young Erlang spoke it straightly back then? Zhang Fuxing was puzzled, yet he kept the confusion inside his heart. He took a deep breath and also patted his chest, giving Taishang Laojun a deep look before turning around and leaving. Taishang Laojun performed a courtesy and likewise returned to the Xianhuang Tower. Everything returned to silence. Thoughts returned to the celestial capital. Opening his eyes, he was still in the small world he had created, with Lin Dongxi and others still asleep, yet showing signs of waking. Zhang Fuxing muttered to himself, sensing the changes within him after enduring for 800,000 years, attaining the first tier of the 8-9 mysterious technique, close to the corporeal body of the Tao. As he quietly meditated, Zhang Fuxing suddenly raised his eyebrows. Someone had come to him. Not here, But in the other shore world on Other Shore Mountain, someone had knocked at the grass cottage on the other shore. In an instant thought, he descended upon the world venerates Tao form, glanced at Hua, who was quietly cultivating with closed eyes, and Zhang Fuxing opened the wooden door. Outside the door was a haggard young girl, Jiang Feinio. The yellow-teeth old man, or rather the student of the head of the research institute. When the yellow-teeth old man left, this girl was left at Yinchang'an until today. Zhang Fuxing was surprised, but saw Jiang Feinio bow to him silently, and then walked into the cottage, collapsing onto the ground. She was breathing heavily, sweating like a waterfall, raising her head tremblingly. From her eyes, Zhang Fuxing saw ancient vicissitudes. It was the timeless vicissitudes of ages. This girl, what did she encounter? In his astonishment, Zhang Fuxing watched Jiang Feinio stabilize her breathing, softly speaking. Zhang Fuxing raised an eyebrow. Jiang Feinio breathed again, the ancient essence in her eyes dissipating slightly. She slowly said, Zhang Fuxing's pupils slightly contracted. In the Yellow Springs River. Wei Lingzhu? He narrowed his eyes, questioning why the Northern Emperor wanted to meet him in the Nine Netherworld. And what was it about? The thought had just arisen when Zhang Fuxing heard Jiang Feinio speak the final sentence. The Northern Emperor asked me to convey the last message. The girl then fainted. The world-honored one Buddha frowned deeply, countless thoughts swirling in his mind. Chapter 617, 367, Beyond Reality. Chapter 617. Chapter 367. Beyond Reality, Beyond Reality. Zhang Fuxing, utilizing the technique soaring body and imprinting trace, transcends outside of reality in his true self, quietly seated in the void. From his body, invisible threads hang down, directly into reality. The threads lead either to the world-honored one Buddha facing the unconscious Jiang Feinio, or to the Taoist venerable sitting at the highest point of the small domain, or to the Central Pole sect leader, Shun Baobao, and the supreme presence of emperors in the divine realm. Each thread is connected to one of Zhang Fuxing's traces left in reality. Zhang Fuxing muttered to himself, 800,000 years, refining a body close to the Tao. Though far inferior to Yang Jian's body becoming a saint, the distance to the second fruit position of the arcane 8-9 techniques is still very far, but the benefits are already astonishing. Zhang Fuxing pondered intensely, contemplating deeply. A great divine power user of the third realm of the divine path, regarded as a bodhisattva and true monarch in the old world. Such an existence can temporarily establish iron laws in a region, change the rules, as in the past when the War Department director forbade the existence of long swords. Similarly, a true saint of the fourth realm can make these local iron laws permanent. Like the mother star divided into pieces of heavens and earth, thanks to such an iron law, of course, a permanent iron law represents a permanent change in the rules within a certain area, such as the sword cannot resonate, fan palms do not stir the wind, stepping forward does not lead forward. The consumption is naturally not ordinary. At the level of celestial venerate and Buddha of the fifth realm, one can truly speak the laws of the world. The coverage area of iron laws can become extremely vast, spanning an ancient realm, covering a different dimension, or even encompassing the real universe. Though temporary, unable to endure eternally, the significance has entirely changed. Zhang Fuxing murmured. A smile emerged on his face. Zhang Fuxing breathed out. Great divine power, users, and true saints both belong to the bodhisattva and true monarch fruit position, except for the vast mana and cultivation. The most emblematic means is iron laws. It is not an exaggeration to say, iron laws are almost the key to combat among such existences. But I can already be almost immune. Thoughts gathered. Zhang Fuxing quietly perceives his current capabilities. Cultivation cultivates essence, qi, and spirit. In terms of essence, my physique is already close to the Tao body. In terms of qi, blessed by the multitude in the divine realm, my mana is even broader than that of dozens of great powers. And in terms of spirit, the Tao of cause and effect, 3 realms in the divine realm, cosmic Great Holy Spirit. It can be said, when a great power faces me, it is indistinct from facing a great divine power user. Both are crushed directly. Zhang Fuxing's eyes gleamed with spirit. Although all 84,000 paths are only entry-level, yet he is the Great Holy Spirit. Zhang Fuxing has already broadcast the 84,000 paths across the cosmos, suspended high above the divine realm. Just waiting for himself to become a great divine power user, he can then establish the first iron law within his great universe. A new life is naturally proficient in a path. Thus, just Earth, merely a planet within a stellar system, alone humans number billions and all life forms exceed 10 trillion. Zhang Fuxing foresees countless beings in the great universe dying and returning every moment, bringing endless insights. The most critical is the time of the great universe can also be accelerated directly through spiritual cultivation by the contract. Zhang Fuxing increasingly feels the power of the floatingly technique. Great divine power user imminent must take a trip to Two Realms Mountain. Zhang Fuxing squinted. Northern Emperor. He wants to see what exactly is this one playing at Nine Netherworld Assembly, dying for his sake. Zhang Fuxing neither believes nor disbelieves. Chapter 618, 367. 2. Chapter 618. Chapter 367. 2. Ultimately, we still need to probe and test to know. The thought descends onto the world venerates Tao body. Casting a casual gesture, he envelopes the unconscious Jiang Fanio within the sea of Buddha's light for nurturing. The world-honored one Buddha sits cross-legged on the lotus, his thoughts immersed in the divine realm. Celestial capital. In the center of the floating city, clear energy slowly flows into a river, with a true form of Guang Chengzi lies quietly within the long river. Thoughts are divided and transformed into a Taoist. Guang Chengzi responds calmly, nodding slightly toward the servants, called servants, but in reality, they are all celestial humans of venerate-level existence. This small tower is the speaker's residence, built upon the clear energy river. Guang Chengzi walks to the window, gazing at the not very prosperous floating island, and sighs softly. He turns his gaze and asks. The servant shakes his head. After a pause, he continues. Guang Chengzi chuckled. Non-committal, unless it's an old-world true spirit. The rest, even great divine power users, would not understand what the previous shell-breaking sound signifies. The prior events are fine, merely the birth of innate life, but the last shell-breaking sound represents the reappearance of the heavenly Tao will. Guang Chengzi involuntarily exhaled a murky breath, the turbid air dispersing in the void, mixed with many tribulation chi that are hard to see with the naked eye. His expression becomes somewhat complex. He has entered the tribulation. It's a reenactment of the God-sealing tribulation and the Western journey tribulation, yet it's not just these. Such a great world. 3 tribulations appear. The God-sealing and journey to the West are both reenacted destiny events, with traces to follow, but this 3rd tribulation is the first great tribulation to appear within the ages. Guang Chengzi murmurs, somewhat silent, once touched by tribulation chi. Upon entering the tribulation, even Daoyuo are at risk of life and death and the possibility of Tao dispersal. Do you not see, during the God-sealing tribulation, if not for the God-sealing list retaining a line of true spirit, strong figures like Zhao Gongming might truly fall and perish. The heavier the tribulation chi, the deeper the entry into the tribulation, the deeper the entry, the more violent the dangers will erupt. Of course, the accompanying opportunities and benefits will also be more. But opportunities often arise. Trying to seize them within the tribulation is akin to taking chestnuts from the fire. Shaking his head, Guang Chengzi settled his thoughts. Not using divine thought to scan the entire floating island, worried about triggering the reaction from that entity within the 6 Paths prison, he then asks, before he finishes speaking. Guang Chengzi suddenly hears the sound of waves. Waves of the river of ages. Time is shifting. History is changing. The Jade Emperor sits within the ages. Even Daluo cannot synchronize every moment forwards and backwards in time, but the memory of past changes will eventually resurface in the heart. Thus, he remembered the eve of a certain God-sealing tribulation. On the day he took Yang Jian to meet the Master, remembered the mysterious youth standing next to the Master, whom the Master called fellow Taoist Fuxing. Also recalled the other's face, the familiar face, exactly like Taoist Venerable. Guang Chengzi froze, then sudden chills ran up his spine. Fuxing, Zhang Fuxing, Taoist Venerable, Fuxing Upper Venerate. Guang Chengzi is not like Xianqing, deeply detested by the three pristine ones, but at this moment he is merely shocked, apprehensive, yet delighted. He rapidly opens his mouth, afraid of drawing the attention of Xianqing, his eyes bright, speaking in a low tone. Guang Chengzi almost rushes out, leaving the servants behind dumbfounded. The speaker, personally going to meet that Taoist Venerable esteemed by the great. Supervisor? What merits and abilities does he truly have? The servants glance at each other in incredulity. Divine Realm. Zhang Fuxing, after a long time, arrives at the layer of 9 Netherworld, without looking at the countless vengeful souls and fierce ghosts. Taking a step, he lands at the Yellow Springs river shore amidst the other shore flower cluster. He quietly leaves 2 words on the soil. After a moment, the Yellow River roars, with new words emerging in the dirt. Master, I am here. A smile emerges on Zhang Fuxing's face, fleeting as he squints his eyes and falls into writing. Yes, Master. The ancient saint quickly writes on the soil. I saw a great city emerge, saw many ghostly creatures. 9 Netherworld has become lively. Never this lively, no longer dead silent. I also saw a resplendent being beyond imaginable, suppressed above the 9 Netherworld. He built up a great city with the characters Fengdu on it. He also excavated a Netherworld great sun that shines year-round in the sky. He is very strong, extremely strong. Zhang Fuxing quietly observes the continuously appearing words, acknowledging the ancient saint refers to the Emperor Ziwei. The other's true spirit is still under suppression within the 9 Netherworld. A strand of will occupying Emperor Tang's body, meanwhile descending another strand of will in Yin Chang'an. Due to all these reasons, the outside Northern Emperor appears so weak, yet is also growing stronger at an incredible pace. Upon initial meeting, the Northern Emperor was akin to a great power, but now, Zhang Fuxing conservatively estimates, the other holds the potential for true saint-level ability. From the day the Northern Emperor's chariot exited from the other shore world, one could sense somewhat the kind of imposing might and momentum. Chapter 619, 367. Chapter 619. Chapter 367. Already more intense than the great divine power users. Zhang Fuxing's mind was racing as he continued to use his fingers as pen on the muddy land. What is the future like? Yes, the ancient saint replied on the muddy ground. Although he was in one possible future, a future without Zhang Fuxing. But equally, that future possibility was based on Zhang Fuxing's non-existence, the greatest possibility. Some major events at critical points in that possibility can serve as a reference. Answering Master's question, unlike before, the ancient saint was noticeably more respectful, not only because Zhang Fuxing was his teacher, but also because of the world-honored One Buddha. In my past, you suddenly disappeared, and the other shore world you established collapsed along with it. At that time, I was in the Two Realms Mountain, facing a great predicament. Zhang Fuxing raised an eyebrow. Two Realms Mountain? When did this girl sneak out? He asked further, and the ancient saint quickly explained. Zhang Fuxing understood the cause and effect. A woman named Cui Baiwa, ancestor of the Cui family? Zhang Fuxing rubbed his forehead. It was the work of that mirror image again. Yet he wasn't really worried now. Lao Jun could be considered half an ally. Under such circumstances, what the mirror image did might not be entirely harmful to him. But what exactly is Lao Jun planning? How does he intend to oppose the celestial lord of Tao and virtue? Zhang Fuxing knew nothing about it. He continued to ask. Yes, Master, I and the sage, along with Granny Chui, were hunted by many cultists in Two Realms Mountain. The ancient saints started recounting the major events of the future, drawing lines and curves on the muddy land alongside the other shoreflower cluster. After that, I went to the capital, but the capital also underwent dramatic changes. Something called the Netherworld emerged. Many great divine power users, even those beyond them, were contending in the Netherworld. But before they finished competing, a different dimension descended upon the Netherworld, line after line, made Zhang Fuxing's brow furrow tightly. Indeed, a different dimension, huh, he asked. Answering Master's question, I don't quite know the following developments as I was still very weak back then. I only know the capital collapsed, and a new Master of Netherworld arose, suspending the Netherworld above the sky. For the next 10,000 years, the entire Federation fell apart, and countless true spirits from past eras resurrected. They established various forces on the mother planet and in the starry sky, competing against each other. After a pause, just as Zhang Fuxing was deep in thought, words appeared on the ground again. By the time I was driven and sealed in the Nine Netherworld, the conflict reached its peak. Celestial Court, Jade Void, Blue Sky, Doa, Star Beasts, Vacuum Home. The war had spread to all realms. Zhang Fuxing quietly watched these lines of words, his mind remaining vigilant, in the future possibility where the ancient saint resides. Even after 10,000 years, the stone remained effective, and the Supreme had not descended yet. But that was just one possible future in which he himself did not exist. What a headache! After contemplating for a long time, Zhang Fuxing wrote on the muddy land. Raise your head and gaze at the figure sitting atop the summit of Fengdu City. Then call to him. The ancient saint in the Nine Netherworld paused, dropping a single word. Then he fell into silence. Time slowly ticked away, and Zhang Fuxing waited patiently. About the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn past, words reappeared on the muddy land of the other shoreflower cluster. But this time, the words were a Dharma gate, a ritual array. A Dharma gate and ritual array that could channel his will into the future Nine Netherworld. Naturally written by the Northern Emperor. Zhang Fuxing narrowed his eyes, yet without apprehension. After contemplating for a long time, he quietly constructed the ritual array according to the Dharma gate. A wisp of his will drawn by the array, descending into the profound and mysterious place. During the descent, Zhang Fuxing heard the sound of the waves from the river of time emerging, and then distancing away. The sound of the waves seemed to grow increasingly distant from him, thrown behind him, symbolizing that the river of time itself was also becoming more and more distant. The very end of the river of time is the present node. Beyond the end of the river is the void and chaos. Within the countless foam stirred by the waves is the multitude of future possibilities. In essence, these future possibilities are still just temporal foam, fleeting, not truly existent. Not knowing how much time passed. When the sound of waves by Zhang Fuxing's ear completely vanished, he saw clusters upon clusters of innumerable temporal foam, seeing himself falling into the largest bubble among them. Then, darkness fell suddenly, and then instant brightness. Open eyes. He found himself already in the vast and boundless Nine Netherworld. Everywhere was shrouded in dispersing fog. Newly born ghost warriors and messengers roamed within the fog, their heads devoid of light or sky, only limitless nothingness as far as the eye could see. But when looking down, one could see a rushing river dividing the entire Nine Netherworld into halves. Within the river, the imprisoned female immortal floated, her aura full of overwhelming and grand presence. Ma. The ancient saint in the Yellow Springs River had both hands clasped on the ground of the other shore, his body continuously disintegrating and healing under the rush of the Yellow Springs River. He looked confusedly at the figure in the sky, seemingly recalling events from 10,000 years ago, his eyes inexplicably reddening. In the form of the world-honored one Buddha, Zhang Fuxing had great sunlight round light radiating from behind his head, his surroundings enveloped by a surging sea of Buddha's light and materialized Brahma sound. He gazed at Wei Lingzhu of a future 10,000 years hence, at the female immortal ancient saint, unable to suppress a soft sigh. Chapter 620, 367, Proof. Chapter 620, Chapter 367, Proof. The Bodhi tree swayed behind. Suddenly, a resonant voice echoed, and Zhang Fuxing looked coldly. It was the Northern Emperor. The Northern Emperor, who occupied Emperor Tang's body, looked identical to him, but the aura emanating from him was overwhelmingly terrifying. Clearly, the Northern Emperor had refined and cultivated Emperor Tang's body to a frightening degree, far surpassing the power of merely using his body to manifest in reality. This means the Emperor Tang before him is likely already in the fifth realm of the divine path, at the tier of a celestial venerate or a Buddha. But how long has it been? Zhang Fuxing's joy from mastering the 8-9 arcane art evaporated. He stared at the Northern Emperor, pointing to the ancient saint struggling in the Yellow Springs River. The Northern Emperor shook his head and said softly, pausing. The Northern Emperor, holding a netherworld sun, or rather, the eye of a candle dragon, in his palm, spoke in a low voice. Zhang Fuxing's eyelids twitched, and just as he was about to question, he heard the Northern Emperor continue. Zhang Fuxing squinted, but did not immediately answer. Knowing he could not intervene with the ancient saint below, he no longer looked at its miserable state. Looking was useless. He merely exhaled a clear breath, and the great radiance haloing his head glowed even more brilliantly, calmly saying, Zhang Fuxing chuckled, maintaining basic vigilance, and succinctly asked. The Northern Emperor did not directly answer, instead gesturing for him to proceed. As seen through the eyes of an ancient saint, the two figures ascended into the air, sitting motionless only at the highest point of the 9 nether, with a table appearing between them. The ancient saint softly murmured. Meanwhile, at the highest point of the 9 nether, the Northern Emperor placed the netherworld sun in his hand upon the table, set within the empty candlestick, using it as a candle to illuminate the space. He stared at the world-honored one Tathagata, enunciating deliberately, is it world-honored Zhang Fuxing, Taoist venerable, or perhaps? Zhang Fuxing was shocked, staring at the Northern Emperor. He did not deny it, knowing that since the Northern Emperor had spoken frankly, it meant he possessed evidence. The Northern Emperor took a deep breath. He summarized briefly, describing the grudges between them and the primordial celestial venerable, leading up to their silent alliance, quietly plotting against the primordial celestial venerable under the rule of another supreme being. The Northern Emperor was frank, not only recounting the matter of the broken stars, but also explaining the issue regarding the giant stone. Zhang Fuxing listened quietly, growing increasingly alarmed. He stared at the netherworld sun, and the Northern Emperor, asking in a low voice. The Northern Emperor answered softly. Zhang Fuxing's brows furrowed tightly. Incredulity filled him. While the giant stone was understandable, the critical point lay in the broken stars. Aside from the 3 pristine ones, who else knows himself so intimately? Yet the Northern Emperor shook his head. But after the turmoil and final tribulation, supreme beings are almost never intact. As for within the giant stone, Zhang Fuxing's eyelids twitched, yet he thought it justified, capable of being suppressed by the extinct immortal and slaughtering immortal swords. With the Tai Chi 8 trigrams diagram as support, coupled with the Northern Emperor's resurrection in the future 9 nether, only the future Buddha would fit the bill. After all, the celestial lord of numinous treasure, who also holds the future, is unlikely to help the Northern Emperor. After a long silence, Zhang Fuxing's thoughts turned 100 times over before he finally asked. The Northern Emperor closed his eyes and replied calmly. The Northern Emperor opened his eyes, gazing at the world-honored one Buddha and blessed life. Buddha, and spoke quietly. After a moment, the Northern Emperor spoke heavily. His voice grew louder, his gaze more brilliant, and his tone increasingly resonant. Zhang Fuxing could hear a fervent heart longing for the path, the yearning to prove the path. The supreme fruit. He squinted his eyes at the Northern Emperor, The North Emperor's gaze burned intensely. He spoke in a deep voice. "There is also the presence in the broken stars, of which I am unaware, but you, fellow Taoist, might know." Zhang Fuxing listened quietly to the Northern Emperor's words, unable to discern their truth. He did not know whether the other party was genuine in choosing to bet on him, or if it was merely another grand scheme. After a long silence, Zhang Fuxing's thoughts churned once more, and he sighed. The Northern Emperor hesitated for a moment, evidently surprised that Zhang Fuxing was unaware of even this. And after a moment of contemplation, he replied. Zhang Fuxing raised an eyebrow. 14 in total? Zhang Fuxing realized, indeed Bodhi is one. The Northern Emperor gently asked. Zhang Fuxing shook his head. He genuinely did not know, not even having a clue. After a prolonged silence, Zhang Fuxing looked at the Northern Emperor. The Northern Emperor merely smiled, took a deep breath. A great sound resonated, and Zhang Fuxing's face showed surprise. The Northern Emperor's voice was firm and decisive, then suddenly softened. He spoke honestly. Zhang Fuxing gazed at the Northern Emperor, silent for a long while. He suddenly raised his hand, sketching light and shadow, revealing a great contract. The great contract shone brilliantly. Chapter 621, 368. Chapter 621. Chapter 368. Zhang Fuxing silently gazed at the Northern Emperor, with the netherworld sun above the table gently swaying between them. The twilight cast shadows on their faces, dark and dim. Zhang Fuxing spoke softly, holding the large contract in his hand. It slowly rotated, scattering light and shadows. The Northern Emperor's expression remained unchanged, nodding slowly. Zhang Fuxing's tone abruptly heightened. Contract is about being willing. He can also willingly see what this Northern Emperor is about. Immediately, he penned on the contract with a copper coin, attempting to buy the Northern Emperor's 100,000 years of insights, merely as a test. The contract did not heat up, symbolizing the Northern Emperor's willingness. Light and shadow intensified. 100,000 years of cultivation insights fell into the contract. Zhang Fuxing stared at the Northern Emperor, penned again, held the book, this time asking for the Northern Emperor's Daluo cultivation. The contract still did not heat up, but undoubtedly the transaction failed, because Northern Emperor does not possess Daluo cultivation. The Northern Emperor appeared helpless. After a pause, he continued. Zhang Fuxing squinted his eyes. After a pause, the Northern Emperor laughed. But fellow Taoist must leave me something, right? The Northern Emperor spoke candidly. Zhang Fuxing nodded calmly, then presented another copper coin, buying the Northern Emperor's cultivation over a specific cultivation technique within the 10,000 years. Then the second, third, fourth technique, until Zhang Fuxing bought all the cultivation techniques and comprehended Dao. The Northern Emperor cultivated in different historical versions within these 10,000 years. At this moment, a colossal peak of copper coins had already piled up in front of the Northern Emperor. The Northern Emperor remained candid. His meaning was crystal clear. What Zhang Fuxing could buy was the essence of this body, this thought, not from the true self of the Northern Emperor. After all, the true self is still suppressed by the 9 netherworlds. Yet even so, it's sufficient. Hence, Zhang Fuxing thus bought his control over the cosmos stars. Not so intense, evidently not at the Daluo level, but probably transcending the true saint. The Northern Emperor still nodded, but also reminded. Zhang Fuxing felt regretful, for after verifying the truth through the contract, naturally wouldn't seek the Northern Emperor's great power level cultivation. He tested several times again, confirming in the Northern Emperor's willing state that he couldn't buy anything beyond this 10,000 years of the past. Only then placed a copper coin down. The Northern Emperor nodded. The contract did not heat up, still willing. Another hazy mass detached from the Northern Emperor, only to be returned by Zhang Fuxing. He found it unnecessary, merely probing. Exhaling a clean breath, Zhang Fuxing gazed at the Northern Emperor, sensing the layered glow cluster within the contract, gently sighed. The Northern Emperor chuckled. Zhang Fuxing remarked lightly, If I could take your Dalua level cultivation, then I could wholly believe. After a pause, he spoke peacefully. The Northern Emperor was silent for a moment, then softly said, Zhang Fuxing became interested. The contract in hand was mere light and shadow, the real contract still concealed in his brow's ancestral acupoint. Sensing the contract within the brow's ancestral acupoint, Zhang Fuxing thoughtfully asked, yet the Northern Emperor shook his head, better not to speak of it. Chapter 622, 368. Chapter 622. Chapter 368. Zhang Fuxing responded with a hum, gazing at the Northern Emperor, and suddenly changed the subject. The Northern Emperor shook his head again, his gaze deep and solemn, speaking softly. Fellow Taoist Fuxing, it's the same old story. You must investigate these things yourself. You and us. Zhang Fuxing's expression shifted slightly. The Northern Emperor was silent for a moment, then said quietly, and you, perhaps for the first time, have entered the vision of the Supremes. Listening to the Northern Emperor's words, Zhang Fuxing's expression tightened. While the Northern Emperor continued speaking on his own, Zhang Fuxing didn't answer, only fell into deep thought. It was unknown how much time had passed. He suddenly spoke up. The Northern Emperor pondered for a moment, then said in a deep voice. Zhang Fuxing nodded silently, his mind racing with thoughts, pondering something else unknown. For a long, long time, and even longer, he gazed at the Northern Emperor, the light and shadows in his hands extremely radiant. Are you? The Northern Emperor stood up abruptly, light appearing in his eyes. Zhang Fuxing answered calmly. Zhang Fuxing squinted his eyes. The Northern Emperor decisively nodded and said softly. The words fell. The contract glowed, and nothing was taken from it, but was accompanied by an illusory, great sound. Contract established. The Northern Emperor did not lie. Zhang Fuxing's trust in his words reached 90%, but not the entirety. Perhaps the Northern Emperor entered the game knowingly. Perhaps everything the Northern Emperor did was actually under the Supreme's prediction, or perhaps for other reasons. In any case, even if the Northern Emperor truly sold his Dalua-level cultivation to him, Zhang Fuxing still would not completely trust him. Or rather, Zhang Fuxing would not completely trust anyone. He slowly exhaled, looking at the glowing contract, at the endless bundles of light within. Zhang Fuxing suddenly smiled. I should prove myself as a great divine power user. The Northern Emperor nodded gently. The Northern Emperor's gentle voice echoed in Zhang Fuxing's ear. 2 Realms Mountain. Wei Lingzhu spoke with a quiver. The girl referred to as Granny Chui had a serious expression, looked up at the dim sky that seemed to be shrouded by something. She shook her head bitterly. Chui Baiwan muttered, her face growing increasingly grave. They are cultists, but not ordinary cultists. The number of cultists gathered here was absurdly large, and they seemed to be plotting something big. The old master also wore a grim expression. Gazing into the distance, said, Wei Lingzhu expressed concern, but the problem is, don't cultists often perform blood sacrifices on the masses? The old master shook his head. Pausing, he continued, the most crucial thing is wandering in these rarely visited wilderness areas is too conspicuous. The old master glanced at Chui Baiwa beside him. Chui Baiwa furrowed her brows, suddenly asked. The old master responded frankly. Chui Baiwa remained silent. Her innate spiritual sense was frantically warning her. Even though she had just entered great power, the issue lay in the ancestral tablets burdening her back. Under such circumstances, still causing the spiritual sense to tremble, one could imagine the danger of this place. Chapter 623, 368. Chapter 623. Chapter 368. As we traveled along the way, more than 10 great divine power users appeared mysteriously above us. A murderous intent, a setup for a kill, but it was unclear who the target was. We seemed to be innocent victims. Chui Baiwa squinted and spoke. Try to be as low-key as possible. Don't stand out too much. As her words fell, this ancestor of the Chui family took the initiative to change her appearance, transforming into a seemingly plain and unattractive village woman. not forgetting to change Wei Lingzhu's appearance as well. Only then did the three of them head towards a small mountain town. The town was situated on the World Plateau, far from the 49 giant cities, and hence was not particularly prosperous, with the tallest building probably not exceeding 50 meters. It was unlikely to see even one hover car, and the streets were mostly filled with bicycles and tricycles. At the entrance of the town stood a huge, completely black stone tablet. On the tablet, there were only 3 large characters. Wei Lingzhu instinctively read out, her eyes moving past the stone tablet and falling onto this desolate small town. It was not prosperous, but very lively, with people coming and going. The shouts echoed from within the town, and the 3 of them exchanged glances, each with a confused expression on their faces. A martial contest to recruit a son-in-law. How many years old is this custom? Why does it still exist now? Amidst their confusion, they heard the sound of gongs and drums, and the crowd in the town all converged towards outside the town, blocking the entrance road completely. The 3 of them were a bit helpless. Now, it seemed unavoidable to see this commotion. A procession beating gongs and drums exited the mountain town and paused at the stone tablet, led by a middle-aged man with a robust voice. All those under 30 and over 12 can come up to the stage, he shouted as he extended his hand, creating a grand arena seemingly out of thin air. The arena was octagonal, towering half a meter above the ground, with 8 large red-painted pillars thrust into the earth, supporting the entire grand stage. And on the stage, there were even large drums, copper gongs, and numerous small flags, each with a single character Gao fluttering in the wind, creating something from the void. Moreover, it was a creation from the void without any spiritual fluctuations, indicating that it did not invoke the divine realm and was not refining illusion into reality. The most critical part was that the arena was extremely elaborate, as if meticulously crafted, unlike the usual creations imagined by an average celestial human. The old master was startled. Wasn't this at least a top-tier celestial human? He began to sweat with confusion. This was just a small mountain town, and yet any random person appearing seems to be a top-tier celestial human, maybe even a venerate. The old master was both shocked and fearful. Cui Baihua's face showed even more shock, because in her perception, that middle-aged man appeared ordinary, with no surging aura, nor any of the 5 aspects of a celestial human. Strange, Cui Baihua murmured to herself. Is there anyone willing to come up to defend the stage? That highly skilled middle-aged man continued to bellow, and the surrounding townsfolk were discussing among themselves. The discussions rose and fell, yet no one dared to ascend the stage. The middle-aged man stood on the grand arena, lifted a heavy mallet, and struck fiercely at the large drum. The sound of the drum exploded, drowned out a myriad of voices. Is there anyone willing to come? Is there anyone willing to come? The middle-aged man's eyes widened in rage, shouting 3 times in succession, with sound as loud as thunder. Wei Lingzhu swallowed, her ears pained, her head in a daze. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly widened her eyes. She reached out to rub her eyes. Just now, it seemed she saw a familiar figure amidst the crowd, her master. But at this moment it was gone. Was it an illusion? Chapter 624, 369. Contract. Let me witness the Northern Emperor's limits. Chapter 624. Chapter 369. Contract. Let me witness the Northern Emperor's limits. Zhang Fuxing quietly melted into the small town, neither seeking out Wei Lingzhu nor joining in the excitement at the town gate. He simply walked silently along the long street of the town. After ensuring that the Northern Emperor was thoroughly drained in a short period, the will that descended with the ritual formation transformed through the Northern Emperor's Zhou Tian star body casting technique into the Northern Polar Killing Path True Body, and after leaving the 9 Netherworld, it directly arrived at the 2 Realms mountain area. Zhang Fuxing murmured to himself. The entire region was clearly enveloped by a newly established special grand formation, and it seemed there were some indiscernible iron rules established, if not relying on the master-disciple cause and effect between himself and Wei Lingzhu, forcibly descending through the cause and effect parallel technique, Zhang Fuxing truly wouldn't know how to get in. The world-honored one Buddha resides in the other shore world, maintaining order, quietly cultivating Buddhist techniques. The central Polsec leader is poised to act. Zhang Fuxing's thoughts were ever-changing. He hadn't let the Taoist venerable emerge from within the small world, even manipulating that small world will to delay the awakening time of Lin Dongxi, Buddha's son, and other innate beings. The reason was simple. Mithriya killing plot. Before leaving the Nine Netherworld, the Northern Emperor's last warning spoke of the future Buddha's targeting schema against him, though expressed during the Netherworld. In reality, should an opportunity arise outside the Netherworld, it was highly probable it would assassinate him. It only required a creature stronger than himself to forcibly imprint a beacon on his body. Once the beacon is imprinted, at that time, perhaps a Daluo would borrow the shadow trace body to locate his true self, and then Zhang Fuxing's gaze was obscure. There are simply too many great divine power users in the celestial capital, making it difficult to discern who is under the Wuxing Old Mother's command. Moreover, the Northern Emperor candidly stated, Mithriya Buddha may have not only arranged two Daluos, there might be other hidden ancient true spirits. This is precisely why, before proving himself as a great divine power user, the Taoist venerable should continue to stay within the small world. As his thoughts spun, Zhang Fuxing's face subtly shifted, transforming into another youthful appearance. Not particularly handsome, seemingly ordinary like a typical young man from the mountains. Considering the timing, the sutra taker is probably arriving soon. Zhang Fuxing rubbed his brow with frustration. Having gained the Northern Emperor's 100,000-year cultivation time, his cultivation is sufficient to prove himself as a great divine power user. Yet he cannot do so. The cause and effect have not dissipated. The entanglement remains, difficult to achieve the fully true monarch fruit position. This cause and effect were due to his initial transaction with the Pantheon Pope. At that time, he prematurely took a portion of the Pantheon Pope's spiritual cultivation, but did not fulfill the contract by releasing him from the Five-Finger Mountain. This layer of cause and effect is like a shackle. Ordinarily proving oneself as a great divine power user, true monarch, or bodhisattva fruit position is not impacted. But if he attempts to use the fully technique to prove the fully true monarch fruit position, that will not work. The fully technique, exceedingly refined, allows no room for error or constraint. Zhang Fuxing entered a hotel, the tallest building in the whole town, at 12 stories. During the check-in process, he listened to the excitement at the town gate, curiously asking, When I came in, I saw outside the town they're doing some martial arts contest for marriage. The hotel owner was a very aged little old man, emaciated. He clicked his tongue and shook his head. The little old man nodded and continued. It's normal not to know. Zhang Fuxing raised an eyebrow, unable to resist asking more, especially given the name Gao Laozhuang. And if the sutra taker were someone else, it would be fine. He could ponder if Marshal Tianpeng was here. But the sutra taker is actually Marshal Tianpeng himself. The little old man glanced around, beckoning Zhang Fuxing to lean in closer before speaking in a lowered voice. Zhang Fuxing was surprised. The little old man said mysteriously. Zhang Fuxing paused. The underworld, even regular great divine power users don't know the details of the underworld and Nine Netherworld. Not revealing his emotions, he asked, Me? The little old man scuffled his nose. In every generation, 36 individuals must die. Zhang Fuxing frowned. The little old man sneered. He chuckled coldly. Zhang Fuxing touched his chin, unsure what to say as he saw the little old man continue muttering. Zhang Fuxing pondered. Zhang Fuxing attempted to probe. The little old man was momentarily taken aback. He's alive, living in the nursing home south of the town. Saying this, he shrugged and handed over the key. Zhang Fuxing calmly accepted the key, took the elevator, entered the room, and leaned on the windowsill, gazing at the bustling crowd at the distant town gate. His expression gradually turned serious. Compared to the anomaly at Two Realms Mountain, this town seemed almost insignificant. Before going upstairs, Zhang Fuxing glanced back at the boss, using a cause and effect technique. What he saw was nothing but pitch black, endless and deep darkness, exactly like the depths within Doluo Palace. This was both terrifying and eerie. And then there's the curse from the underworld by the Gao family. Zhang Fuxing furrowed his brows, carefully sensing his own innate spiritual sense. After confirming there were no warnings, he finally breathed a little easier. For now, keeping a low profile is key. I shouldn't expose too much. Once I become a great divine power user, I might immediately be invincible within the same realm. And at that time, even if confronted by a true saint-level being, it would be difficult to mark me with a Dao marker. In the real universe, there are no true saints. Regarding old-world true spirits, even a Daluo true spirit can only operate at the level of a celestial venerate or Buddha. In other words, after becoming a great divine power user, unless confronted directly by a Daluo true spirit, my core self won't face the risk of perishing. This thought flashed through Zhang Fuxing's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. No one knows I've come to this place. No one knows I would come here, especially using a brand new Beidou avatar, whose appearance, cause, and effect have no connection to my real self. Suppressing the chaotic thoughts in his heart, Zhang Fuxing pulled the curtains, sat cross-legged on the bed, and let his mind slowly descend into the divine realm. Since there's a change at Two Realms Mountain, then I should become a little stronger. Contract. A vast expanse of light clusters appeared before his eyes, layer upon layer, stretching like a sea. One after another, light clusters were taken from the contract. Although the Northern Emperor spent most of these 100,000 years in most historical versions asleep, there's no helping it. The games of the Supreme are too frequent. Even with the protection of the Town Stone these 100,000 years, there have been countless variations, big or small. But even just a tiny fraction, the number of light clusters already exceeded 100,000, each representing a skill personally cultivated by the Northern Emperor for at least 10,000 years. Breaking Army Killing Technique, Greedy Wolf Life-Stealing Art, 7 Killing Scriptures, Blade Great Tao, Thunder Great Tao, Withered Prosperous Great Tao, 9 Skies Pure Thunder, 5 Thunder Technique, Yin Yang Great Tao, Harmony Scripture. Huh? Why would the Northern Emperor study this? A stray thought crossed Zhang Fuxing's mind before he continued immersing himself in one light cluster after another, delving into one technique or gaining insight into various great Taos. He was enamored, unable to extricate himself. Zhang Fuxing murmured in fascination. How many years has the Northern Emperor lived? Unknown. It might be an unimaginably long span of time. And only in the different historical versions of the 100,000 years the Northern Emperor experienced had he studied and comprehended so many techniques and profound paths. Then what about the complete epic of the Northern Emperor? No wonder the Northern Emperor can, with his great power, exert an oppression surpassing that of a true saint on me. The light clusters were rapidly being digested. Wei Lingzhu muttered as the three of them finally squeezed in from the town gate, now all looking up to check the sky. Let's find a place to stay first, the old master spoke wearily. Looking around, the first thing they saw was the tallest building in the town, a 12-story high-rise. The building wasn't wide, just tall, resembling a slender bamboo pole. A huge sign hung on the wall, D Family Hotel. D Family Hotel. What a peculiar name, Wei Lingzhu mumbled. The trio headed in the direction of the hotel, but before they could enter, an aged voice was heard shouting. Wei Lingzhu curiously glanced over to see a skinny little old man inside the hotel grumbling to another, even older man. Wei Lingzhu was amazed, and instinctively turned to see the furrowed brow of Cui Baiwa. Cui Baiwa snapped out of it, touched the black cloth behind her, the ancestral tablets beneath the black cloth. Scalding hot. As if the ancestor, once a servant in the underworld, was trying to remind her of something. Cui Baiwa subconsciously looked at that alarmingly old man, at the grandfather among the grandfather-grandson pair. Ordinary looking, his face full of smiles, yet within that smile, there's a hint of purity and compassionate sentiment. Chui Baihua's expression grew slightly grave. Chapter 625, 370. Qingshan Nursing Home, 1/2. Chapter 625. Chapter 370. Qingshan Nursing Home, 1/2. I told you long ago to move into the retirement home with me, but you didn't listen. Hey. Old man, put down the cane, put it down. Amid the banter of the elderly grandfather and grandson, Chui Baihua and the others had already entered the hotel. To call it a hotel was an overstatement. It was more like a small inn, though particularly tall. The little old man called out loudly, while an elderly man with white hair and a cane sat fuming, huffing and puffing as he glared from a nearby chair. The old master stepped forward with a smile and took the opportunity to inquire about the matchmaking martial arts competition at the town entrance and the Gao family. The little old man naturally repeated everything he had told Zhang Fuxing, word for word, causing the old man beside him to furrow his brow. 3 rooms. The snacks and water in the hotel are free, and hot water is from the faucet on the right. If you need anything, just knock on the utility room at the end of the corridor. The boss rambled on, watching as the 3 guests entered the elevator, while the old man's expression slowly changed to one of danger. The boss backed away, cautiously eyeing the cane the old man had raised again, and mumbled. The old man's face twisted in pain. The little old man was indifferent. Aren't you here, old man? After a moment, he cheerfully added. The old man grumbled. And did you learn even half of my skills? You're not even a martial artist. The old man raised his cane again, gesturing as if to strike, and the little old man scrambled to get away. Meanwhile, on the top floor, room 1201, sitting cross-legged on the windowsill, the young man slowly opened his eyes, and in a mutter, an extreme sense of the passage of time flickered in his eyes, yet that sense of time was extinguished in an instant, or rather, at that instant, was corrected and erased by the contract. Zhang Fuxing exhaled slowly. The light masses were mostly digested now. All that remained was 10,000 years of cultivation, as well as the positions of Master of the Stars, Northern Emperor of Slaughter, and 9 Netherworld Emperor, yet to be fused, not the right time. Positions are not celestial positions. A position is more like the weight held in a particular area or domain, not directly calling upon the power of a celestial position, yet holding mystique not far beneath them. To merge positions, it would be best achieved after attaining great divine techniques. But even so, Zhang Fuxing murmured deeply, his gaze profound. Unknown, even he had no clue. The techniques and mystical paths the Northern Emperor practiced across those countless 10 millennia became his. And with the Northern Emperor's enlightenment and towering perspective, his 10 millennia of practice could equal millions or even tens of millions of years for him. All those techniques, all those paths of enlightenment, now all added to himself, fully mastering the 72 earthly fiend techniques, and having touched upon over half of the 36 heavenly gang divine techniques. These are the 72 earthly fiend techniques, or rather the 72 divine techniques, each possessing inconceivable capabilities, even touching upon concepts. These are the 36 heavenly gang divine techniques, flying and manifestation, moving the stars and changing the dipper included among them. Ordinary celestial venerates and Buddhas, having one great divine technique, are already outstanding among their peers. The average Daoyuo would know only 3 to 5 great divine techniques at most. Zhang Fuxing mused internally, his smile growing. He wanted to find an equal opponent for a good fight. Great power wouldn't do. He needed to find a great divine power user. This place's evil cult had at least over 10 great divine power users. Norus. Zhang Fuxing exhaled deeply several times, calming his thoughts, and his expression became gradually resolute, carefully contemplating the conversation he had overheard between the boss and his grandfather. Zhang Fuxing squinted his eyes. According to what the old man with the surname Jean said, the boss hadn't even completed martial arts training, not even a martial artist, yet he had lived for 200 to 300 years, and even since by his own perception, his vitality was still very robust, far from reaching the end of his life. This was peculiar. And the retirement home? Zhang Fuxing's mind stirred, his thoughts quietly sweeping through, covering the entire town. But aside from Wei Lingzhu and the other two next door, he couldn't sense even a single cultivator. However, upon closer inspection, he found that nearly every elderly person here had a very rich aura of time, having lived at least 200 years, and if one were to observe their karma, it revealed an abyssal depth. Zhang Fuxing's mind tensed. His divine thought didn't even detect the location of the retirement home. From a bird's-eye view, he only sensed a blank area in the Gao Manor. The position was just right in the south. Could this be the retirement home? Zhang Fuxing grew even more intrigued, his interest increasingly piqued. Gao Manor, curious indeed, curious indeed. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Fuxing made up his mind, ready to activate within the 36 great divine techniques of the Celestial Dipper, the 3 truly conceptual escape techniques of vertical earth golden light, 5 elements great escape, and plunge abyss shrink earth at any time. He gently opened the door and saw Wei Lingzhu, who appeared as a village girl, also stepping out of her room. Wei Lingzhu curiously glanced at this seemingly ordinary young man, watching him enter the elevator before heading to Granny Chui's room. She just opened her mouth, but was stopped by a raised hand from Chui Baihua, who also appeared like a village girl. The latter was extremely serious. The black cloth on her back mysteriously disappeared, revealing the ancestral tablets placed on the small round table. Wei Lingzhu instinctively looked over, and on the tablets were the words Chui Ju. At this moment, the entire ancient tablet was shaking violently, as if something was about to emerge from it. Wei Lingzhu swallowed and instinctively looked at the old master beside her, who also shook his head gravely. After a while, the tablet stopped trembling, and Chui Baihua, sweating heavily, breathed a sigh of relief. She spoke with great certainty, reaching out to gently touch the ancestral tablet, only to withdraw with a start from the heat. It was burning, but she was a great power. Chui Baihua looked at her reddened fingertip, her expression growing even more solemn. Next to her, Wei Lingzhu couldn't help but ask softly, "Granny Chui, what exactly happened? What on earth?" Chui Baihua shook her head, staring at the ancestral tablet. Common great divine power users do not understand the meaning of the underworld, but how could she not know? When the shop owner mentioned the curse of the underworld, Chui Baihua's heart had already sunk heavily. Now, seeing the anomaly of the ancestral tablet, her spiritual sense was shaking intensely. In the silence, Chui Baihua suddenly spoke. The 3 exchanged glances. Outside the Two Realms mountain area, the Sutra Taker and his wife, Chui Linglong, were riding on a white horse, moving slowly through the mist-laden mountains. Li Xun replied softly. As he spoke, the white horse had already entered the area of Two Realms Mountain. Chui Linglong nodded slightly and suddenly asked. Li Xun pointed, and Chui Linglong followed his gaze to see, in the distant front, amidst layers of mountains, there was a strange pitch-black presence, rolling, floating, and silent. Li Yuan said calmly. He pointed in another direction. Chui Linglong looked over and saw a small town at the foot of the mountain. It was not very prosperous, nor was it extensive. She strained her eyes to look, seeing the bustling crowd at the town's entrance, and the massive stone tablets standing at the town's gate. Li Xuan, or rather Zhu Beiji, spoke in a low voice. He was lost in thought, his face showing a reminiscent expression, thinking about something. For a long time, Li Xuan turned back to look at his wife. The confusion on Chui Linglong's face deepened. "Did I?" Li Xuan said gently. Chui Linglong blinked. Li Shuyuan smiled, and the white horse carried the two of them slowly toward the direction of Gao family manor. Meanwhile, above in the sky, amidst the clouds, the Sutra Taker has gone to that small town. A great divine power user said indifferently. The companion beside him nodded. However, since the Sutra Taker is heading there, The opportunity must be either in the abyss or in this mountain town. The two great divine power users hid their divine radiance. Quietly descending on the long street of the mountain town, they looked around calmly, and one of them suddenly noticed a nursing home. On top of the nursing home signboard were written large characters. The great divine power user frowned slightly, feeling something indescribable, just as he saw an utterly ordinary, average-looking youth walking up, standing in front of the nursing home. The youth turned his head, smiling at the two. Chapter 626, 371. The Terrifying Nursing Home, Showdown with the Great Divine Power Users, 2 halves. Chapter 626, Chapter 371. The Terrifying Nursing Home, Showdown with the Great Divine Power Users, February 2nd. Additional update. Coming to the retirement home seemed like an inevitable choice for Zhang Fuxing. Despite knowing that there were many strange and eerie things here, in a sense, these hidden, peculiar matters and objects were something I would inevitably have to face sooner or later. Because whether I come or not, go or not, they always exist here and will eventually surface in this world one day in the future. Because this must be a method of some Daluo or even a supreme. Zhang Fuxing whispered to himself and took a deep look at the two great divine power users who believed they were well hidden. Then a pure smile appeared on his face. The two great divine power users glanced at each other, each with keen spiritual sense. Both sensed that the retirement home was somewhat unusual and were already speculating whether this place was where the opportunity lay, with the intention of entering to explore. At this moment, hearing the young man's words, assumed he was a local and replied with a smile. The great divine power user from the Eastern sect spoke calmly. We just arrived. The two old men are looking for a peaceful place. Zhang Fuxing looked at the white-haired old man. His smile remained sincere. I can't say familiar, but not too bad. The great divine power user from the Eastern sect nodded with a smile. The one beside him, exuding an aura of purity and compassion, clearly from the Buddhist sect, likely from the Mandala lineage. If I remember correctly, the Eastern sect presumably venerates the celestial venerate Tai, while the Mandala lineage presumably venerates Guanyin, the great Bodhisattva, or the compassionate celestial venerate. So, are they related to Yushu? The great divine power user from the Mandala lineage also smiled. Zhang Fuxing was contemplating, his expression unchanged, gesturing with his hand. He smiled sincerely. Having two great divine power users to scout ahead was naturally a great benefit. The former popes of the Eastern sect and the Mandala lineage had no doubts and immediately walked side by side into the Qingshan retirement home, looking like an ordinary young man following closely behind. Just as they entered, the white-haired Chun Xianming looked around, seeing an ordinary scene, much like a small-town retirement home, with elderly men around stone tables playing chess, and in a corner of the courtyard, some elderly women sat on small stools, basking in the sun, munching seeds. There were also some old park fitness equipment in the yard, the paint peeling off, rust spots forming. As for the main building, it was an old-fashioned apartment building with a square shape. Inside there were mostly drying racks and such, and a water well. An old woman with a kind face, leaning on a walking stick, approached, her eyes very cloudy. Zhang Fuxing approached with a smile, simply stating his name. These two gentlemen wished to take a look at the retirement home. The old woman glanced at the two constantly looking around elders and nodded with a smile. I am the director of this retirement home. After a brief pause, she smiled again. When I was young, my family named me rather carelessly. I was the 34th child in my family. Zhang Fuxing nodded, mulling over the name Meng the 34th, unobtrusively falling a step behind Chun Xianming and Shitong Ming, the two old men. The director's office was on the first floor, very old. As the wooden door opened, clusters of wood chips fell. The interior was quite simple as well. A blackened desk, a bookshelf, a water dispenser, and two wooden sofas against the wall. Zhang Fuxing sat in the seat closest to the door. While Director Meng returned to her desk, she put on her reading glasses, flipping through piles of paper documents and files on the desk, speaking with a smile. Director Meng rambled on, speaking slowly, seeming very elderly. Chen Xianming and Shi Tongming were. Absent-minded, not really listening, both frowning slightly, trying to sense the retirement home. It felt strange, yet indescribably so. But precisely because of this, it indicated the unusual nature of this place. It must be known that they were both great divine power users. At this level, a sudden inspiration must have its reasons. If there's a strange feeling, then there must be a problem, possibly a significant one. The old director, trembling, handed over 2 blank files, smiling. If you'd like to come, just fill in your name and basic information. The 2 old men, disguised as great divine power users, continued to sense while casually writing information on the files. The old director suddenly looked at Zhang Fuxing. "Child, do you want to fill one too?" Zhang Fuxing raised an eyebrow, gazing at the seemingly unremarkable old director, smiling. He discreetly glanced at the blank file, his eyes revealing barely noticeable threads of cause and effect. Goodness! Dark, pitch black, dense. Much more desolate than the depths of Dolua Palace. This director has significant issues, and this blank file also poses great problems. Zhang Fuxing naturally could not voice a warning, shifting to the corner of the sofa, quietly watching the 2 elders filling out the forms. The form was nearing completion. In Zhang Fuxing's special vision of cause and effect, with every stroke the 2 great divine power users made, a wisp of dark hue silently enveloped them. As the files were about to be filled out, their physical forms and essence, qi and spirit, were all but consumed by the darkness. But the 2 of them were completely unaware. Chen Xianming smiled as he pushed the file forward, casually asking. Director Meng pondered with a laborious expression, slowly speaking. Shi Tongming's pen-holding hand abruptly paused, lifting his head in horror, and Chen Xuanming's complexion changed dramatically. Instantly realizing something was wrong, celestial clouds emerged from his body, bursting into a brilliant light, but the light extinguished the moment it appeared. Zhang Fuxing and Shi Tongming suddenly turned their gaze, simultaneously staring at Chen Xianming. In their perception, Chen Xianming, having just finished filling out the form, was undergoing an unbelievable decline in essence, qi, and spirit. Great divine power user, great power, venerate, celestial human. In almost the blink of an eye, he became him. A great divine power user instantly turned into an unremarkable mortal. But when Zhang Fuxing gazed at him, he could still sense danger from the other person, with his spiritual sense subtly warning him. In other words, this great divine power user transformed into a mortal, yet the power seemed to remain. It was just the position and fruit position silently disappearing. It was then that Chen Xuanming's expression cleared of surprise, smiling as he spoke. As old as the Federation. How nice, how nice. Director Meng replied slowly. Chen Xianming slowly walked out of the director's office. The office fell into deadly silence. In an instant, coming from the Mandala lineage, the great divine power user named Shi Tongming felt a chill, abruptly snapping the pen, his mind stirring, his vast spiritual will surged, about to tear the yet-to-be-completed file into powder. But the brilliant light had just arisen. It instantly faded away, silently. Shi Tongming felt a chill down his back. He tried to perform an escape technique, but the void had just been torn open when it immediately healed. Indeed, he had escaped, but it appeared to be a swift dash out of the director's office. The escape technique that could traverse half the universe in an instant had turned into a sprint. Zhang Fuxing also started running. He heard the old director shouting behind him, "Madness!" Remarkably, she didn't stop them at all. Zhang Fuxing's mind turned over countless times, rushing out of the director's office, chasing after Shi Tongming, but suddenly a thought popped into his head. He immediately tried, summoning immortal light in the void, but the immortal light swiftly dimmed. He then tried using his palm as a sword, slashing out sword light, but as soon as the sword light appeared, it immediately turned into an ordinary palm wind. Escape techniques became sprints. Immortal light couldn't manifest. Sword light turned into palm wind. Zhang Fuxing's mind raced, first thinking of an iron law, a law that encompassed the nursing home, causing all extraordinary things to revert to ordinary. But then he promptly dismissed this thought. He had already cultivated the first stage of the 8-9 profound techniques, reaching near-path body. Ordinary laws couldn't affect him. Even if it were a law established by a Daluo, the near-path body would at least react if it couldn't resist, giving some feedback. But if it wasn't a law, what was it? While running, Zhang Fuxing instinctively looked back, seeing the old director watching them with a worried expression, and the moment the old director averted her gaze. The fleeing shirt Tongming ripped through the void and rushed away, and Zhang Fuxing's sword light, which had turned into palm wind, once again expanded into an imposing heavenly sword light. Zhang Fuxing immediately retracted the sword light, realizing the escape technique had reverted back to its true form. He tore through the void to leave as well. So, Zhang Fuxing had this thought, suddenly feeling a great force coming, with a spiritual sense giving a frantic warning. He couldn't dodge in time, only to see an illusory large hand sweeping towards him, forcibly pulling him out from the void he had just entered. The scenery before his eyes changed, becoming clear again. It was now in a vast Buddha country. Zhang Fuxing looked up, seeing an enormous face looming over the Buddha country. Shi Tongming, the great divine power user, coldly asked. The Brahma sound chanted, Buddha's light pressed down. However, Zhang Fuxing simply smiled calmly. The enormous face looming over the Buddha country was slightly taken aback. Clearly, it was the small youth in the Buddha country speaking, yet the voice seemed to echo from above. Yet he himself was at the highest point of the Buddha country. There shouldn't be anything above him, right? He instinctively looked up, seeing a face even larger than his own, occupying an even higher position. It was suspended above, quietly observing him. The Buddha country, at some point, had fallen into a boundless cosmos, the cosmos vast, stars sparkling resplendently. Shi Tongming felt a chill in his heart. Was this a world that a great power realm life form could refine? Zhang Fuxing gently spoke again, his voice resounding like a great bell, rolling with thunderous sound. Chapter 627, 372, Stellar Shift. Chapter 627. Chapter 372. Stellar Shift. The turning of the stars is one of the 36 divine techniques of the celestial pole. It can use the stars to attack the enemy, causing the heavens to produce a killing intent, and can also change the star count, thereby changing fate. At the same time, when Zhang Fuxing merged with countless light clusters of the Northern Emperor, bringing the turning of the stars even closer to the level of great success, it became even more marvelous, with a trace of the feature of reversing cause and effect. That is, exchange. Exchanging each other's positions is an exchange. Exchanging each other's destinies is also an exchange. And exchanging each other's circumstances is likewise an exchange. With one's own cultivation, it's impossible to move a true saint, let alone a Buddha or celestial venerate, but against great divine power users, it is just enough to use. Thus, when Shi Tongming trapped Zhang Fuxing within his own Buddha country, overlooking him with the will of the Buddha country, under the exchange, the circumstances changed, and it became Shi Tongming who was trapped in the vast universe refined by Zhang Fuxing, who, in the state of great saint spirit, looked down upon him. At this moment, Shi Tongming struggled to look up, only to see a gigantic face that covered the cosmic star sea. That face was not clear, nor substantial, more like an endless weaving of sentient beings' wills, spirits, and souls. He gazed at that visage, stared into those eyes, and in a trance saw countless layers of endless lives indifferently looking down upon him. The enormous mix of spiritual thoughts condensed into a boundless sacred sea of Buddha's light. Under its frenzied impact, even for a great divine power user like him who cultivated the mind-enchanted Buddha, there was an illusion of the mind shattering and collapsing. Is this? Shi Tongming gasped, shocked and apprehensive, wondering what kind of monster was in this high old village. He did not dare to be careless, knowing not to view this Zhang Daoshang as ordinary great power, With a turn of thought, the Buddha country roared. Shitongming immediately used his trump card. A 9-grade golden lotus bloomed underfoot, and he opened his mouth, unexpectedly spitting out a 6-tusked white elephant. The majestic great saint spirit that covered the star's sea gazed in surprise at that 6-tusked white elephant. Hey, level 5-star beast? A level 5-star beast, at the level of a great divine power user, was forcibly enlightened and made to take refuge by this old monk. The 6-tusked white elephant raised the old monk stepping on the 9-grade golden lotus, at this moment roaring towards the sky, bursting into countless waves of Buddha's light. The Buddha tide surged, merging into a divine spear that pierced through the void, striking towards Zhang Fuxing. Zhang Fuxing did not dare to be careless either. The 6-tusked white elephant was no simple being. In ancient mythology as the steed of one of the 4 great bodhisattvas, Samantabhadra, the great bodhisattva, born with divine anomalies. The 6 tusks symbolized charity, discipline, patience, perseverance, meditation, and wisdom, embodying strength itself. After all, it's the steed of Samantabhadra, the great bodhisattva. The 4 great bodhisattvas are said to be bodhisattvas, but in truth, they are all Daluo. The great saint spirit lightly exclaimed. Dense, clear energy flowed out, accompanied by chaotic light and the Tao of cause and effect, transforming into a great net formed by the clear energy of the Northern Dipper, entangled cause and effect, and chaos seal, intending to intercept the piercing divine spear, but in the next instant. As the divine spear thrusts, the net is torn apart. Zhang Fuxing's pupils contracted, employing all sorts of great techniques, cause and effect parallel, grasping cause and effect, even turning spiritual thoughts into a vast and solemn sea of infinite worlds, utilizing all his might. But in front of that divine spear, all these were as fragile as thin silk that could be easily torn when wet. Zhang Fuxing's heart sank, realizing that even though he possessed a near-Tao body, significantly immune to the iron laws, in direct combat, he still found it difficult to match a great divine power user. Even the vast universe he had painstakingly refined seemed to be on the verge of collapse under the formidable might of the divine spear. If it really collapsed, he would suffer great losses. So, in the next instant, just as the divine spear was about to strike, Shitongming saw the vast universe surrounding himself and the Buddha country suddenly dissipate, and the face that seemed to be formed by countless beings' thoughts collapsed in a roar, transforming into the ordinary-looking rustic youth he had seen before. The youth sat silently in the void, with chess pieces appearing one by one at his side, forming the number of all heaven, 365 in total. Learned from the Northern Emperor, all heaven star battle formation. Seeming like a chess game, but in truth a marvel of great technique, using the stars of the celestial sphere as chess, then using the chess to enhance one's technique, method, and divine techniques. When a piece is placed, a technique unfolds, resonating with an ancient celestial star, unleashing immeasurable might. Shitongming watched as the youth, sitting in the void, pinched a chess piece and set it down. The chess piece settled, the divine technique formed. Originally, a divine technique that could only drive away beings of the same realm. Now in resonance with the break army star, unleashed great power, and the divine spear, formed by the collapse of countless Buddha's light, halted before the youth's forehead and then dissipated. The divine spear was expelled from its root. Shitongming's pupils slightly contracted. What kind of technique was this? He lightly stroked the head of the 6-tusked white elephant beneath him, which again roared up to the sky, and the Buddha's voice rose again. The old monk chanted, everything fell silent, and then all things erupted with piercing, killing intent. Heaven, earth, and man, all emitted killing intent, forming a silent fury sea, pressing down towards the youth seated in the void. Zhang Fuxing raised an eyebrow, holding another piece, setting it in the void, then chanting, blossoming in an instant means flourishing in one moment and withering in the next. Similarly, under the resonance of the greedy wolf star, This divine technique erupted with even greater momentum and power than initially. The boundless sea pressing towards Zhang Fuxing flourished in an instant, and then in an instant, it withered, annihilated to nothingness. Chapter 628, 372. 2. Chapter 628. Chapter 372. 2. Before Master Tongming could react, the youth picked up a chess piece for the third time and placed it. The giant gate star moved. The great sun suddenly appeared, its fierce heat tearing the heavens and destroying the earth. Master Tongming felt as if 10,000 great suns surrounded him, as if he saw golden crows swooping and attacking. Under the blazing great sun, the six-tusked white elephant let out a mournful shriek. The nine-petaled golden lotus under the old monk's feet seemed to be withering. The old monk felt even worse, as the terrifying heat seeped into every pore, burning his essence, chi, and spirit into chaos, boiling his heart and mind. The great sun suddenly fell silent. The old monk spoke again, and it seemed as though the youth seated overhead was being forced down by the rules. But the youth smiled slightly at him, then sighed. Iron Law. With those words, Master Tongming felt an ominous premonition, then watched in horror as the youth, under the Iron Law he said, appeared untouched, still seated, still divine and majestic. The previously extinguished great sun reignited at that moment, exploding with a blazing light 1,000-fold. The old monk groaned, his body began to burn, began to melt. He trembled with fear. Zhang Fuxing took 3 pieces in succession, placed 3 pieces in succession, 3 stars moved together, and then as the sounds rose and fell, they were like death warrants. Taoist 5, Thunder Technique. Master Tongming's complexion changed dramatically. The Taoist 5 Thunder Technique is merely a superficial trace of the great divine technique of commanding the 5 thunders. At this moment, the sky thundered to purge the heavenly soul. The earth thunder rose from below. Ghost thunder appeared in the void. Divine thunder shone brightly with righteousness. Society thunder attacked the altar and destroyed it, calling for death, death, death. The 5 thunders hit overhead. The old monk of flame cried in agony. His Buddha robe turned to charcoal. Brahma's sound died down. The 9-petaled golden lotus cracked. The 6-tusked white elephant wept. A vast sound suddenly rose. Master Tongming saw the youth take 3 more pieces, place 3 more pieces, and then the 3 stars moved together, following with his chant with this voice. The old monk suddenly felt the burning sun disappeared. The 5 thunders faded away. Everything lost its brilliance. The Buddha country vanished. Silence fell all around. Darkness descended from all directions. Everything that existed became nothing. The eyes could not see, the ears could not hear, the nose could not smell, the tongue could not taste, the body could not touch, the heart could not know. All 6 senses were lost. Only one arrow came from the void, arising from ignorance. Death, death, death. The old monk was horrified, yet utterly unable to resist. This was great divine techniques. A curse great divine techniques. His essence, chi, and spirit were pierced in an instant. His true spirit declined. His Tao foundation shook precariously. His soul nearly shattered. It felt like a burst, yet like billions of years later. Vision returned, all 6 senses regained. The old monk was pitifully, miserably sorrowful, almost on the verge of death, gasping for breath. A dark hole lay in the center of his brow. The hole led straight to the true spirit, directly to the Tao foundation, unable to heal. He struggled to lift his head, saw the youth about to take another piece. Master Tongming tiredly cried out, "I." Zhang Fuxing paused, slightly relieved. He couldn't take up any more chess pieces. He had not fully perfected this all-heaven star battle formation, only understanding the surface, able to use only these 9 stars of the Big Dipper. Now, the 9 stars have been used up without the support, amplification from all-heaven star battle formation, and not using the supreme treasure to avoid exposing his identity. He was truly not a match for this old monk. Fortunately, the opponent was scared into submission. Zhang Fuxing had a clear understanding of his capabilities. He was not a true monarch, but already capable of instantaneously killing ordinary great divine power users when exerting his full force. Whether it was the Nailhead, 7 Arrows, Great Divine Techniques, or the Nailhead, 7 Arrows book, they were truly unreasonable. Of course, if faced with a great divine power user with supreme treasure protection, he might not win. And after one strike, he would become a hollow shell, strong externally but weak internally. Zhang Fuxing understood, even if truly facing 2 or more great divine power users, even if truly hunted down, he could strike with all his might. In seizing the initial advantage, instantly killing one, the remaining great divine power users would probably dare not act recklessly. The stronger they are, the more they value their lives. Thoughts churned, then gradually settled. Zhang Fuxing's surrounding all Heaven Star battle chess pieces slowly dispersed. He looked down at the gasping old monk, speaking calmly. Master comes from the Mandala lineage? Master Tongming lifted his head, took one glance at the terrifying youth, feeling a chill in his heart. Monster! Monster! This guy, from start to finish, never displayed the mana of a great divine power user. In other words, this person purely relied on the cultivation level of the great power realm to suppress and beat him one-sidedly. If not for his quick surrender, just now, perhaps. Master Tongming felt a chill down his spine. Immediately realized this terrifying being was not from the present world. This was yet another old monster from the ancient times. Chapter 629, 372_3. Chapter 629. Chapter 372_3. He exhaled, slowly lowering his head, speaking in a deep voice. Zhang Fuxing was taken aback. The Pope of the Mandala lineage? Stepped down only 31 days ago? After thinking for a moment, Zhang Fuxing asked. The old monk answered honestly. Naturally, it's because the new Pope. Zhang Fuxing raised an eyebrow. The old monk felt a chill in his heart. Indeed, indeed. This person is from the old world, also a terror from the old world. No wonder he effortlessly crushed me with just a great power level of realm. He trembled as he cupped his hands in salute. Zhang Fuxing squinted his eyes. He was also the previous pope of the Eastern sect, who similarly stepped down 31 days ago. Zhang Fuxing understood, which is to say, the current pope of the Eastern sect is Tai, Celestial Venerate, or another old world Daluo, and the pope of the Mandala lineage is Avalokitesvara. He wasn't sure whether Tai, Celestial Venerate, was in the Eastern or Western sect. As his thoughts turned, Zhang Fuxing asked again. The old monk dared not be negligent, standing on the trembling six-tusked white elephant, respectfully and ceremoniously replied. After hesitating for a moment, Shi Tongming answered frankly. Zhang Fuxing showed interest. The old monk took a deep breath. Pausing for a moment, he continued. Zhang Fuxing's eyebrow twitched. Shi Tongming answered without omission because he saw countless lines of cause and effect in the eyes of this mysterious old-world presence. What profound understanding of cause and effect is this? He understood that under such a gaze, he probably couldn't lie. Immediately, the old monk carefully said, this speech sent chills down Zhang Fuxing's heart. Heaven and earth jointly execute one person. The person to be executed, isn't it himself? He realized the seriousness of the problem, that the ones coming to execute him are not just Wu Sheng Laomu, and targeting him is not just Mithraya's killing formation. Avalokitesvara, who is compassionate celestial venerate, is one of the 12 celestial venerates of the Jade Void. Logically, if someone wants to execute him, the disciples of the 3 pristine ones should not. Zhang Fuxing thought of Xianxin Daoist, then thought of Taishang Laojun. The former was originally Grandmaster Xuandu, the first disciple of Tai Ching, but had already turned against the celestial lord of Tao and virtue. The latter was also quietly plotting on how to sabotage the celestial lord of Tao and virtue, on how to completely sever all ties. If Xuandu can rebel, Taishang Laojun can rebel. Why can't the disciples of the Jade Void rebel? Further, considering the current appearance of the Jade Void Palace, and many old-world true spirits knowing Guangqingzi is in the capital, but neither the compassionate celestial venerate nor Tai went to search for him. Zhang Fuxing's pupils slightly contracted. A killing formation. A killing formation far beyond his original expectations. How many Supremes are involved? How many celestial venerates, Buddhas, or even Daluos are coming to end him? He felt a heavy heart, feeling that the three pristine ones are unreliable. How could he have made so many enemies? Yet, things have come to this point. After confirming himself as a great divine power user, can he truly guarantee survival? With thoughts churning, Zhang Fuxing took a deep breath and thought of that terrifying and enigmatic Dean Ming. As his mind wavered, a thought suddenly arose. Information was conveyed over. From Dolua Palace, from his own grim skeleton. The skeletons found a living person in Dolua Palace. The image of that living person was immediately transmitted, along with the person's name. It was an old woman named Meng Ershir. Chapter 630, 373, Meng 22. Chapter 630. Chapter 373. Meng 20 Meng Ershir? In Zhang Fuxing's spiritual will, the image of that old woman emerged, making his heart suddenly cold. He recalled the words of the director Meng. My family named us hastily. At that time, it didn't seem significant, but now upon seeing the image transmitted back from the grim skeleton, seeing Meng Ershir sitting in the Dolua Palace. Could it be? This person is the source of the darkness enshrouding the entire Dolua Palace? Zhang Fuxing felt a chill run up his spine, laying aside other thoughts. This darkness makes the whole true Dolua Palace illuminated in only two places. One is the back hall lit by the fierce torchlight of the human race. The other is the place of the 8 trigrams furnace. Just a tiny space. Even the fiercely burning 6-ding divine fire beneath the 8 trigrams furnace can only illuminate a tiny space, dispersing just a slight, hard-to-trace darkness. Furthermore, thinking about the darkness colors within everyone's cause and effect in Gao Lao village. Who exactly is this director Meng? He has at least 33 siblings, probably 33 identical old women. Zhang Fuxing's scalp tingled. As his expression fluctuated, Shi Tongming cautiously spoke up. Zhang Fuxing returned to his senses, giving the old monk a deep look, his gaze falling on the 6-tusked white elephant. The 6-tusked white elephant was once the mount of Samantabhadra Bodhisattva. The old monk shivered, spoke respectfully. The young man nodded slightly, saw the old monk timidly present the 6-tusked white elephant, and did not refuse. A level 5-star beast on the great divine power user level is much stronger than the mixed-blood golden crow I forcibly subdued before. He reached out, gently stroked the head of the 6-tusked white elephant. Using his own Buddhist sect methods, vast Bodhi thoughts like an ocean descended, under the premise of the old monk voluntarily abandoning the 6-tusked white elephant and lifting the spiritual restraint. Zhang Fuxing easily converted the unguarded 6-tusked white elephant for enlightenment and refuge. The white elephant roared to the sky, bent its 2 front legs and bowed. Brahma's sound resounded. The Buddha's light was brilliant, making the old monk feel shocked and agitated. This mysterious old-world existence could actually have Buddhist sect methods? Just now, I indeed sensed the infinite pure thoughts, far purer than the Buddha thoughts I cultivated. As thoughts swirled, the old monk swallowed and bowed again. Zhang Fuxing gazed at him, spoke calmly. Shi Tongming's body trembled and nodded repeatedly. As the words fell, no response came. This great divine power user subconsciously looked up, right into the deep eyes of the young man, reflecting the cause and effect of all worlds. Within those eyes, a glimmer of golden light began to spread, initially like a great sun golden lamp, and then transforming into an infinite solemn golden sea. The brilliance was so intense that it stung the old monk's eyes. Fire Eyes Golden Gaze. The current Zhang Fuxing has cultivated the first level of the 8-9 mystical skills, attaining a near-path body, making the use of the Fire Eyes Golden Gaze no longer as difficult as before. The old monk shivered, seemingly understanding something, and gritted his teeth. The young man's face, whose eyes were like a golden sea, finally revealed a smile, nodded slightly, and said good. Then, it was the surge of infinite Bodhi thoughts. Even though the other person was a great divine power user of many years, similarly, under the premise of voluntarily dropping the guard of the heart, under the flushing of the pure Bodhi thoughts, it was also little by little being converted. Unknown how much time passed. When the Bodhi thoughts permeated the last bit of essence, chi, and spirit of the old monk, he already showed an expression of great purity, great joy, and great compassion, just clasped his hands together, saying with a word, Zhang. Fuxing spoke lightly, converting a great divine power user and gaining a six-tusked white elephant. This joy finally alleviated much of the shadow cast by Director Ming. Yet, the palpitations remained, without a hint of relaxation. The matter is quite troublesome. Zhang Fuxing furrowed his brow and paced for a long time, making a decision in his heart. Divine Realm, 8th Scenery's Palace. Taking a glance at the meditation mat, hesitating a moment, he did not choose to convene the great heavenly gathering. It was neither the time nor necessary. Zhang Fuxing walked straight to the back hall, opened the now gate, gazing at the heaven and earth profound yellow exquisite tower, called softly. For a moment the tower trembled, revolving profound yellow chi flowed out, gathering into the form of Lao Jun. He shook the horsetail whisk, slightly cupped his hands. Zhang Fuxing did not hide, briefly narrated the matters of Meng the 34th and Meng Ershir. This person's darkness has caused the immense Doluo Palace to lose its color. The Supreme Lord's face showed amazement, his brow tightly furrowed. Zhang Fuxing reminded. The Supreme Lord fell silent, seeming to ponder something. Again, for a while, he flicked the horsetail whisk, said solemnly. Zhang Fuxing's eyes flickered, narrowed. Lao Jun shook his head. Chapter 631, 373, Awakening, Part 2. Chapter 631, Chapter 373, Awakening, Part 2. Zhang Fuxing's face showed surprise, wanting to inquire further, but Lao Jun simply shook his head repeatedly. Taishang Lao Jun pondered for a moment and hinted, the depth within Doa Palace targets not only me, but also more so the Tai-Ching Celestial Lord of Tao and Virtue. Zhang Fuxing's eyebrows twitched. Only another with a supreme fruit position can oppose a supreme. Moreover, Lao Jun had only mentioned not allowing Meng the 34th to awaken, without bringing up Meng Ershir, who resides in Doa Palace. Thinking back on everything strange that was perceived by that old dean, all being forcibly twisted into mundane events, Zhang Fuxing had some vague guesses in his heart. Zhang Fuxing rubbed his chin, gazing at Taishang Lao Jun. Lao Jun's expression became inscrutable. Waving his hand, shaking his head, his brow furrowed intensely, seemingly troubled about how to alert fellow Taoist Fuxing. Pacing back and forth for a moment, Taishang Lao Jun, formed by the entire primordial essence, sighed lightly. Lao Jun patted his chest, heavily 3 times. The meaning being a tacit understanding. What is known in the heart must never be spoken aloud, lest it be known to the 3 pristine ones. The 3 pristine ones. The 3 pristine ones. Suddenly, Zhang Fuxing's expression shifted, as if he understood something. Indeed, he had an approximate guess. So it was. The individual with the surname Meng is opposing the 3 pristine ones. Given Taishang Lao Jun's position, it's impossible to assist openly. Which means, is the person with the surname Meng still an ally? No, that's not right. The person with the surname Meng likely also comes from Supreme. Then why must everything perceived by Meng the 34th be turned mundane? Why can't Meng the 34th be awakened? New doubts continuously arose in Zhang Fuxing's mind, as he too paced back and forth, eventually sighing lightly and changing the subject. Zhang Fuxing briefly spoke about the assassination plot against him, finally saying, but just now, I indeed learned that C.I. Haodao Run and even Tai Celestial Venerate might be involved. At this moment, since the conversation did not involve opposing the three pristine ones, one could speak freely as long as the Northern Emperor's betrayal wasn't pointed out. In some sense, the Northern Emperor could be considered his backup. Taishang Laojun raised his eyebrow slightly, gently caressing the horsetail whisk, and pondered before saying, "Fellow Taoist, not all disciples under Master Yushu align with Master Yushu. In your identity, fellow Taoist." Saying this, Taishang Laojun again patted his chest. With a thoughtful look, Zhang Fuxing wondered if this implied that he might consider allying with the rebellious ones under Master Yushu, drawing them into his ranks. Chiang, Taiyi, Tu Daluo. Thoughts swirling, Zhang Fuxing spoke somberly. Taishang Laojun's expression moved slightly. Coughing once, he said, "Indeed, it's troublesome." Pausing, Taishang Laojun seemed to idly pat his chest while speaking slowly. Taishang Laojun hesitated, then said meaningfully. Zhang Fuxing was startled, suddenly realizing. Laojun appeared to be speaking about dealing with the assassination plot, but in truth, he was referring to Meng the 34th. The other person indeed is from a supreme, or rather, an avatar of a supreme, possessing the same abilities as the supreme, but in order to oppose the three pristine ones, that supreme chose to sever most of their connection, allowing this avatar to forget its link to the main body so that it could exist in a mortal world. And once they are made aware, even just directly speaking the truth, that Meng the 34th would likely awaken immediately and would immediately recall everything, thus naturally unable to continue existing in a mortal world. Having figured this out, a look of realization appeared on Zhang Fuxing's face. Then it turned into a vexed expression. Behind this assassination plot, there may be more than one supreme. Taishang Laojun slightly furrowed his brow, clearly also contemplating. He softly exhaled. Laojun emphasized the words "for you" heavily. Zhang Fuxing raised an eyebrow, thinking of what the Taiping Taoist lord had said about the great sage equal to heaven, and how Dua Palace was driven from the netherworld by the great sage equal to heaven. He began to speculate. If you know someone who'd love this story, send them this video. Sharing is honestly the biggest help you can give a small channel like this. Now let's get back to it. Chapter 632, 373, Self-Sealing with the Underworld. Chapter 632. Chapter 373. Self-Sealing with the Underworld. In the beginning, the Netherworld was probably a great opportunity the three pristine ones prepared for themselves. Although they couldn't interfere or see through these 100,000 years, they still seemed to calculate that they would become the central pole sect leader. However, in the Netherworld, there seemed to be additional schemes from the great sage equal to heaven, Yang Erlang, and even Taishang Laojun also planned for themselves. Was it to counter the three pristine ones, or even to counter the supreme ones? This was merely Zhang Fuxing's speculation, naturally impossible to ask aloud, but in his mind, it seemed very likely. Therefore, the Netherworld cannot be avoided. The central extreme city must be visited, but there would also be a deadly trap there. Heaven and earth would jointly bring doom upon him. After a long silence, Zhang Fuxing asked. Laojun shook his head. He repeated the word difficult 3 times and then warmly said. After a pause, Laojun kindly said, "This sentence, seemingly praising, actually served as a reminder." Zhang Fuxing's expression became stern. He rubbed his chin and bluntly said, "But I do not wish for Hua Huang's stone to fail so quickly." Taishang Laojun nodded. Zhang Fuxing cupped his hands. Taishang Laojun said in a deep voice, "The Netherworld is independent of the present world and the different dimension." After a pause, Laojun continued. Zhang Fuxing's expression changed. Taishang Laojun nodded deeply. Zhang Fuxing paced back and forth, pondering Laojun's suggestion. With furrowed brows, 3 questions in quick succession echoed in this space. Taishang Laojun took a deep breath, finally gave his horsetail whisk a flip, and said only, "And after facing the deadly trap?" Listening to Laojun's words, Zhang Fuxing smiled. Laojun chuckled twice bitterly. "Of course, this is a last resort. Maybe you have the capability to break the trap?" Taishang Laojun suddenly became extremely solemn, his voice as loud as a bell, enunciating each word carefully. This statement reverberated like a wake-up call, enlightening and ear-shattering. Zhang Fuxing suddenly realized. He cupped his hands, asking one last question. Lao Jun gave his horsetail whisk a flip, his words resonating deeply, each word landing with weight. As his words concluded, Taishang Lao Jun cupped his hands, side and end, and after performing the courtesy, his expression revealed a profound fatigue, shrinking back into a wisp of profound yellow energy, then swirling back into the heaven and earth profound yellow, exquisite tower. The enormous quiet room and the rear hall of the Eight Sceneries Palace plunged into a deathly silence. Zhang Fuxing stood alone, his mind turned over 1,000 times, yet his eyes grew brighter and brighter. Zhang Fuxing took a deep breath, murmuring to himself. Zhang Fuxing's heart pounded. This step was very risky. A single error would lead to destruction, even a tiny mistake, leaving behind one or two true spirits of the old world outside. By the time I return to the world, the entire grand universe may have been transformed into who knows what by those true spirits of the old world. But it is necessary to gamble. Having chosen to oppose the Supreme Ones, how could everything be smooth? How could one not gamble on difficulties and dangers? Chapter 633, 373_4. Chapter 633. Chapter 373_4 now, speaking of it. The transformation of a netherworld might bring about a new heaven for the entire era. Zhang Fuxing's expression turned fierce as he muttered to himself. Zhang Fuxing sensed the Fulai technique, felt the descriptions of the fully true monarch fruit position within the Fulai technique. A radiant smile appeared on his face. The true monarch and bodhisattva fruit position can temporarily set iron laws within a certain range, changing rules and logic, making everything go smoothly. And the reason why those great divine power users haven't established a large number of iron laws is because another great divine power user can break the iron laws of others. Just like the Supreme was originally omniscient and omnipotent, but the existence of the Supreme made them fall from omniscient and omnipotent to nearly knowing and doing everything. However, the fully true monarch fruit position, with one thought, can cover the myriad worlds, fostering the traits of true saints, celestial venerates, and Buddhas at this realm. That is, with one word spoken, all paths follow and all things align. Zhang Fuxing's gaze was profoundly deep as he muttered to himself. His heart pounded fiercely, birthing a bold idea in his mind. Gao Lao Village. On the street, a young man followed by an elderly man who appeared as a servant or steward. The latter slightly bowed his head, respectfully. Sure, Tong Ming spoke softly. Thoughts returned to himself. Zhang Fuxing, back at Gao Lao Village, turned and looked, suddenly realizing this was the result of the martial competition for marriage. The bridegroom, dressed in a bright red robe, was riding a tall horse, moving along the long street, surrounded by the crowd and the sounds of drums and gongs. Zhang Fuxing spoke calmly, glancing at the dark sky. In the perception, within the realm of Two Realms Mountain, about 10 great divine power users' energies were quietly brewing. These people intended to guide and welcome the return of old world true spirits at the levels of celestial venerates and Buddhas. At this moment, most returning old world true spirits in the present world are at the Daluo or pseudo-Daluo levels, the former like the 4 innate emperors, and the latter like Neza and Yellow Eyebrow, are all pseudo-Daluo. Zhang Fuxing muttered to himself, his face showing a solemn expression. If a large number of true spirits at the level of celestial venerates and Buddhas return, I'll be in big trouble. Although these true spirits might only exhibit the abilities of great power or merely venerate upon their return, it's foreseeable that they would swiftly recover in a short time. And if there are too many, I'll find it difficult to draw them all into the netherworld, sealing with me in self-detonation. These 10 great divine power users. Opportunity. Zhang Fuxing's thoughts were clear. They were waiting for an opportunity to call back and guide the return of old world true spirits. And I was waiting for an opportunity too. An opportunity to wipe out or enlighten these 10 great divine power users all at once. Would it be when Five Finger Mountain collapses? As thoughts shifted, they all returned to silence. Glancing at the terrified, unwilling bridegroom, Zhang Fuxing, followed by Shi Tongming, slowly returned to that 12-story tall hotel. Yet, just before entering, he suddenly paused. In the hotel lobby, two people were quietly waiting to check in. One was Li Xuyan, and the other was Chui family's Chui Linglong. In front of them, a person checking in was also someone he was deeply familiar with. Miss Mingyu. Miss Mingyu smiled as she took the key. Chapter 634, 374. To open Five Finger Mountain, to attain true monarch today. Chapter 634. Chapter 374. To open Five Finger Mountain, to attain true monarch today. Miss Mingyue's eyes moved away from the master and servant outside the inn and looked at the young man walking over. She smiled slightly. The young man, called Qing Feng, had handsome features and a vibrant spirit shone in his eyes. He first glanced at Li Xiyuan and Chui Linglong, who were waiting to register, then looked at the master and servant entering the inn. Not simple. Qing Feng felt a tightness in his heart, as if he had just awakened to meet extraordinary people. He smiled and politely asked, "You two seem new here as well." "Li Xun, this is my wife, Chui Linglong." Li Xun replied in a calm voice, his eyes gleaming with a mysterious light. "Qing Feng, Mingwei." Others might not recognize them, but he, Li Xun, or rather he, Zhu Wuneng, how could he not have heard or recognized them? He still somewhat missed that ginseng fruit from the Five Mansions Temple. As thoughts swirled in Li Shuyuan's mind, Qing Feng and Mingyue exchanged a glance, both feeling a sense of caution. Li Xuyuan, a name of the Arhut incarnation in the mortal world. The dragon subduing Arhut was a manifestation of the great Kasayapa Venerate. Is it a coincidence, or is the person before them a trace of the true spirit of Venerate Kasayapa? A slight flutter in their hearts. Qing Feng cautiously observed the newly entered master and servant again, finding the young master seemingly ordinary, but the old servant beside him slightly alerted his spiritual sense. Zhang Fuxing replied with a gentle smile. The old man slightly bowed, with a humble and docile appearance. The handsomely featured Qing Feng raised an eyebrow, intentionally or unintentionally saying, Zhang Fuxing maintained his smile. "Oh." The two young men conversed, while the quietly observing Li Xun slightly furrowed his brows. He couldn't help but be vigilant. With Qing Feng and Mingyue appearing here, it couldn't be simple. Could it be? The true spirit of the master of the Five Mansions Temple would awaken here. Li Shuyuan felt a heavy heart, haunted by the shadow of Zhen Yuanzi. That was one of the most formidable challenges they faced in the past Western Journey calamity. Even Monkey Brother couldn't muster any resistance against him. Thoughts raced like lightning and mist. The innkeeper became a bit impatient at this moment. Qing Feng quickly registered, received a key, and heard the innkeeper's annoyed voice. Li Shuyuan and Chui Linglong registered for the same room, 1209. Zhang Fuxing glanced around, feeling slightly uneasy. His thoughts were no different from Li Shuyuan's. It was already strange for Miss Mingyue to appear here, and now Qing Feng had appeared from who knows where. Both Qing Feng and Mingyue were present. Could Zhen Yuanzi be far behind? Another major variable. As thoughts tumbled, Zhang Fuxing, with his old servant, entered the elevator and politely waited for the other four to enter. The elevator slowly ascended to the top floor, during which there was no idle chat, and each person entered their respective room with their own thoughts. Once inside the room, Qing Feng formed a seal, sealing the room inside and out from spying and eavesdropping, then turned around and spoke. Mingyue, also furrowing her brows, sighed softly. Qing Feng fiddled with his room key, his eyes flickering. Beside him, Miss Mingyue, with a cinnabar mark on her forehead, couldn't help but ask. Qing Feng replied with divine path. Right single quotation mark as he spoke. Qing Feng paced back and forth. While Miss Mingyue became more and more uncertain, Qing Feng replied calmly. After a pause, he gently exhaled. Qing Feng's face showed an excited expression. if the master truly became supreme and attained the supreme fruit position. From a certain perspective, it could even mean that Qing Feng would also have a chance to attain the supreme. After all, the master has said that the birth of a supreme depends entirely on the result of the game among the other supremes. If the master attains enlightenment, naturally, he would first think of making the people around him useful. After a while, Qing Feng exhaled a murky breath. Chapter 635, 374. Unsealing Five-Finger Mountain, Pursuing the True Monarch's Ascension. Chapter 635, Chapter 374. Unsealing Five-Finger Mountain, Pursuing the True Monarch's Ascension. Miss Mingyue fell into silence, and, after a long while, she turned her head and said softly. Qing Feng raised his eyebrows, stared at Miss Mingyue, and suddenly smiled. The gentle voice echoed in the room. Qing Feng lowered his eyelids, concealing the sharpness in his eyes, but didn't linger much, striding out of the room to return to his own. 1208. After closing the door, he once again performed a sealing technique, isolating the interior from the exterior. Then his face turned cold as he murmured to himself. He sat cross-legged on the spacious double bed and suddenly smiled. Just a person in the painting. While talking to himself, Qing Feng stroked his chin. The only trouble is how to make this painted Mingyue willingly give up her own will, sacrifice herself, and guide the true Mingyue to return and reappear. This is also the reason he coaxed Mingyue here. The master won't resurrect here. But here, and at the Qingshan elderly home, lies the path for the true Mingyue to return. There, the fake Mingyue can be forcibly sacrificed, transformed into offering fuel to guide the true spirit to descend. This is indeed the master's original words. Only now, having just returned, he may not really be able to defeat this painted person. Qing Feng yawned, his expression extremely indifferent. For safety's sake, it's just a matter of waiting for his cultivation to restore to its peak, transforming back into a true monarch. Then to suppress this woman would be as easy as turning over a hand. It won't take too long. He just needs to trick this painted Mingyue into handing over that ginseng fruit, consume it, and he will immediately return to his peak. It's just that. Qing Feng squinted. What is this fake Mingyue hiding? Which old-world true spirit did she encounter during this time? Enough, enough. No matter who she met, no one is greater than the master. He smiled slightly again. 1201. Zhang Fuxing quietly stared at the wall, observing Qing Feng in 1208 with a constantly changing expression. The other side's concealment means we're nothing in front of him. The person in the painting, Zhang Fuxing lowered his eyes, feeling a chill in his heart. He had long known that Miss Mingyue was a person in the painting. But to bring the true Mingyue back, he would have to make the current Miss Mingyue turn into offering fuel and burn herself out. He squinted his eyes. Along the way, one could say that back in Jiangzhou City, without Miss Mingyue, he would have died during the divine descent. Zhang Fuxing didn't know whether Miss Mingyue would be willing to turn into offering fuel, to willingly dissipate and guide the true Mingyue's descent, but he was not willing. If he was unwilling, then it would not be allowed. A rumbling noise unexpectedly arose from the sky. Zhang Fuxing withdrew his gaze and looked towards the sky through the window. Above the clear sky, there were vaguely majestic figures floating, each exuding the aura of a great divine power user. They had all arrived, all looking for the opportunity to bring back the true spirit on the level of old-world celestial venerate or Buddha. Zhang Fuxing's heart sank, but then he saw the originally overcast sky, dense with black clouds pressing the city, abruptly cleared up, and those majestic figures were in an instant erased of their mystical power and suppressed. All turned to mortals. Their grandeur vanished. This is Director Meng? Zhang Fuxing thought of Meng the 34th and understood in his heart. If not mistaken, it was probably the other one in the elderly home who lifted her head to look at the sky. Where her gaze reached, all became ordinary. No immortals, no gods, nor saints. Director Meng, Zhang Fuxing whispered to himself. first thinking of the Emperor Huda, Earth deity, but not daring to directly conclude. Even though Director Meng is an old woman, a woman, gender is a joke to venerate, let alone the supreme fruit position. Among the incarnations of the Supreme, there are both men and women. Zhang Fuxing dared not say it out loud, whispering in his heart. The reason is none other. Hutu commands the nine netherworld, controls reincarnation, not to mention Daluo. Under Daluo, the old world beings likely fell in the tumult of the end-time catastrophe. Thus, if they were to return, the greatest possibility is to return from reincarnation. In the sky, a group of great divine power users looked at each other in doubt. They were either the supreme elder of some evil cult or, in earlier times before the sea-stabilizing divine needle iron went missing, true gods descending from different dimensions. Also the true foundation of some sections. But just now, as they manifested, yet to truly descend, they found themselves struck by heavenly power, erasing and suppressing all the power they exhibited. The opportunity, a great divine power user in a long robe, with bright eyes, gently touched his chest, and then said, "My celestial position narrates that there is something unusual here, forbidding the extraordinary to become saints." The other great divine power users exchanged glances, and a thought arose in their minds. They looked at the great divine power user in the blue robe and knew his origin, being introduced by the Eastern sect from different dimensions. He sits on the celestial position as a true god. One great divine power user spoke with emotion. Chapter 636, 374. Today, I open Five-Finger Mountain and attain true monarch. Chapter 636. Chapter 374. Today I open Five-Finger Mountain and attain true monarch. The one in the green robe smiled and nodded. Each great divine power user turned into mortals and vanished into Gaolao village. Outside the celestial capital, it seems something major has happened at Two Realms Mountain. Meng Qingtian solemnly spoke. Kong Shantong looked solemn. It's unrelated to us. Meng Qingtian's face changed. Kong Shantong spoke deeply. An incarnation of mine has already entered. He extended his hand, lifted the celestial emperor's seal. A faint smile appeared on his face. Meng Qingtian was slightly excited, but soon calmed his emotions, asking, "I received news that two provinces have rebelled and declared independence." He paused, then continued. Kong Shantong pondered for a moment, then resolutely said, he spoke solemnly, that immortal Avalokiteshvara from Celestial Tao Province is a great figure from the old world. Meng Qingtian's face showed shock. Such a great secret, old Kong. Kong Shintong gazed at the elderly in front of him. After a moment of silence, he no longer concealed it. Saying quietly, Kong Shintong spoke deeply. Meng Qingtian's expression drastically changed. Since the Research Institute inquired about the Supreme Saint Celestial position, the name of map of mountains and rivers spread widely. Now within the celestial capital, everyone knows that it hides such a treasure capable of interfering with time and reality. Meng Qingtian was initially delighted, then bitterly smiled. Kong Shantong sympathetically patted Meng Qingtian's shoulder, said, "But according to that authority, through using the map of mountains and rivers to interfere with time, although we have yet to establish a celestial court." Meng Qingtian solemnly asked. Kong Shantong said quietly. Meng Qingtian was first astonished, then felt a chill down his spine. After a long time, he trembled and asked. Kong Shantong smiled, looked toward the celestial capital, and calmly spoke. A sudden impulse. In 8 Scenery's palace, Zhang Fuxing sat on the meditation mat, patting his chest, his gaze profound. The era of great contention has begun. Previously, it remained calm, but now, this river, named the era of great contention, is likely to face its first giant wave. With the meditation mat's position enhancement, this premonition is incredibly strong, as if something startling is happening. Yet, Zhang Fuxing's extensive calculations and deductions led to only a few words. As it is, Netherworld, celestial court, Qing Shan, immortality, dynastic change, different dimension. This is the answer obtained through the secret techniques borrowed from the Northern Emperor and coupled with the Tai chapter in using, rearranging stars, and foresight of future. These two heavenly techniques. The answer is not entirely correct and certainly incomplete, but is sufficient as a reference. Zhang Fuxing stretched lazily, slowly stood up from the meditation mat, with three supreme treasures floating beside him. One is the purple electric hammer, one is the immortal sinking sword, and one is the immortal slashing flying knife. Three supreme treasures have all anchored to a great scene. The purple electric hammer has anchored to Golden Turtle Island, yet there is no abode palace on it. The immortal slashing flying knife has anchored to the great sun. Indeed, the real scene of the old world's great Sunday. As for the immortal sinking sword, Zhang Fuxing used it to anchor to High Celestial Palace. Golden Turtle Island is placed above the east sea of the mortal realm, floating above the Dragon Palace. The old world's innate great sun replaces the original illusory great sun, illuminating the divine realm. High Celestial Palace, then is set by Zhang Fuxing beside Guanghan Palace and Lingxiao Palace. As for this, everything is done. Zhang Fuxing did not immediately go to investigate these three anchored illusions. He had more important matters to attend to. Holding the immortal sinking sword, lifting the immortal slashing gourd, then hanging the purple electric hammer on his waist. These three supreme treasures have not appeared before the living beings. Outsiders certainly could not rely on them to discern his true identity. Zhang Fuxing smiled. The five-finger mountain should open. He suddenly felt something. Looked toward Longevity Mountain at Five Mansions Temple, where the Tao scripture emerged with words from the ancestor of land immortals. The script above was simple. Zhang Fuxing looked at the words above, chuckled. After speaking, he revealed the true form of this northern dipper slaying body. A virtual image of the stars of the celestial sphere followed. The purple electric hammer on his waist reflected the purple celestial lightning. The immortal sinking sword moved. The immortal slashing gourd swayed. And then, Zhang Fuxing uttered the divine realm, opened his eyes, already standing above a roaring abyss. A piece fell, a summon. Li Xin, who was far in Galao village, was forcibly moved to his front amidst confusion. The voice thundered, reverberating. Today, as I affirm, the true monarch. Chapter 637, 375, Attaining Great Divine Techniques, Supreme Corpse Manifestation. Chapter 637, Chapter 375, Attaining Great Divine Techniques, Supreme Corpse Manifestation. Attain fruit position, attain fruit position, attain fruit position. These three words echoed like a giant bell in the depths of Zhang Fuxing's sea of consciousness, overshadowing all worldly distractions, becoming his sole obsession and his only path forward at this moment. He had already transformed into the true form of the Northern Dipper Kill Tao, with the seven-star Tao marks swirling over his body, the starlight cascading down like a waterfall, quietly seated atop the desolate sea of clouds. Beneath him the clouds roiling endlessly, with myriad phenomena. He lowered his gaze and silently observed, his eyes penetrating the layers of smoke and mist, falling upon that abyssal five-finger mountain. Where the mountain was enveloped in mist, Li Xiuyuan stood confused. No Cui Linglong was by his side. As soon as he appeared, he felt a sudden tension in the surrounding energy. Eyes darted towards him from all directions. Several people dressed in uniform outfits were already approaching in a formation, Pantheon followers. The leader was a celestial human realm cultivator with a solemn face, hands resting on the Dharma artifact at his waist, his tone full of caution. The stranger had appeared too abruptly, as though born of thin air, and he hadn't detected any fluctuation of energy. Such teleportation ability is not something an ordinary cultivator possesses. It likely touches upon the realm of divine spirit. Considering the great divine techniques users recently arriving in this place, the Celestial's heart sounded alarms. daring not to take any chances. Li Xian took a deep breath, intending to respond. When a strange sensation rose from the depths of his soul, he instinctively lifted his gaze to the sky, his eyes penetrating the thin cloud layers, gazing into the deepest part of the cloud sea. In an instant, Li Shuyuan's pupils contracted violently, his body hair standing on end. Only he could see. On the cloud sea peak, a figure was seated, surrounded by a chilling and bone-piercing northern dipper-killing aura. Purple thunder reverberated outward. That figure held an ancient and simple long sword, its blade engraved with obscure down mark, faintly leaking a killing aura, and holding a bronze gourd. The gourd's mouth shimmered with light, exuding the rhythm of slaying immortals. A small iron hammer hung at his waist. The hammer resonated with earth, fire, wind, water, gently swaying, with purple thunder floating about. These 3 Dharma artifacts, he actually recognized them all. Celestial Lord of numinous treasures, immortal sinking sword, the purple lightning hammer, and Taoist monarch Lia's immortal slaying gourd, plus the layered rolling, almost solidified northern dipper killing aura. Li Shuyuan's heart sank with a thud, as if falling into an ice cave. Others didn't recognize this array. How could he not recognize it? Before becoming Pigsy, he was the Marshal Tianpeng, commanding 80,000 Celestial River Navy. But before being Marshal Tianpeng, he was the true Monarch Tianpeng under Emperor Zhui, the leader of the 4 saints of the North Pole. In that era, called the closest to Daoyuo, while in that era there existed few Daoyuo. Li Shuyuan's Adam's apple moved, softly whispered, then sensed something was off. No, that's not right. If Northern Emperor descended in this form, his might would surely be 3 points stronger. Thoughts swirling around, Li Shen suppressed the storm in his heart, slowly withdrawing his gaze to the pantheon followers gradually surrounding him. Already forming an array, he steadied his mind, clasped his hands together, a faint flash of Buddha's light at his brow, and solemnly said, "Mercy, mercy." The pantheon followers heard this, immediately exchanged glances. Their rank was too shallow to understand the divine mission of the westward journey, but the 4 words, "world-honored one Buddha," sounded like a sudden thunder. The other shore world is as bright as the sun. The leader celestial hurriedly clasped his hands and bowed, hesitated for a moment, and still probed. Li Xuan instinctively looked up to the sky again, gazing at the mysterious figure in the cloud sea. Seeing him continually focus on the muddled abyss, it was clear he was letting him come here to unlock the 5-Finger Mountain. In a flash of thought, Li Xuan suppressed the doubts in his heart. His expression returned to calm, speaking quietly. Before the words were finished, his expression slightly blurred. Memories of the past when he journeyed for the sutras flashed through his mind, recalling Monkey Brother, suffusing his heart with a slight sentiment. The Celestial was overjoyed, hurriedly turned aside to lead the way, his expression exceedingly respectful. Li Xian scratched his head, finally taking a deep look at the mysterious figure in the cloud sea. Seeing no further instructions, silently followed along. After Li Xian had left, Zhang Fuxing atop the cloud remained quietly seated. Beneath him the clouds rolled, hidden truths of heaven and earth faintly manifesting. The energy surrounding him became increasingly condensed, while his spiritual sense frantically warned him. Premonitions echoed like shadows. Signs of impending chaos were crystal clear, like a storm brewing on the mountain. Zhang Fuxing whispered, his expression growing heavier, realizing perhaps in this great world of contention, it's not merely the first giant wave, but has reached some exceedingly crucial turning point. As he muttered to himself, Zhang Fuxing's heart stirred slightly. He picked up Breaking Army again and placed a piece in the void. Chapter 638, 375, Proof of Great Divine Techniques. The Supreme Corpse Appears. Chapter 638, Chapter 375, Proof of Great Divine Techniques. The Supreme Corpse Appears. One can simultaneously activate at most 9 stars, but after activation, it doesn't take long to use them again. As each word falls one by one, Zhang Fuxing pushed the fire eye's golden gaze to the extreme, and at this moment his eyes shone like the dazzling sun, reflecting a splendid golden sea. The golden sea rolled, with celestial secrets and numbers transforming into mist, rising and spreading over the sea, gradually forming a false vision of the future. Part of the characteristics of the fruits of all causes, combined with the great divine technique of backward knowledge of the future, to a certain extent, already allowed Zhang Fuxing to glimpse a corner of the future years or decades ahead. It may not necessarily come true because he himself is not in the future, not within the calculation, but it can serve as a reference. Zhang Fuxing gazed intently at the rolling corner of the future on the splendid golden sea, somewhat entranced. In what he saw, the mother star was forcibly fused. The 49 provinces of the ancient realm and the land of hundreds of cities all reunited again. Above was the new celestial court. Below were the divided nations. Technology collapsed. Civilization regressed countless years, with dense star beasts coming from the starry sky, roaming the earth, humanity lingering in one gathering place or refuge after another. And evil cults proliferated, the most revered being the White Lotus sect, venerating the unborn Old Mother, absorbing the spirituality of billions of beings, coalescing into a river. It was a complete scene of the apocalypse. In this corner of the future is merely 100 years later. Zhang Fuxing sighed gently, the once wavering and hesitant heart completely decided. A trip to the netherworld is inevitable, and all the great divine power users, along with the entire different dimension, must accompany him, sealed in the netherworld. A smile suddenly appeared on Zhang Fuxing's face, murmuring to himself. He closed his eyes as zealous purple thunder surged around him, space collapsing, particles annihilating. Celestial Dao Province. The black-robed, long-bearded elder, just returned from the celestial capital, spoke in a deep voice. The unborn Old Mother sat quietly, her eyes reflecting the bright decree from that one. The decree was born from 10,000 years in the future, yet was seen by her at this moment. There being a stabilizing stone, the supreme fruit could not interfere with the past and future of the present time, each by 10,000 years. Mithra issued the decree. This is the only way. Silence, silence. Unknown how much time passed. The dazzling decree in the unborn Old Mother's eyes gradually dimmed. Returning to an endless river of spiritual essence of beings, she calmly said, the white-robed, sharp-browed, and the black-robed, long-bearded both prostrated themselves, listening respectfully. The Old Mother slowly spoke. You two go once to the celestial capital, wait patiently for the netherworld to open. As for that Taoist venerable. The unborn Old Mother paused slightly, a look of incredulity on her face, but still solemnly recited according to the decree from 10,000 years later. The grand sound fell and rose again. The white-robed, sharp-browed, and the black-robed, long-bearded took the decree and left, heading to the celestial capital, and moments later, for golden boys and jade maidens, rode on clouds, heading towards the Two Realms Mountain, on the world plateau. The river of spiritual essence in the unborn Old Mother's eyes continuously flowed into her own being. With each flow, her body attached to the meditation mat seemed to loosen a bit, become a bit freer, the color of the meditation mat, growing fainter and fainter. The Old Mother slightly frowned. Time is churning violently. She mused, quietly breathed a one chi, and deeply sighed. It's going to be chaotic. The unborn. Old Mother murmured with dread. Kong Shintong shouted angrily. The grand sound fell again and rose, and, as the head of the observatory, the goddess snapped out from her daze. She lifted her head, gazed at Kong Shintong, her nose inexplicably souring. It was you. Kong Shintong smiled slightly. Just moments ago, he borrowed the map of mountains and rivers, traveled to 1,000 years into a phantasmal history. When the goddess was still very young, he became her teacher, teaching her how to be a person, how to cultivate Tao, leading her on the path, and also severed the blood feud that had exterminated her entire family. As for how this blood feud came about, Kong Shintong's smile deepened, gazing at the tear-filled eyes of the goddess, knowing that the phantasmal history had already merged with real history. Illusion thus became true. The goddess trembled as she bowed respectfully. Kong Shintong sighed lightly. Slowing down, he spoke warmly. Now, the Federation is decaying, the building about to collapse. As your master, I cannot help but come forth. The words fell, the goddess's lips trembled slightly, obviously still hesitating, but this hesitation quickly vanished. Unbeknownst when, behind Kong Shintong, appeared one great divine power user after another, all familiar faces, heads of the War Department, Investigation Bureau, Inspector Bureau. Chapter 639, 375, Witnessing Great Divine Techniques, the Supreme Corpse Appears. Chapter 639, Chapter 375, Witnessing Great Divine Techniques, the Supreme Corpse Appears. Besides the Chief Director, everyone is present here, even many retired great divine power users from the celestial capital are here. The goddess's doubts vanished, and she bowed gracefully. Kong Shintong laughed heartily. He understood well that among these great divine power users, quite a few had probably noticed something amiss. But even so, they chose to obey him, a person capable of altering the past. Who would choose to resist? Kong Shintong looked up at the sky, his voice suddenly stern. His words were forceful, filled with determination. All these are the places where those little ones holding the map of mountains and rivers are, the words of the old world's true spirit hidden within him. Just waiting for that imminent change in the netherworld, the chairman and chief director will be too occupied to tend to external matters. At that time will be the day he establishes the celestial court. According to what that old world's true spirit said, as long as the celestial court is established smoothly, then, holding the celestial emperor's seal and assuming the false celestial emperor's position, his rank will be higher and higher. Even when facing the chairman and chief director, he would have no fear. It could truly be said to be an instant rise to heaven. Kong Shintong murmured to himself. As he spoke, he looked up at the sky, thinking of that majestic Taoist palace, thinking of the Lord of High Heaven, the great celestial venerate sitting in the Taoist palace. If I hold the false celestial emperor's position and take charge of the celestial court afterwards, can I be equal to that celestial venerate? When the seats of high heaven gather next time, would that great celestial venerate have to stand up from the chaotic chi and bow to me, calling me fellow Taoist? Kong Shintong laughed even more joyously. Abyss of the Five-Finger Mountain. The Pope of the Pantheon suddenly opened his eyes and subconsciously looked up. What appeared before his eyes was the phantom of the world-honored One Buddha. He was alarmed. The phantom of the world venerate smiled slightly, without explanation, and simply spoke calmly. The Pope of the Pantheon was stunned for a moment and then suddenly realized. It is time. It is time for him to escape. He suddenly became excited. A look of great joy appeared on his face, and he solemnly bowed. As he spoke, the Pope of the Pantheon cautiously looked at the phantom of the world venerate before him. His heart tensed. This world venerate is becoming increasingly unfathomable. Is he awakening? At the same time, Zhang Fuxing, through the great divine technique of Heaven's Gang, five-element great escape, had just sent a strand of the world venerate's phantom into the abyss of the Five-Finger Mountain. First smiled gently, then suddenly his expression turned stern, and he spoke calmly. The Pope of the Pantheon was first puzzled, then his expression changed dramatically. The Pope of the Pantheon furrowed his brows tightly. Seeing this, Zhang Fuxing pondered. The Pope of the Pantheon sighed. He rubbed his brow, lips bitter. Although our Pantheon is said to be on par with the other three major sects in reality. After a pause, the Pope of the Pantheon continued. Zhang Fuxing pondered. Oh. The Pope of the Pantheon responded solemnly. The Eastern and Western sects each have three lords, and news has it that all six are at least true saints, perhaps even. As he spoke, the Pope of the Pantheon continued observing Zhang Fuxing, seeing no change in his expression. He felt relieved in his heart. He was probing. At this moment, Zhang Fuxing spoke calmly. After fellow Taoist escapes from this abyss of the Five-Finger Mountain, as agreed, you will work for the other shore world. The phantom of the world venerate lifted his eyes, with the Bodhi tree swaying behind him, surrounded by a brilliant sea of light. The endless Brahma sound and endless Buddha's light. He continued. The Pope of the Pantheon was silent for a moment and softly asked. Zhang Fuxing smiled. The current other shore world, with the master seated at the celestial position of the past Buddha, and me holding the celestial position of the now Buddha. As long as little child returns to the position, aligning with the future Buddha celestial position, then the other shore mountain becomes truly Ling Mountain. And the thing Ling Mountain lacks least are celestial positions. Ling Mountain has countless Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats. In the Great Sound, the world venerate performed a flower-picking smile, flowers appearing from nowhere, while Buddha's light and Brahma sound swayed down from the Bodhi tree behind him. With a sigh, Zhang Fuxing turned and left, leaving only a single sentence behind. Chapter 640, 375, Achieving Great Divine Techniques. The Supreme Corpse Appears. Chapter 640. Chapter 375, Achieving Great Divine Techniques. The Supreme Corpse Appears. The Pope of the Pantheon felt a shiver run down his spine as he watched the virtual shadow of the world venerate, stepping on Buddha's light and Brahma's sound, disappear, stirring great tides within his heart. Victorious, fighting Buddha, the celestial position of Buddha. His chest rose and fell, as if seeing the day when he would achieve the true saint and even become a Buddha in the future. Time passed bit by bit. A sacrificial array appeared, as a follower reported. A young man claiming to be the sutra taker had come from the other shore world, already arriving outside the abyss. The Pope of the Pantheon looked up, his gaze penetrating the abyss, seeing the handsome young man standing upright. Is this his future master? So weak. Thoughts churned as the Pope of the Pantheon heard the young man outside the abyss speak. The Pope of the Pantheon replied in a loud voice. A great sound like a tide. Li Xuan sighed softly, saying, he gazed at the abyss of the Five-Finger Mountain, upon which there were no suppressive techniques left by the Buddha, not knowing at all how to make this abyss collapse. Yet a sudden impulse arose. Cloaked in a brocade kasaya, holding the nine-ring scepter, Li Xuan suddenly raised the Zen staff, loudly proclaiming. The sound rose. In the sky, an unseen place. Zhang Fuxing shook the purple thunderhammer, rotated the immortal slaying gourd, and used the immortal sinking sword. He did not know how to open this abyss of Five-Finger Mountain. Then he would simply split it open. Earth, fire, water, and wind all moved. Purple firmament thunder roared, accompanied by an illusory, immortal slaying flying blade and a strand of sword chi urged out from the immortal sinking sword. Crashing down. The immortal sinking changes infinitely and wondrously. Before this sword, even a Daluo's body could be cut open, with the immortal slaying gourd capable of killing Daluos as assistants, along with the ability to refine earth, fire, water, and wind to annihilate the great world with the purple electric hammer. It's just Five-Finger Mountain. Purple firmament thunder descended as sword light. Thus the mountain opened at this moment. Five-Finger Mountain opened, ending the cause and effect, making the whole body feel light. Heaven moved and earth shook. The Pope of the Pantheon laughed as he emerged. Surging demonic chi spread open, pervading the area within Two Realms Mountain, except for Gao Laozhuang's entire region. And at this very moment, Zhang Fuxing rose. He ascended from the mother star into the ancient starlit sky. Hearing Li Xuan bestow the Dharma name of Wukong upon the Pope of the Pantheon known as Shumizi, perceiving that the celestial capital was undergoing a great change. The netherworld was opening. Five-Finger Mountain crumbled. Wukong emerged. Netherworld opened wide. Giant waves surged. Mountain rain had already come. But all of this had nothing to do with Zhang Fuxing. He kept rising, from the vicinity of the mother star all the way into the depths of the starlit sky, in the end finding an ancient star to sit upon. With eyes closed, the 100,000-year cultivation from the Northern Emperor had already merged with his true self. In the 74th year, the domain belonging to a great divine power user entered it. Merely 74 years. Zhang Fuxing's accumulation now was extremely thick. 74 years had been enough for him to break through the heavenly pass, to take a step forward, completing a fundamental leap in life's essence. This was not like a venerate achieving a realm breakthrough through great power. This was a change in the fruit position. This was like a celestial human ascending to God. A light size seemingly from the dawn of ages turned into great tides, submerging the entire ancient star. At this moment, at this instant, the Tao began to manifest vastness. The fruit position silently emerged, only waiting to sit. Zhang Fuxing began to overflow. The North Star slaying Tao body began to melt, transforming into the true self-body. The true body descended to the world, bearing the wheels of the various Tao behind him. The light of 36 colors evolved into the light of 49 colors. The primordial clouds surged forth, forming a vast sea of clouds outside the ancient star, with a pervasive sense of clarity. The Tao sound circulating, innumerable star beasts from the depths of the star sea, unknown from where they came, chirped and bowed down. Mixed blood golden crow, phoenix, flood dragon, jingping. Then came the pure-blooded golden crow, the divine phoenix, the true dragon, and the rock punk. When the Tao was about to be accomplished, Zhang Fuxing even saw the deepest part of the cosmic star space, where a giant ox opened its eyes, looking towards him. On the ox's head, a sword was inserted. Immortal slaying sword. Zhang Fuxing lightly sighed. This fully true monarch fruit position seemed more terrifying than he had imagined. He still had not truly sat upon it, but it was close. Close. Reverse the forging technique. The reverse forging technique from the Eastern Emperor was operated, spurred on, in the depths of the star space where no human trace was present, with only the star beasts worshipping. Zhang Fuxing uttered the Tao sound, saying, the central pole sect leader's body walked out from the divine realm, taking the first position. The world-honored one Buddha's body descended from the other shore world, the Bodhi tree behind swayed, taking the second position. Laozi's body emerged. The bodies of various emperors Wei, Tao descended. Then the fully Tao body appeared from the great void. The celestial emperor, celestial position harmonized with the North Star slaying Tao body, achieving the North Star, celestial emperor's true body. 6 bodies appeared together beside the true self, together above the ancient star. The hidden true spirit of the Daoyuo in the depths of the star space was startled. One after another gaze settled, then retracted in shock, trembling with fear. Not because of the primordial cloud, nor because of the 6 great bodies, these they never saw. What they saw were 4 divine remains. One was the joyful Buddha, the second was the South Pole Longevity Emperor, the third was the West Pole Goat Chan Great Emperor. As for the fourth, it was the Bodhi Ancient Buddha. The Bodhi Ancient Buddha was the supreme. 3 Duo corpses, one supreme being's corpse, floated outside the ancient star. Zhang Fuxing sat at the star's center, uttering heavenly sound. A series of 3 forging sound arose from this place, covering the entire star sea, even stirring the mother star, with powerful sentient beings from the mother star casting their gaze. But likewise, these gazes had no time to see clearly, only glimpsing the Bodhi Buddha corpse. They fled as if frightened rabbits. 6 more consecutive forging sounds. Zhang Fuxing exhaled and exhaled again. The final note fell. A total of 10 forging sounds, forming a tone here, in tone forming the Tao, in Tao forming thousands and thousands of light. The sound of 10 forges, 10 bodies moved in unison. Fully true monarch fruit position, accomplished. Great divine power user, accomplished. And this great transformation of the star's sea. Far from ceased, the 10 bodies still trembled, even causing a chaotic sea to surge out. Reverse forging technique. Chapter 641, 376. Listen to my teaching of the technique. Chapter 641. Chapter 376. Listen to my teaching of the technique. A great divine power user cultivates their life treasure. Zhang Fuxing has already achieved the fully true monarch fruit position, holding the realm of a great divine power user. Yet he has not truly become one. The missing piece is the life treasure. However, the 12 reverse forging methods passed down by the Eastern Emperor are precisely the method to forge life treasures. On an ancient star, the primordial cloud rolled incessantly, and countless star beasts enveloped this entire starfield. Zhang Fuxing sat cross-legged on the barren ground, surrounded by 10 colossal bodies. 6 were his own transformations, 4 were divine corpses, one of which was the remains of Supreme. Zhang Fuxing murmured to himself, with a solemn and respectful expression, "Once a life treasure is set, it is difficult to change, even by altering time and history. It is hard to alter, because the life treasure is connected with the Tao, the 84,000 Taos. All transcend the long river of time. Forcefully changing a life treasure greatly harms oneself. In other words, today, forging the life treasure and achieving the fruit position is crucial." Zhang Fuxing took a deep breath, knowing that on his home planet, perhaps great changes have already begun, or perhaps old-world true spirits are being received at Gao Lao Zhuang, but he still must not rush. In haste, one may ruin the road ahead. With a sudden commanding sound, the body of royal might opened its eyes, connecting with Shun Baobao's mental world, connecting with the Doloa Palace she resided in. The Doloa Palace transformed. On the other side of the starry sky, on a relic planet, as the beast tide, the patriarch of the Zhang family was uncertain and had already prepared for the fall of this Tao body, but suddenly saw the beast tide obscuring the star sea retreat instantly, as if attracted by something extraordinary. At this moment, all the beasts were tearing through the void, rushing to the other end of the star sea. The old man frowned, his eyes revealing 2 great sun golden lamps. This is a special constitution passed down through the bloodline. Every member of the Zhang family is born with fire eyes or golden eyes. He had fire eyes with him. And at this moment, his eyes shone like golden lamps, gazing at the other end of the cosmic star sea, but saw only endless star beasts and an ancient star shrouded in thick primordial cloud. In the star, beneath the rolling cloud, vaguely 10 towering figures could be seen. Beyond that, nothing else was visible. The old man mumbled for the second time. As soon as he spoke, he heard a violent roar, suddenly looking sideways, seeing the Doa Palace submerged below the ground, suddenly rise. In the next moment, the void tore open. The Doloa Palace faced the tear in the void, facing the other end of the void passage, its doors wide open. The old man's complexion changed, peering into the distance, trying to see clearly the other end of the void fissure. But what he saw was still incredibly blurry, only seeing the rolling primordial cloud. Is this? The Zhang family patriarch's scalp tingled. At this moment, on the other side of the void fissure, Zhang Fuxing naturally sensed the presence of that elder, even sensed the entangled cause and effect with him, guessing it was the director Shun Baobao mentioned. But he did not pay attention, focusing entirely on the Doloa Palace. Upon looking within the Doloa Palace, it was dim and deep. Countless grim skeletons were scattered in the depths. Over 3,000 skeletons surrounded the immovable Meng Urshier in the deepest part of the abyss. Zhang Fuxing's gaze fell on the difficult-to-approach 8-trigram path in the depths. A thought caused the awoken Shun Baobao to fall into slumber again with another thought. With the falling of great technique fingers, the 6-ding divine fire beneath the 8-trigrams furnace was drawn to the front, forming a great furnace. Zhang Fuxing let out a sigh of relief. This step was completed, and it could be considered halfway done. He dared not be negligent. One supreme treasure after another emerged beside him, drawing a thread of Tao rhythm from the sea-stabilizing divine needle iron, plucking the heavy fog of the bridge of helplessness, borrowing the red fire from the human emperor's seal, then to the true intent of stabilization and defense of the South Celestial Gate, the Tao of cause and effect of the heaven and earth chessboard, and even a feature of cause of all results contained within the three-treasure jade Rui. Zhang Fuxing borrowed a strand from them all, something that was impossible to accomplish before, but now having achieved the fully true monarch fruit position, what was once impossible has become easily attainable. Fully true man fruit position, gaining the fully Tao body. What is gained from the fully true monarch fruit position is the fully seven souls. With these souls commanding intent, borrowing this intention to utilize the Tao and spiritual rhythms of various treasures. None of the treasures dare to disobey. With the seven souls upon me, in a certain sense, I have the ownership of all things above and below the heavens. Zhang Fuxing spoke to himself, his gaze clear, fully seven souls, master of all things. If the fully three spirits are gained, then the master of all affairs. At that moment, it can be considered minor perfection in fully method, although this master of things, master of affairs, is only in symbolic sense, as the Zhou King in the spring and autumn period. But when these supreme treasures have no owner to control them, symbolic sense can also become practical sense. Thus, the mystery of the trapped immortal transformed separated a strand. The murderous true intent of the slashing immortal flying knife extracted a thread. In the purple lightning hammer, it was rare to draw the essences of the clear thunder of purple firmament and the earth fire, water, and wind. These two were forcefully extracted a portion. The strands of essence, Tao rhymes, true intents from the various treasures. All were thrown by Zhang Fuxing into the great furnace formed by the six Ding divine fire, forged into a materialized cloud within the furnace. The most critical step, Zhang Fuxing uttered in a deep, low voice. He wildly activated the 12 reverse forging methods, the 6 incarnations of self, each split into 2, the bodies of all emperors' majestic ways, Laozi's Tao body, central pole, sect leader's body. Without exception, the half-body split apart has been cast into the great furnace, gradually merging under the burning of the 6 Ding divine fire. This is the foundation of a life treasure. Zhang Fuxing looked toward the Doluo Palace, gathering sound into waves, piercing straight in. The Tao Te Ching and the Merit Pen appeared, 3 consecutive calls, relying on these 2 treasures, borrowing Laozi's Tao body, imbued with the supreme Tao resonance, resounding within the 8 trigrams furnace. Fellow Taoist Xianqing said, he and Xuandu are both 1 and 2. Xianqing dares to call the 3 pristine ones Taoist friends, while Xuandu is still the obedient disciple of the celestial lord of Tao and virtue. The 8 trigrams furnace initially stood mightily still. For a moment, the furnace body trembled, resonating with the Tao sound. Zhang Fuxing did not respond, nor did he reveal the words Xianqing asked him to convey. Not yet the time. He arduously manipulated the 4 divine skeletons, suddenly casting them into the 8 trigrams furnace, uttering a single sentence. The 8 trigrams furnace fell into eerie silence, as if the Grand Master Xuandu inside was startled by the presence of the Bodhi-Buddha corpse. After a while, the 8 trigrams furnace began shaking again, the Daoyuo skeleton and the supreme skeleton slowly refining into one within. This was not the burning method Tai Shang Laojun used when setting Sun Wukong free. This was under the guidance of Grandmaster Xuandu, unleashing the full power and might of the 8 trigrams furnace. The divine skeleton long lost to unknown epochs, melting little by little under the blazing fire of the 8 trigrams furnace, gradually blending together bit by bit. Time passed silently, even though Zhang Fuxing used fighting stars and moving provisions, reversing yin and yang great divine techniques, briefly shifting the time slowdown from the Doluo Palace portal to the 8 trigrams furnace, then reversing it so that in an instant outside, the 8 trigrams furnace has refined for 49 days. Nonetheless, he still waited a full 36 days. one day and night, for 4 million instants, while outside 1 instant, inside the 8 trigrams furnace 49 days passed. In other words, in 36 days, inside the 8 trigrams furnace passed 2 million years. The 37th day, the 8 trigrams furnace opened, shaking, spewing forth a mass like mist and fog, yet like flowing water, yet like molten copper. Zhang Fuxing shook his head, not overthinking. He cautiously manipulated the mass forged by the 8 trigrams furnace over 2 million years, formed by the burning of 4 divine skeletons. Within this mass, even through mere observation, one can see countless clear and distinct great Tao. The brightest among them is the Bodhi Tao. What is called Bodhi is infinite wisdom, infinite purity, infinite enlightenment. Zhang Fuxing merely glanced at it, was almost converted and laid to rest. He dared not look again, immediately casting it into the great furnace, using reverse forging techniques as the lure, harnessing the 6 Ding divine fire to merge this mass with the things transformed from his 6 bodies. And thus at this moment, the embryo had just formed, the original source, Tao resonance, and true intent drawn from all the treasures, decorated all upon the embryo. Zhang Fuxing inhaled, prompting the 3 light, divine water from the willow branch, abruptly pouring down, stabilizing the embryo. The collision of 3 light, divine water and 6 Ding divine fire. The life treasure embryo emitting muffled sounds. Each muffled sound is as if a great drum being struck, reverberating not only upon ancient stars, but resonating through the entire cosmic reality. As the great drum sounds once, countless star beasts gathered outside the ancient stars cheer, twittering once. These muffled sounds akin to a great drum resound 81 times. The great universe thus shakes 81 times, with boundless star beasts cheering 81 times. Zhang Fuxing lifted his gaze among the star beasts. Already many far surpass him in existence, among them not lacking true saints and even celestial venerates, Buddha's level star beasts. Zhang Fuxing's heart jolted. These beasts, by right, should all be Daoyuo, yet one by one only carry the peak aura of celestial venerates, Buddhas. Is it due to intelligence? He pondered. Star beasts are born at what realm, remain eternally at that realm, fundamentally not cultivating. This indeed can make sense. Zhang Fuxing clicked his tongue, looking at the surge of star beasts arriving for unknown reasons, hesitated a moment, eventually still went to try borrowing blood from them. They indeed truly lent blood. Rock Peng, Qilin, True Dragon, Tao Tai, Qiongqi. From level 3 star beasts at celestial human level, to level 4 star beasts at venerate level, even at great divine power user, true saint level 5 star beasts, and near Daoyuo level 6 star beasts. Drops of brilliant blood fell from the heavens, all our source blood, drenching into the great furnace, merging with the cooling life treasure embryo, and then, awaiting quietly. Time trickled away. Another 36 days. The 73rd day of proving the great divine power user. The life treasure embryo representing, symbolizing Monte Chaos, Fulai, emerge from the furnace. The position of great divine power user is truly seated. Zhang Fuxing gently stroked the life treasure embryo, turned into a book that he had forged, smiling. You ought to have 84,000 pages. Zhang Fuxing looked toward the direction of the mother star. It seems to be undergoing a great change. Yet he remains unhurried. He merely lifted this book, looked toward the star beasts filling the starry sky, solemnly spoke. This treasure, I name it. As the voices sounded, Tao resonance circulated. Zhang Fuxing held the still embryo. Taoist scripture suddenly appeared in a state of sighing laughter. Chapter 642, 377. Shatter the other shore world. Slay the false Buddha. Chapter 642. Chapter 377. Shatter the other shore world. Slay the false Buddha. The deep and profound space. The sound of the Tao arises. Myriad techniques manifest. All Tao images follow. The Taoist raises the Taoist scripture high, singing loudly. He is both preaching the Tao and singing it. The Tao flows from his mouth, through the Taoist scripture, which is still an embryo, transforming into golden characters. These words convey immortal Tao rhyme, are engraved in the starry sky. Even blown by cosmic winds, they neither sway nor extinguish. Zhang Fuxing begins to preach the Tao, the Taoist scripture now just an embryo, though bearing the Hunyuan and Fulai. Yet of its 84,000 pages, those with writing are few and far between. The flying daggers for slaying immortals creates a page of slaughter. The immortal's sinking sword accomplishes a page of transformation. The purple lightning hammer derives 5 pages of earth, fire, water, wind, and thunder. And Zhang Fuxing's own cultivation also leaves traces in the Taoist scripture. The Buddha page emits a virtual shadow of a 9-tiered lotus platform. Brahma's sound wafting, the pure words are as translucent as glass, unstained by dust. The Mara page is surrounded by golden clouds, rays of light emanating. But all these are merely an infinitesimal portion of the 84,000 pages, hardly assembling 100 pages, which is why this Taoist scripture remains an embryo. It is also at this moment, accompanied by the reverberating sound of preaching. The golden words in the starry sky undergo changes. Zhang Fuxing speaks the great sun. His words transform into a golden sun hanging high. 10,000 feet of golden light pours down, dyeing the golden characters with radiant celestial light. A 3-legged golden crow virtual shadow appearing, not far away in the star clouds. An ancestor golden crow spreads its wings, spanning thousands of miles, suddenly opens. Its eyes' bewilderment fades, its gaze revealing clarity, wings flapping to invoke the true fire of the sun. Rippling golden waves, the vermilion bird on the red star stone raises its head and cries out. Its cry resonates with the sound of the Tao, its body glowing with spiritual light. He speaks water action. Golden words give birth to water wave Tao patterns, the condensed water droplets reflecting the skies, vast and endless, shining boundlessly among the star beasts. The ancestor dragon coils, its tail stirring the sky full of vapor. The ancestor rock Peng spreads its wings, absorbing the Tao rime of water, scales gleaming with deep blue radiance. Chaos wisdom gradually clears. One speaks of decay and flourish, yin and yang. The golden words then flicker, like the breathing of heavens and earth, flourishing with star grass wild growth, decaying with life concealed. The rules manifest amidst the alternation of yin and yang. And mention Buddha, pure, the golden words illuminate with thick Brahma sound. 1,000 Buddhas chant sutras, 10,000 monks recite Buddha. The violent star beasts gradually trend towards peace. Ferocity transforms into tranquility, then speaks of earth, fire, wind, water, chaos, cause and effect. The golden words imbue with vast Tao rhyme. Chaos mist spreads, dense threads of cause and effect intertwine, forming an all-encompassing net over the heavens. The star beasts become increasingly diverse. The Qilin strides on clouds. The white tiger roars among stars. The Xuanwu hibernates. Countless innate spiritual beasts bathe in the golden light of the sound of the Tao. Their intellect buds like shoots breaking through soil, a clarity and reverence appearing in their eyes. One type after another of star beast. Thus there's a trend and sign of awakening. The Tao continues to be preached. The sound of the great Tao echoes in this deep starry space. The immortal golden characters grow ever heavier and grander, illuminating 84,000 lights, reflecting 3,600 wonders, until the Taoist scripture itself begins to glow. Within Duluo Palace, grim skeletons finally find a hidden gourd in the depths. The gourd appears purple gold, flowing with infinite Tao rhyme, exuding vast alchemical scent. The true monarch Fulai, preaching and explicating the Tao, holding the Taoist scripture, his gaze falls upon that purple gold gourd, first reflecting 2 grains of great sun golden lamp. Then the golden lamp gradually brightens, illuminating into a sea of gold. revealing the myriad causes and effects upon the purple gold gourd without any concealment. The characteristics of cause of all results and results of causes, both simultaneously triggered under the creation of Fire Eye's golden gaze. He sees the purple gold gourd and knows the causes and consequences, both because the owner of the gourd hasn't concealed or disguised, and because he attained true monarch Fulai fruit position, gaining the Fulai, 7 souls, his own natural affinity for all Tao. His attainments in cause and effect far surpass what they once were. Zhang Fuxing both preaches the Tao and sighs inwardly. The purple gold gourd, held as a treasure by the celestial lord of Tao and virtue, within the gourd, one thing is suppressed, namely, the intelligence of the star beasts. He looks towards the many star beasts crouched in the starry sky listening to the Tao. Among them, the level 6 star beasts are clearly innate spiritual beings, similar to Ancestor Golden Crow, Ancestor Rockpong, Ancestor Dragon. But just as Ancestor Golden Crow cannot be Dijun or Eastern Emperor, the rest of the innate spiritual beings are not truly them either. Rather, after the final calamity, created life by the 3 pristine ones together and suppressed their intelligence in the purple gold gourd. Thus, there are these unlearned, unintelligent wild star beasts. As for why the 3 pristine ones would do this, Zhang Fuxing does not know. The purple gold gourd doesn't reveal specifics, but he can somewhat guess. Zhang Fuxing murmurs inwardly. His face shows bitterness. If the speculation is true, these star beasts perhaps are backhand left by the 3 pristine ones for himself. Left for himself as a means to counter the supreme killing formation. After all, looking around, level 6 star beasts, or rather top innate spiritual beings, there are a full 9, which equates to 9 beings nearing Daluo level. Zhang Fuxing's heart is stirred. Thus, with this group of star beasts, facing the killing formation, I seemingly truly have the capability for direct confrontation. After all, even if the treasure-holding Guangqingzi can easily suppress 1 or 2 level 6 star beasts, but what if faced with a hunt of 9? If I bestow 1 supreme treasure upon the 9 level 6 star beasts, Guangqingzi will suffer too. The other Daluo true spirits likewise. But Zhang Fuxing cannot feel joy regardless. Zhang Fuxing murmurs to himself. During his preaching of the Tao, with the aid of immortal gold words and the Taoist scripture, he can clearly sense the presence of restrictions within the souls of all the star beasts. As for whose hands hold these restrictions? If my guess is not mistaken, it's probably in the hands of some being secretly monitoring and watching over us, as set by the 3 pristine ones. Zhang Fuxing felt a complex mix of emotions, but suddenly narrowed his eyes. No weddies. Even though he understood that in some sense the star beasts were used to limit him, Zhang Fuxing resolutely opened the purple gold gourd nonetheless. And so, the countless star beasts regained their intelligence and were finally enlightened. The exposition of the Tao continued. The sounds of the Tao resonated, reverberating endlessly, as if the grand sounds of heaven. Mother Star. It has been 73 days, and dramatic changes have appeared on the Mother Star. Outside the celestial capital, Su Qinswan rubbed his brow, took a deep breath. The being standing beside him nodded slightly, speaking deeply. As they spoke, the 2 deities gazed at the capital, or rather, at the enormous dark object above the capital. Within lies the netherworld. Su Qinswan rubbed his brow and spoke deeply. Pausing for a moment, he continued. The being beside him spoke softly. Upon hearing the words celestial court, Su Qinswan's eye twitched, and a look of apprehension appeared on his face. 2 months ago, after the opening of the netherworld, many powerful beings entered the netherworld, and as a result, an organization named Celestial Court suddenly emerged, filled with beings at the great divine techniques level. In just 2 months, 49 provinces, over 10 of them have been overrun by the Celestial Court. Even the Golden Province, which had already declared independence, was no exception. Su Qinswan took a deep breath. If only we could persuade them to break away from the Federation and oppose the Celestial Court together. The ancient being beside him nodded deeply. and Su Qinswan suddenly looked at him. You all came from the Two Realms Mountain, and now that place has plunged into mystery. It can't be spied on or entered. He carefully assessed the ancient being before him, or rather, a true spirit of the old world. Though the other had just returned for 2 months, in that short span, they had grown from the celestial human level to great power. It's feared that soon, they might even enter the realm of great divine techniques. The ancient being's face showed intense apprehension and shook his head, saying, "It cannot be spoken within the Two Realms Mountain." Su Qinswan swallowed, unable to resist asking again. The ancient being sighed softly. Su Qinswan remained silent for a moment before asking. Su Qinswan looked confused, not understanding what merit purple chi means. He shook his head, and just as he was about to walk into the celestial capital, alongside the ancient being, his expression suddenly changed. The two deities looked up as they gazed, and above the celestial vault, at some unknown time, 10 grand figures had descended. One of the grand figures spoke coldly. The ancient being's face showed a look of shock. His lips parched. He smiled bitterly and spoke. The majestic figure in the sky spoke indifferently. "Sandalwood Merit Buddha, since you possess the merit purple chi, it seems that opening the other shore world and helping us behead the false Buddha." The voices resounded as 10 true spirits of the old world acted in unison. The ancient being and Su Qinswan had no time to resist and were suppressed and taken away. Annan Venerate looked into the distance, at the world like a radiant celestial light. A smile appeared on his face. He glanced at the netherworld. A look of dread appeared on his face. Shaking his head, he then strode towards the direction of the other shore world. Now let this world be opened, to slay the false Buddha and return to Ling Mountain. Deep in the starry sky, an ethereal voice reverberated, "Silent, silent." And then countless star beasts erupted with sound, together chanting, "They have become them." Zhang Fuxing patted himself off, standing up from the ancient star, one hand holding the Taoist scripture embryo, the other raising the purple gold gourd. The star beasts again respectfully responded together. The vast, limitless tide of beasts surged into that small purple gold gourd. Closing the gourd, then hanging it by his waist, Zhang Fuxing stretched lazily and looked towards the direction of the mother star. Chapter 643, 378. Chapter 643. Chapter 378. World Plateau. The Brahma sound reverberates, making the world tranquil. Over the entire world plateau, a dense fog that even great divine power users cannot see through, now in front of 10 ancient beings from the Buddhist sect, appears as nothing. They, with the Sandalwood Merit Buddha and Su Qinswan, are walking in the sky. The vast world plateau becomes completely visible. Annan Venerate sighed compassionately, speaking softly. Nowadays, this dynasty, known as the Federation, is not just divided into 10 provinces. He reaches out, gently taps, and the thick fog has a tendency to dissipate, and the vast world plateau reveals itself entirely to Su Qinswan and his companion. Annan Venerate is as renowned as Kasaipa Venerate. Though both are Venerates and Arhats, in reality, they belong to the strongest under Daluo. It can even be called Pseudo-Daluo. Besides not yet transcending time, the other characteristics of Daluo are mostly complete. The Sandalwood Merit Buddha is far inferior to Annan Venerate. Su Qinswan now gazes at the vast continent, his heart trembling, with 10 provincial cities in each of the 4 directions of the world plateau and 9 provincial cities in the central area, all connected to a province. And now looking at it, the eastern region, including the Golden Province, Qinghe Province, and others like Central, Yingtan, totaling 10 provinces, are shrouded in immense, vast, immortal light. On closer inspection, one can vaguely see endless palace towers floating within. The immortal light, Celestial Court. The Celestial Court has split the eastern 10 provinces. Yet looking at the 10 provinces in the west, they are also shrouded in Brahman's Buddha's light, Buddha land floating, Buddha country vast. The Sandalwood Merit Buddha or golden cicada, now changed in color, spoke, Buddha land. When did you summon the Buddha land? Anand Venerate smiled. He clasped his hands together, speaking indifferently. The words floated lightly. Listening made Su Chinswan beside him shiver with fear. 49 Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, Sumera Buddha land, future Buddha. All these things are somewhat beyond his understanding. The 100 or so true spirits that walked out of the Two Realms mountain, nearly half came from the Buddhist sect, and Su Chinswan swallowed, sharply catching the words of this Anand Venerate. It was escape out of Two Realms mountain. What exactly happened there? Just as his thoughts spun 1,000 times, Anand Venerate looked at Golden Cicada, speaking quietly. Golden Cicada sneered. Anand Venerate remained expressionless, murmured. After a pause, he pointed to the 10 provinces floating on Sumera Buddha land in the west, and continued. Golden Cicada spoke coldly. Anand Venerate patiently said. Golden Cicada still maintained a cold expression. While speaking, the group had reached the edge of the eastern celestial court, where the other shore world sits. Anand Venerate gazed at the other shore world, surrounded by the vast river within. Looking at the indistinct and misty Buddha's light spectacle within, he calmly said, You can close this celestial steel. While speaking, their arrival stirred up vast Brahma sound Buddha's light, alarming the eastern 10 provinces enshrouded in immortal light and the other shore world. In the eastern 10 provinces, each as beings at the level of great divine power user peering out, looking seriously at this place, and also at this moment, within the other shore world, 2 figures slowly emerged. Lin Changle and Hong Tanbao exchanged a glance, then simultaneously said loudly, Guanyin, Venerable Buddha. The Buddhas and great Bodhisattvas in the heavens instinctively turned their heads to look at those 2 little guys, all with a slight smile. Golden Cicada then spoke firmly. Chapter 644, 378_2. Chapter 644. Chapter 378_2. Nan Venerate sighed softly, his expression unchanged, only gazing at that resplendent other shore world, like a luminous sun, illuminating the entire mist-shrouded plateau. He calmly said, Even the young and small dare to steal the celestial position of the past Buddha and great Bodhisattva Guanyin. The sound surged like rising tides, clearly only awakening to the level of great power. Yet when these words fell, a vast Buddha land of Jambudvipa emerged in reflection. Within the Buddha land, a boundless and majestic furious-eyed Vajra manifested, its body made of golden stone, incense converging its spirit, its aura as magnificent as a great divine power user. The golden cicada's expression changed. Dharma Guardian Great Vajra? Anand Venerate chuckled lightly. In the past at Ling Mountain, 100,000 Dharma Guardian Great Vajras, 3,000 were under my command. As he spoke, from Sumera Buddha land emerged one Dharma Guardian Great Vajra after another. They had no awareness, no true spirit, purely made of the great Brahma golden stones and dense incense. Their strength rivaled great divine power users, and although they could not enforce iron laws verbally, they possessed the near-path body, allowing them to bypass ordinary iron laws. In other words, each Dharma Guardian Great Vajra, although lacking a fruit position and merely a lifeless thing, had the genuine capability to confront a great divine power user head-on. Anand Venerate uttered the word appear thrice in a row, and the Dharma Guardian Great Vajras, emerging from Sumera Buddha land, now numbered 36. Buddha's light stretched endlessly, radiant like a sea of clouds, blocking out the sky and sun. The 36 great Vajras stepped forward in unison, like 36 million ancient bronze bells being struck simultaneously. Under the shroud of the celestial court, 10 great divine power users remaining in the province, not yet having entered the netherworld, all coughed up blood. The vast bell tolls merged into one, pressing down upon the other shore world. The other shore world emitted an unbearable rumble. Anand Venerate said gently. After a pause, he glanced sideways, speaking leisurely. The golden cicada's lips trembled. Though filled with great resentment, anger towards Ling Mountain, hatred towards the Buddha, in the end, he was still the same Tang Sanzang of the past. Despite harboring great resentment, he was still willing to save all sentient beings, to relieve their suffering. The moonlight, great Bodhisattva, standing nearby, suddenly glanced sideways, once nearly achieving the Daluo existence at his peak. At this moment, he gazed intently at Su Qinswan. Your mind is unsettled. You seem to be deeply entangled with this other shore world in cause and effect. Su Qinswan's expression suddenly changed. The other Buddhas and great Bodhisattvas also turned their gaze, while Anan Venerate looked at Su Qinswan in surprise and said calmly. The light words fell into Su Qinswan's ears, yet it felt like thousands of bhikkhunis were chanting Brahma's sound beside him. His heart wavered in an instant, died by Buddha's light. Though not yet enlightened or converted, he couldn't help but speak. He panted, speaking with difficulty. Anan Venerate paused in surprise and said with interest. Su Qinswan, short of breath, continued with difficulty. All the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas were smiling, shaking their heads. Anan Venerate also smiled and said, Terrifying existences. Who are they? Su Qinswan's expression was dazed, his mind already captured, involuntarily narrating. One is Mingyue, a great power. Anan Venerate displayed a puzzled look on his face. Mingyue, the pure Buddha beside him mused. All the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas burst into laughter. It turned out to be just a little child, thus, could such a one be called a terrifying existence? They shook their heads, thinking this little fellow's knowledge was too shallow, but upon reflection, it made sense. Even in an old world, to be a child attendant of a high deity would indeed make one a significant figure in this time and world. Anan Venerate, losing interest, casually asked. Su Qinswan couldn't restrain himself from answering. With the mention of the central pole sect leader, all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas paused, their expressions slightly serious, clearly recognizing that master of the nine netherworld. Only Anan Venerate, who possessed some temporal features of the Daluo fruit position, raised an eyebrow. Central pole sect leader, a master of the nine netherworld appearing out of nowhere. Su Qinswan breathed heavily, recalling the terrifying existences he saw with golden armor in the purple bamboo forest. He spoke with difficulty. The third is. This time, the contempt on the faces of the Buddhas completely faded, and Anan Venerate frowned deeply, then relaxed. Cyan Emperor, he said calmly. To my knowledge, the Cyan Emperor has already been removed from the innate five emperors, his position replaced by the Eastern Prince. Su Qinswan inhaled and spoke, the great celestial venerate of the High Heaven Association. The light words fell, and the once noisy sky suddenly grew deathly silent. Chapter 645, 378. Chapter 645, Chapter 378. The pure Buddha widened his eyes. The moonlight, great Bodhisattva's body trembled, and the Vajra pestle in the hands of the dragon venerable King Buddha almost dropped. Even Anan Venerate and the golden cicada's expressions changed dramatically. A voice of reprimand came from the unbreakable Vajra Buddha, while Su Qinswan only gasped slightly. Anan Venerate was silent for a long time, then spoke coldly. Though these words were spoken, their hearts were still shrouded with a thick sense of dread, for who under the heavens would dare impersonate that one? Even if there were, it would only be with that one's nod of assent. A long silence ensued. Anan Venerate's gaze shifted unpredictably, finally settling as he quietly said, Tai Ching? After a pause, he said coldly, regardless of who supports this false Buddha, I will reclaim all Buddha celestial positions. The moment his words fell, 36 Dharma Guardian Great Vajras stepped forward again, their Brahma sound rumbling like thunder, shaking the other shore world continuously, causing Lin Changle and Hong Tianbao to change colors, hearts full of bad premonitions as their spiritual sense rapidly gave warning. The golden cicada was silent for a long time, finally letting out a soft sigh. He looked toward the other shore world, at the celestial stele of the human emperor standing over it. The golden cicada gazed at the inscriptions on the stele. Great Tang's Saint, Celestial Khan, Li Shimin, his expression complex, clearly recalling his years first departing from Great Tang. He pondered, if he hadn't gone into seclusion back then, would Wujing, and the little white dragon have remained unharmed? Would Wukong not have been torn to pieces, body and soul, by the countless divine Buddhas? The golden cicada closed his eyes, extended his hand, and pointed forward. The celestial stele of the human emperor trembled. Its resplendent light began to dissipate, and the decree blessed by heaven and earth began to pale. Within the other shore world, innumerable beings were filled with terror and unease. Hong Tianbao and Lin Changle felt chills down their spines, and before they could conceive anything, the rules sustaining the entire other shore world had already collapsed. Anand Vinahat softly spoke. The great transcendent light, Bodhisattva nodded, lifted his foot, and stamped down. Towards the two who usurped the celestial positions, towards other shore mountain, he stamped heavily. Lin Changle roared, spurring the celestial sphere star formation, shrouding the other shore world. But under that giant foot, it was immediately on the verge of collapse. Jiang Feinio stepped out from the other shore grass hut, looking pale at the Buddha shadow in the sky. She gritted her teeth, lifting the formation disc, activating the unfinished sacrificial formation, a formation communicating with the black entity suppressed beneath the research institute, a being of dark resentment from the netherworld. But it was too late. The celestial sphere star formation thunderously broke. The foot of the great transcendent light, Bodhisattva, accompanied by the dignified and boundless ocean of worlds, roared and crushed down. A grand voice suddenly resonated. A hand gently stopped the descending foot of the great transcendent light, Bodhisattva, supporting the dignified ocean of worlds. All Buddhas were slightly shocked, focused their gaze, and were even more astonished. Anand Venerate squinted his eyes. Li Jing slightly shook his head. He gestured, uncovering the hidden Yin Chang'an below the other shore world, then spoke. Here lies the divine palace of the Emperor Ziwei of the North Pole. Pausing briefly, Li Jing cast his gaze on these long-acquainted beings in the sky, calmly reminding. All Buddhas and great bodhisattvas changed their colors. Anand Venerate's expression shifted uncertainly, finally breaking into a smile after a while. Who would have thought the Emperor Ziwei would be here? Li Jing remained silent for a moment and then stepped aside. Anand Venerate smiled, coldness showing on his face this time, and decided to act himself. The target are all beings in the other shore world who believe in the false Buddha. Countless beams of Buddha's light pierced down with a roar. Chun Daoling, Zhao Wenting, Hu Zhongli, and others turned pale, and their spiritual sense warned them. Yet they were helpless. Everything in their sight was filled with Buddha's light, about to perish, die, and turn to ashes. Creak! The door of the grass hut opened for the second time, but it remained dark inside, and it was unclear who stood there. Anand Venerate snorted coldly. The Buddha's light converged into a divine spear, powerfully piercing towards the shadowy figure in the hut. Just at this moment, the shadowy figure floated out of the hut, appearing before the eyes of the world. A half-snake, half-human woman of peerless elegance looked at everything with a confused and bewildered expression. The divine spear abruptly halted. Sweat beads appeared on Anand Venerate's forehead. The Buddhas and great bodhisattvas were on edge, and Li Jing rubbed his eyes hard. That is Wah. It is Wah. The golden cicada stared dumbfounded at that half-human, half-snake beautiful woman. Anand Venerate almost turned to flee, only to realize something was incorrect. It wasn't the Wah Emperor. How could the Wah Emperor be so weak? But even if it wasn't the Wah Emperor, just her beauty, her serpent body, and that faint inherent Tao charm, none dared act rashly. Su Qinswan suddenly spoke. The dragon venerable King Buddha asked, cold sweat pouring. Su Qinswan spoke softly. Silence ensued again. Anan Venerate swallowed hard, realizing this false Buddha, usurping the now, Tathagata, celestial position. Chapter 646, 378. Chapter 646. Chapter 378. It seems that the one standing behind is not just from the Eight Sceneries Palace. It's also the Y Emperor. To go or to stay. He couldn't make up his mind for a moment, his heart pounding wildly, the previous indifference completely gone. Amidst the dead silence, Hong Tanbao and Lin Changle quietly retreated back to the other shore mountain, standing beside Hua. Both of them still shaken, though not knowing why those terrifying existences in the sky suddenly stopped their hands, but it's a good thing. But what is she doing? Lin Changle looked at the girl holding the formation plate, panting heavily. Jiang Fanio is also at this very moment, just as all Buddhas and Bodhisattvas stood frozen in silence. A delicate shout suddenly shattered the dead silence. Golden Cicada, Su Qinswan, and all Buddhas instinctively lowered their eyes, seeing the girl holding the formation plate at the top of the other shore mountain, seeing the girl raising the formation plate high, seeing the sacrificial formation taking shape, the void tearing apart, and then an extremely thick nine-nether grievance, rushing out wildly from within. The nine-nether grievance appeared as a dense black ink color. In just a split second, it submerged the entire other shore mountain, which was as bright as daylight, and then the torn rift in the void swelled mightily, transforming into a gateway, behind which lay a pitch-black entity, an ever-churning, shapeless, unknown being. A Buddha was shocked. This is not ordinary grievance. It's earth grievance, mingled with the aura of the nine-nether and the earth's veins. As the words fell, the churning nine-nether great grievance suddenly contracted, concealed as a shadow. It was the part of the pitch-black entity trapped beneath the research institute, now descending as a fragmented body. Sandalwood Merit Buddha's eyes widened as if witnessing something unbelievable. He spoke with a trembling voice. That shadow, formed purely from nine-nether great grievance, sighed softly. Looking at Sandalwood Merit Buddha, the great grievance unexpectedly dispersed a little. The 8 celestial dragons, or rather little white dragon, continued in a low voice. Eldest senior brother enlightened me, allowing me to merge with a fragment of the nine-nether. Sandalwood Merit Buddha showed a look of pity on his face. The grievance calmly answered. The dense nine-nether great grievance erupted once again. Anan Venerate's expression was extremely grave. He personally took action. 36 Dharma Protector Vajras simultaneously suppressed. Anan Venerate revealed his true form, transforming into a form with 9 heads and 27 faces. Every face showing different expressions, whether pure, compassionate, wrathful, spiteful, or cold, beneath 12 feet, treading upon an endless sea of chaos, with black lotus, red lotus, and golden lotus entwining around. On 20 arms also holding various wrathful Buddha treasures. It is black flame and pure prayer beads. It is human skin woodland fish and also compassionate Zen staff. Anan Venerate, the future Buddha designated by the current Buddha, though not the future Buddha at this moment, yet as the future Venerate, can already display the Buddhist body of yin-yang decay and prosperity myriad phases, which can only be attained in the future. Is it yin or yang, decay or prosperity, compassion or spite? All phases gather, just like the ever-changing future. The great sound exploded like heavenly thunder. The supreme of the Buddhist sect with 9 heads and 27 faces, accompanied by 36 Dharma Protector Vajras, thundered down. Golden Cicada shouted his voice hoarse. But this nine-nether grievance didn't retreat at all, knowing well that being instinctively subdued by Anan Venerate, also guessed that this Anan Venerate was left by the Buddha to resolve itself. Yet it still went up without hesitation. 2 terrifying existences collided together. The world suddenly lost its color, fading to black and white. The vast other shore world plunged into absolute silence, then fragmented, collapsed, and imploded. Hong Tianbao, Lin Changle, and others, all heading towards extinction in the black and white. Suddenly a heavenly sound descended. The dead silence was pierced. The faded black and white melted away like winter snow in spring. The two terrifying beings colliding and entangling were gently separated by an unknown mighty force. Countless beings were stunned. Buddhas and bodhisattvas all looked up blankly towards the sky. It was the starry sky. From beyond the stars, a being approached, each step a lotus, each step a path, with 49 colors of light radiating from behind. Amid turning, eternal wheels of various paths, alongside was a pure Bodhi, quietly swaying beside him. Chapter 647, 379, Suppressing All Buddhas, a Body Like Heaven's Will 1/2. Chapter 647, Chapter 379, Suppressing All Buddhas, a Body Like Heaven's Will 1/2. Is that? The pure Buddha murmured, his pupils shrinking to pinpoints. Such a phenomenon could already rival that of a true Buddha, and even had traces of the ancient Buddha's aura. In the divine path realms, the fifth realm is Buddha and celestial venerate, while the sixth realm, the Daluo, is known among the Buddhist sect as the Great Awakening Ancient Buddha. The Golden Avenue had already reached before their eyes, already reached the mortal world, and the world venerate who stepped upon it had also arrived in the mortal world. Silence. Whether it was the other shore world surviving the aftermath, or all Buddhas and Bodhisattvas high above the celestial vault, or those great divine power users gazing and observing silently from the eastern 10 provinces, all were quiet and silent at this moment. The presence of the world venerate was grand and intense, like a blazing sun, leaving one in awe. He walked forward with such calm. Zhang Fuxing looked around, his gaze pausing momentarily in the eastern heavenly mists, pondering. Was it the celestial court? He glanced again at Su Qinshuan, and finally his gaze fell upon Anan Venerate and the great grievance of the 9 netherworld, finding it intriguing. Just by looking, Zhang Fuxing could determine much from the cause and effect between the two. The reason for the great grievance of the 9 netherworld, or rather the little white dragon becoming like this, was due to his own deep resentment, and partly because of the schemes of the great sage equal to heaven, along with the destiny bestowed upon Anan Venerate by Shakyamuni Buddha, designating him as the future Buddha, and even Zhang Fuxing, this time also saw part of the truth in how Shakyamuni Buddha allowed Anan Venerate to enter the world. It was to resolve the great grievance of the 9 netherworld, to resolve the little white dragon. Zhang Fuxing murmured to himself, slightly lost in thought, becoming more aware of the terrifying nature of the fully true monarch fruit position in Taoist scripture. This is my path, as a great divine power user, yet able to gaze into the cause and effect involving the supreme. His mind was stirred. It was Anan Venerate speaking, his voice like a mysterious ethereal sound, yet carrying a sense of righteousness. All sorts of contradictory complexities unfolding upon him. With 9 heads and 27 faces, 24 arms, and 12 legs, Anan Venerate appeared both compassionate and serene, yet terrifyingly corrupt. He spoke, rebuking. This terrifying being made his move, 24 hands all striking towards Zhang Fuxing, holding terrifying chaos, pure lotus platform, and other objects, all sparking with extreme light and brilliance. Zhang Fuxing simply watched silently. He spoke, and so all the killing techniques just at the moment before his eyes dissipated like smoke, vanished without a trace. Anan Venerate roared, his form standing tall to the heavens, together with the remaining 9 Buddhas and Bodhisattvas beside him, along with 36 Dharma Guardian Great Vajra, all struck together to suppress. The 10 Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, though only revived to the great power level, yet their killing techniques could strike down ordinary great divine power users, and the 36 Dharma Guardian Great Vajra, even more so, could individually kill great divine power users. At this moment, it was almost equivalent to over 40 great divine power users, hunting Zhang Fuxing. Golden Cicada shouted, Hong Tianbao, Lin Changel, and others' expressions changed drastically, but immediately afterward they saw the world venerate clasp his hands together, sighing, an iron law was decreed. The 36th Dharma guardian Great Vajra slightly twisted, resisting the iron law with their near-Tao bodies. But the remaining Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, except for Anand Venerate, all lost their color, their fruit positions temporarily suppressed. Even the Buddha's light and Brahma sound in the not-too-distant other shore world dissipated at this moment. As for Zhang Fuxing, he was unaffected by the iron law he established, as he too had a near-Tao body. The killing techniques of the 9 Buddhas and Bodhisattvas dissipated, leaving only Anand Venerate and 36 Dharma guardian Great Vajra still pressing forward. The world-honored one Buddha leaned aside a pure great Bodhi, reaching out to take the nail-head 7 arrows book into his hand, and then he bowed. A dense black tide surged from the void, brimming with the most poisonous and malevolent curse-killing technique of the time, bursting forth. The Moonlight Bodhisattva exclaimed, her voice rising before it fell, as she was enveloped by the black tide, and once the tide receded, what remained was merely a gleaming white skeleton glowing with Buddha's light and moonlight. The Moonlight Great Bodhisattva, rivaling a Buddha, successor of the ancient Moonlight Buddha, had fallen. All Buddhas and Bodhisattvas were simultaneously aghast. Zhang Fuxing bowed again. The black tide turned, sweeping forward once more, and another Buddha was washed away, perishing in the most evil and poisonous curse-killing technique. Even the true spirit was annihilated. This was truly death, unless a Daluo intervened to retrieve the true spirit from the river of time. Even reincarnation was impossible. This scene was horrific. The entire other shore world was stunned, and the great divine power users in the far eastern 10 provinces were collectively dumbfounded. A goddess murmured, "Fake." Beside her, the white-haired elder also breathed heavily. He was the former head of the War Department, having once personally stood overwatching the other shore world, witnessing the world venerate's emergence, the birth of the 10-day Buddha. But for this reason, he was all the more startled, all the more trembling. How long had it been? Just how long? At this moment, the 36 Dharma guardian Great Vajra and Anand Venerate had reached before the world-honored one Buddha, the former forming a Vajra Wrath Great Array, the latter invoking the Sumeru Buddha land, casting the entire Sumeru Buddha land forcefully down. Zhang Fuxing's expression turned solemn, not daring to be neglectful, reaching out once more, and the sea-stabilizing divine needle iron appeared. Chapter 648, 379, Suppressing All Buddhas, A Body Like Heaven's Will, Part 1. Chapter 648, Chapter 379, Suppressing All Buddhas, A Body Like Heaven's Will, Part 1. Now, he can easily wield all sorts of supreme treasures. The sea-stabilizing divine needle iron quivered, shattering the Vajra's wrath formation, and then the human emperor's seal appeared, radiating vast heavenly light that collided with the Sumeru Buddha land, causing a great roar. The roar echoed across more than half of the world plateau. Zhang Fuxing sighed lightly, letting go of the supreme treasure, stretching out his palm, and opening it. Primordial Scripture, Heaven Opening Chapter. The heavens and earth tilted. Great divine techniques, the stars shifted. Great divine techniques, manipulating creation. Great divine techniques, heaven and earth. Under the astonished gaze of many eyes, the world-honored one Buddha grew 1,000 feet tall in an instant, and in the next instant, with feet on the world plateau, his head was already immersed in the starry sky, and in the next instant, the world-honored one was no longer visible. Or rather, the world plateau could no longer contain the world-honored one. The mist covering the entire plateau temporarily dissipated, and the creatures on the plateau instinctively looked up, and all who looked up could see the world-honored one, the entire Mother Star, and even the half-toppled Bujo mountain that supported it were held in the palm of the world-honored one's hand. His face occupied all the skies of the 49 provinces and the world plateau. someone murmured. In the next instant, the sky collapsed. Zhang Fuxing was holding up Buzhou, holding up the Mother Star, holding up the 49 provinces of the ancient world. He was glaring, and so was the Tathagata glaring. The stars of the whole circulation shone, and all his vast accumulation erupted at this moment. All visions followed, withering and flourishing, yin and yang, life and death, creation, all within one palm. 36 Dharma guardian great Vajras were instantly suppressed. Summer Buddha land tore apart under the giant palm. Dragon Venerable King Buddha, Pure Buddha, 10 Treasures Buddha, a total of 7 Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, all within that collapsing giant palm, were forced to bear the weight of half of Mount Buzhou and the 49 provinces, their bodies disintegrating one by one, flesh decayed, organs obliterated, leaving only white bones. Then, the white bones were fully enlightened into grim skeletons. The only one left was Venerate Annan. Venerate Annan roared, opening his eyes to the sky, advancing with aggression, roaring in defiance, like an indomitable defier of the heavens. Heavens will above, Su Qinswan murmured as if in a dream. Then, the sky bowed its head. Zhang Fuxing gazed at the terrified-looking Venerate Annan, smiling and speaking. Annan, you come just in time, since you bear the future Buddha's destiny. Then, the world-honored one Buddha struck a second time, and heaven and earth went dark. When the light returned, Venerate Annan had disappeared, and the world-honored one Buddha had also vanished. The world plateau seemed to have returned to tranquility. Su Qinswan, Golden Cicada, the great grievances of 9 Netherworld, looked at each other, speechless. As for the eastern 10 provinces, they suddenly calmed down. The great universe. Zhang Fuxing's own great universe. He gazed at Venerate Annan within the purple gold gourd, his heart slightly trembling. If he continued fighting, his cover would be blown. He was not Annan's match, but he had treasures and countless star beasts inside the gourd. At this moment, Venerate Annan was being digested by the purple gold gourd, his body already disintegrated, leaving only a bit of true spirit. But how to extract the future Buddha's destiny from this bit of true spirit? How to convert Annan? Zhang Fuxing slightly furrowed his brow, gazing at the still indomitable Annan in the purple gold gourd, suddenly having an idea. He talked to himself. Might as well complete the characteristics of a true saint, celestial venerate in advance, and then the stages of true saint and celestial venerate. Need to begin having one's projection spread across all heavens and realms to attempt controlling all heavens and realms. Annan might just be a trial point. Zhang Fuxing smiled, using the purple gold gourd to suppress Venerate Annan's consciousness, quietly cast him into a star within his own great universe. Zhang Fuxing spoke to himself, weaving memories for Annan's true spirit. Open eyes. Meng Annan rubbed his aching head, looking around in confusion. Where is this? Wasn't he at a class reunion? Zhang Zichong was clearly stunned for a moment, then quickly shut the door, blocking the biting cold wind outside. You've been unconscious for 3 days. Shunhua Monastery? Great monk? Meng Annan's face showed a puzzled look, with fragmented memories swirling. Memories surfaced like waves of the tide, past life shadows mixed with fragments of the present life, intertwined, confused. New memories presented themselves before his eyes. Meng Annan seemed like a spectator, hurriedly watching a movie, finishing these 18 years of life. He also remembered some of the memories of this body. Both he and Zhang Zichong had just become tenant farmers in Master Kai's family in the town. Shenhua Monastery was a bustling temple not far from the town, frequented by many gentry from the county to burn incense. Zhang Zichong handed over a patched-up jacket, chattered on. The great monk who brought you back said you accidentally fell into the dry well in the monastery. After a pause, he complained indignantly. Stewardly really has no conscience. The great monk said you'd wake up in 3 days, and yet he want me to come and call you to work today? Meng Annan tugged at the corner of his mouth. But the boy with the long, narrow face didn't give him a chance to speak. Zhang Zichong spat. But it's fine. Today, they're slaughtering a big dog. I heard we'll be given 2 pieces of fragrant meat in the evening. Meng Anan put on the jacket, got down to walk a couple of steps, bounced a little, and smiled. Zhang Zichong widened his eyes. Meng Anan didn't respond. An expression of deep thought flickered on his face. Nanhua Monastery, Shenhua Monastery, both dry wells. He looked at Zhang Zichong and tentatively asked about Master Kai. During the idle chat, relevant information from the original body's fragmented memory also surfaced. Master Kai, the big landlord of Balintown, kept 200 or 300 tenants, guards, and caretakers. One of the leading figures in town, these tenant farmers like them had signed contracts with thumbprints, selling their bodies for 10 years to work for the Kai family. To put it nicely, it's unpaid long-term labor. To put it harshly, it's serfdom. Before leaving, Zhang Zichong reminded, in a few days, there's going to be a blood and energy measurement. Don't catch a cold. Meng Anan blinked. Meat fields? Marshall Farmer? His head started to ache. The surfacing-related memories were few, probably because the original body wasn't too familiar with these things either. Zhang Zichong smoothly pushed open the door of the thatched hut. A biting cold wind blew in, stinging the cheeks painfully. Zhang Zichong called cheerfully. Meng Anan followed him blankly, suddenly feeling there seemed to be something in his arms. Painfully pressing against his skin, he instinctively took it out to look. It was 2 small Buddha statues. The first Buddha statue looked terrifying, with 9 heads and 27 faces, along with 24 arms and 12 feet. As for the second Buddha statue, it looked much more pleasant, compassionate, pure, with something in its back like a wheel. Zhang Zichong leaned closer, curiously pointing at the second Buddha statue. Isn't this the abbot of Shenhua Monastery? Meng Anan's heart was stirred. Yes. Zhang Zichong scratched his head. Meng Anan raised an eyebrow, pondering thoughtfully. If the second Buddha statue is the abbot, then who is the first one? He stared fixedly at the terrifying first Buddha statue. The more he looked, the more familiar it seemed. Why does it look like his own face? Although the 27 faces each had different expressions, the features, though, clearly resembled his own. Meng Anan felt even more confused. But Shenhua Monastery, huh? He thought he should take a look. Meanwhile, at Shenhua Monastery, the abbot quietly stood at the entrance of the monastery, exhaled and murmured to himself. After setting down the iron law quietly, Zhang Fuxing withdrew his thoughts. He had to go to the netherworld. But manipulating other people's lives and memories like this. I've ultimately become the kind of person I despise the most. Zhang Fuxing smiled lightly, his gaze suddenly turning chillingly cold. Netherworld, it's time to flip the table. Chapter 649, 380, Wagering the Supreme Fruition, Shouldering the 6 Paths of Reincarnation. Chapter 649, Chapter 380, Wagering the Supreme Fruition, Shouldering the 6 Paths of Reincarnation. Zhang Fuxing sat quietly on the mother planet. Fully true monarch fruit position is even more powerful than I imagined. He quietly felt his current abilities, most notably his position or rank. In the past, even when sitting on the meditation mat within the 8 Sceneries Palace, it was difficult to glimpse the causes and effects related to the Supremes, and now he could barely achieve it. In other words, this is incredible, knowing that between a great divine power user and a Supreme, there's still the true Saint, Celestial Venerate, and Daluo 3 realms. Each realm is as different as heaven and earth. Suddenly, Zhang Fuxing recalled the words the primordial Celestial Venerable spoke to him in the past at the Jade Void Palace. That is, the 3 pristine ones have never practiced the Fuli technique, which directly points to the marvelous technique of the primordial Celestial Venerate of Fuli, or the Fuli Taoist Venerate, and he is the first person to cultivate this technique. Zhang Fuxing mused to himself. After proving the Fuli true monarch, gaining the floatingly 7 souls, even without anyone explaining the levels of Celestial Venerate, Daluo, and supreme, he could naturally comprehend and know some things. The true saint seeks to exist in all realms. The celestial venerates, and Buddhas cultivate to unify the other self in all realms, and Daluo seeks to transcend time, eternally free. As for the Supremes are inherently omniscient and omnipotent. But as Supremes became many, this authority of omniscience and omnipotence was divided and weakened. If my speculation is true, the three pristine ones may not be well versed in the fully technique. His thoughts wandered and finally calmed. Zhang Fuxing exhaled a breath of cloud qi, calmly overlooking the vast mother planet, feeling the power of a great divine power user enhanced by the life treasure Taoist scripture. The Eastern 10 Provinces Celestial Court, the Western 10 Provinces Buddha Land, shrouded in impenetrable mystery, the Two Realms Mountain, and the Yama Netherworld pressing upon the capital. Everything and all matters were in his eyes, clear and distinct, like seeing a fire through a hole. This is to see everything without omission. His gaze fell upon the Netherworld, where the scenes were modeled and not completely discernible. Yet some things could still be seen. There, the 10 hopes were competing, with chilling presences quietly lurking within. There was no doubt they were old Daluos who had set up murderous schemes. Zhang Fuxing murmured softly, feeling the chilling presences exceeding 10. Interesting. How many Supremes want to kill me? And how many Daluos have been arranged? This is just the aura he could sense thanks to the floatingly 7 souls. Zhang Fuxing didn't think he could detect and perceive all beings. The floatingly 7 souls are strong, but his cultivation is still quite low, and he himself is outside the netherworld, unable to see the cause and effect within. And those true spirits of Daluo, would they not have means to obscure themselves? The central extreme city is mine for the taking. Zhang Fuxing exhaled deeply, and after a brief silence, he had an idea. He communicated with the Eastern Emperor within the divine realm. After a while, Zhang Fuxing shot towards the direction of the netherworld. As he headed for the netherworld, using the floatingly 7 souls, he gazed at the mysterious depths within the netherworld, similar to the Two Realms Mountain. A faint smile appeared on Zhang Fuxing's face. Thus, the identity of Meng the 34th from Two Realms Mountain has been completely confirmed. The Sutra Taker and others seem to be trapped there, but it's okay. He would definitely visit one day. With thoughts turning, he reached the capital but did not rush into the netherworld. At this moment, the floating imperial city of the capital was extremely deserted. Clearly, the nobles here had gone to the netherworld to observe the 10 Hopes competition. Guangxingzi was not in the imperial city either, but that little world shrouded in chaos still existed, with even the investigation bureau's God Capture team stationed outside. Zhang Fuxing took a deep look at the little world, where 10 innate spiritual beings were being nurtured: Tian Lao, 6 Desire Celestial Maiden, then the Buddha's son, Zhu Xiaoming, Chen Wanyu along with Little Child and Chen Yuk and others, plus the Golden Armor, Noble Lady Zhang, and her protector. If everything goes as expected, when his plan is complete and they emerge from the little world, they will be this era's strongest. Zhang Fuxing lowered his eyelids. He trusted none of these people. Either they wanted to take the ultimate step through him, or wanted to kill him early, or intended to use him as a pawn to trap the 3 pristine ones. Zhang Fuxing took a deep breath. Step by step, he walked toward the 6 Paths prison, quietly slipped inside. Xianqing Daoist opened his eyes, looked indifferently, slightly surprised. Zhang Fuxing smiled, revealing his true form. He now had an aura similar to that of Daluo, but his cultivation still remained just that of a great divine power user. Chapter 650, 380, Wagering on the Supreme Fruit, Shouldering 6 Paths of Reincarnation. Part 2. Chapter 650, Chapter 380, Wagering on the Supreme Fruit, Shouldering 6 Paths of Reincarnation. Part 2. Xianqing Daoist looked surprised. He carefully scrutinized Zhang Fuxing, his face showing a solemn expression. I seem to find you a bit unfathomable. Zhang Fuxing chuckled. The astonishment on Xianqing Daoist's face deepened. Zhang Fuxing shook his head. not answering. Naturally, it was due to the 7 souls of Fuli. The 7 souls of Fuli elevated him, allowing him to exhibit partial characteristics of Daluo in advance, showing a tendency to break free from the passage of time. And if I step into the realm of celestial venerate, or Buddha, reaching the 5th realm of the divine path, and attest to fully celestial venerable, by then the 3 souls of Fuli will also come upon me. Could I prematurely possess some supreme fruit position characteristics? As his thoughts swirled and gradually settled, Zhang Fuxing spoke in a deep voice. Fellow Taoist Xianxing, I already have the ability to activate the 8 trigrams furnace. He reached out and stroked, tearing open a void fissure leading to Dolua Palace. Beyond the void, the gates of Dolua Palace stood wide open. Amidst the depths, the 8 trigrams furnace was quietly placed there. Xianxing Daoist's pupils contracted sharply. He stared at the 8 trigrams furnace, speechless for a long time, then took a deep breath. Zhang Fuxing said in a calm voice, Moreover, in the rear hall of Dolua Palace, there's also a door, and behind the door is Jade Void Palace of past years. Xianxing Daoist said in a low voice. After a pause, he continued. Zhang Fuxing lowered his eyelids. I perceived Grandmaster Xuandu within the 8 trigrams furnace, broken and incomplete. Xianxing resolutely rejected, his voice icy and fierce. As he spoke, anger and murderous intent burst forth from him, numerous chains on his body, swaying and clanking, stirring up a great power, causing vibrations that trembled the 6 paths of reincarnation incessantly. Zhang Fuxing's expression remained unchanged as he softly said, You are already just half a step away from the Supreme. Before Zhang Fuxing could finish, Xianxing Daoist interrupted him. After a pause, he tiredly said, Zhang Fuxing's expression still bore no change. He softly inquired. Xianxing Daoist's lips trembled slightly, and he sighed softly. He closed his eyes and said softly, Fellow Taoist Fuxing might not know, in this world, there are at least over 100 pseudo-supremes. Zhang Fuxing raised an eyebrow. Xianxing Daoist nodded affirmatively. After a pause, Xianxing Daoist gazed at Zhang Fuxing. After some thought, he added. Zhang Fuxing gazed intently at Xianxing Daoist, not sure how much time had elapsed. He spoke deliberately. Xuanqing's face showed perplexity, quietly listening. A purple gold gourd appeared in Zhang Fuxing's hand, from which burst forth an immeasurable, terrifying aura from innumerable star beasts. Xianxing Daoist took a sharp breath, seeing from the purple gold gourd 9 innate ancestral spirits comparable to top celestial venerates and Buddhas, close to Daluo. Zhang Fuxing continued. They were all imposed with restrictions controlled by the beings the 3 pristine ones used to oversee me. The light, weightless words fell, and Xianxing Daoist's face showed horror, then resolutely said, And that's where we'll leave this part. If you enjoyed it, smash that like button, subscribe for the next part, and drop a comment telling me which story you want to hear next. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next part.